Romania. Round 3 about to begin. An explosive round 2 created 3 leaders, and 2 of them are playing each other today. Welcome to our coverage of round 3 of the Super Chess Classic from Bucharest, Romania.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-host, Yasser Seirawan.
I see. Peter, somehow I was expecting more from that introduction. Got caught off guard there. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Just as you've heard, 3 decisive games really reshuffled our leaderboard. And Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after those 3 decisive games. Who's in first?
Yes, sir. We have 3 players now tied for first. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Praggnanandhaa, and Vincent Keymer. They all had very important wins yesterday.
Absolutely. And tell us about the format for this Super Chess Classic.
It's a 10-player round-robin event with classical time control. They're not allowed to offer any draws. And unlike Rapid and Blitz, they only get 1 point for a win.
The traditional scoring system. I like it. And tell us about the schedule.
Today, players are back for round 3. We'll have a total of 9 rounds. We're getting closer to that rest day. After 5th round, they'll have a rest day. And then, if we don't have a clear winner at the end, we will see playoffs.
Which we had last year, of course. And Peter, yesterday was a kind of a statement round, if you would allow it. 3 decisive games. What caught your eye?
Well, the central game of the round, I think it's fair to say, was a game between Javokhir, Sindarov, and Praggnanandhaa. And the back end of the last year and this year were basically dominated by the Uzbek youngsters, and in particular Javokhir Sindarov, who won the World Cup and then won the candidates, of course, just very recently in Cyprus, qualifying to play the World Championship match against Gukesh. And in the process, he created a very, very remarkable streak for somebody this young and this dynamic. There you have it on your screen. An unbeaten streak of 52 games during which he won 17 and drew 35. Pretty much a 1/3 wins percentage in that streak. Performance rating through that streak is 28-18. Performing at above 2,800 for more than 50 games in a row is an amazing achievement against pretty much 2,700 opposition. Last loss was in September 2025. Against Ivan Cheparinov. The whole streak lasted 248 days, and as I already mentioned, he is now going to play the World Championship match against Gukesh later in the year. But it all came crashing down yesterday when he once again played very aggressively with the white pieces against Prague, but unlike the candidates, it did not pan out, and Prague won a very, very nice game with the black pieces, propelling himself into a joint lead, and Sindarov, consigning Sindarov to a tie for last. And with that, we welcome our Romanian studio and Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 3 in Bucharest, Romania for the Super Classic. It's been an absolutely electrifying event so far. Day 1 was a bit slow, but day 2 definitely delivered. And in day 3, we have some incredible matchups coming up. Which one is your favorite, Anastasiya?
I will definitely keep my eyes on the game between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley. So 2 giants of American and world chess, 2 players who are so consistent in on the top of chess world. Wesley and Fabiano Caruana, they played more than 50 games, classical games against each other. It's a rivalry more than a decade. They played so many games between, and you can see that Wesley managed to win 4 games, lost 6 of them. And I mean, it's not over, of course. We are going to see many, many more games between those 2. Wesley missed maybe only 1 GCT cycle, while Fabiano Caruana played them all. Both of these players won the GCT cycle twice.
Yes.
I remember that Wesley managed to do it in 2016 and 21, while Fabiano managed to win in 23 and 25 recently. So the moment he is the reigning GCT champion. So I'm looking forward to this game. Wesley has white pieces today, and I think he will try to push.
This is a battle of experience and consistency, as you painted a beautiful picture. Let's take a look at the standings as we go in round 3 and see who our leaders are. And we have 3 leaders. There are 3 decisive results yesterday. MVL defeated his compatriot Alireza. And right now he's co-leading the event alongside Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keymer. And as you can see, you have highlighted Praggnanandhaa and Vincent because today they are facing each other. So this is a battle between two very young leaders, which know each other quite well, surprisingly. You saw how many games Wesley and Fabiano played. They played quite a few also. 4 victories for Praggnanandhaa, 3 losses and 3 draws between these two players. Prague was suffering a little bit going into the last round, but yesterday he played an absolutely amazing game. Vincent Keymer did what he had to do with the white pieces against the lowest rated player in the event, Bogdan-Daniel Deac, and right now they're riding a high and they will be meeting in today's round. This one is an electrifying clash. Guys, we will be here to give you all the insights about what's happening in the playing hall throughout the day. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian, indeed, for your views from the front row. But now, tell us the unveil, round 3 pairings. Nasi.
All the boards. Let's see what we have today. Praggnanandhaa against Vincent Keymer, as they talked about, 2 co-leaders facing each other. Another leader, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, is playing Javokhir Sindarov. Will Javokhir recover from
Exactly.
yesterday's loss?
Can he bounce back?
And 2 Americans, Wesley and Fabiano Caruana, facing each other. Anish Giri against Alireza Firouzja, and Bogdan-Daniel Deac against Jorden van Foreest.
And the prize fund is very, very generous, thanks to our Superbet sponsors. Tell us about it.
Total prize fund is $475,000. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Big prize for everybody. And yes, sir, please share, what is the bonus money?
Yeah, it's a pool of money, $125,000, that is divided by the total number of wins at the end of the tournament, and that will determine the bonus amount per win for each player. $125,000 is a nice pool of money to be divided amongst the victors.
Great incentive to play for a win every game.
Absolutely. Even when you're having a bad tournament, a last round win could get you some serious bonus money. As we see, the playing hall, it's being played in the Central Bank of Romania, and it's an absolutely gorgeous building. And in a number of the interviews, the players have remarked about the marbled columns and the archways and how beautiful a setting it is. There you see some.
There's a lot of members of audience there today. We see some very young members.
Exactly. As they're getting ready for this round 3, we have a number of times we have them playing the opening first move. We get celebrities and politicians, and it looks like we're going to have some scholastics champions who get to.
Told right now which board to go to.
And they're like, no, I want to go to Daniel's board. Of course, I'm referring to the Romanian number 1. Romania's number 1, Daniel Deac.
The arbiter's making some announcements, but it's not in English, so.
And my Romanian is rusty.
See on stage our colleague, Anastasiya.
Yeah. And this is the rivalry. When I think about Wesley and Fabi, I think that Anastasiya is absolutely right. These two have really been pushing each other for a dozen years. Here we go.
Ceremonial first move.
Come on. D4, knight f3. What will they do? It must be his son.
Maybe, yes.
I thought it was going to be a scholastics thing, player making.
And they're making the first move on Bogdan Deac's board. He is the number 1 Romanian player.
Exactly. And here we go.
Good move.
Sweet. Professionally done. Nice job. E2, E4.
There we go. I think he played C6.
Hey, Karo Khan.
Someone taught him well.
Very well. Yes, you're right. Jorden just brought it back.
Such a beautiful stage they're playing on.
So at one time, there used to be a rule that the photographers could only come on the stage for the first 5 minutes. And that's it.
Still kind of.
Then they kicked you off the stage. But Gary had the habit of coming late to the games, like usually 4 minutes. So there they were
Waiting
being
for
picked.
him.
Yeah, exactly. They're waiting for him. And they're getting kicked off the stage literally about the same time that he's coming on the stage. And then it was a tussle between the arbiters and photographers.
We'll start with the two co-leaders, Prague and Vincent.
Yes, that will be a marquee matchup game for sure.
I wonder how often they face each other.
10
About
times.
the same age.
Yeah.
10 times in classical, but I mean overall.
Oh, they must have played
Blitz.
each other Blitz 1,000 games.
Maybe also Chess 960 they've played together.
You bet. But we were just we compared a rivalry between Wesley and Fabi, and I'm thinking how young these players are, these two in particular. But when you start throwing in Sindarov, for example, that for the next 12 years, we're going to be seeing these players and others as well.
Prague is meditating before he makes his first move. Peter, maybe you know his routine?
I think all the young Indian players these days do this pause before move one. I think the first one to begin doing it was Vidit, and now pretty much every single one of them I see doing it before move one. There's like about a minute pause where they seem to be collecting their thoughts and maybe doing a little bit of meditation. I don't exactly know what the routine is, but there's a noticeable pause every single time.
Just getting into the zen of the position as we have d4, knight f6. Some of the other games have really taken off, and I noticed that Alireza is also playing a King's Indian defense.
I'm just curious to see. Okay, we have e6.
Yeah.
I was maybe thinking we're going to see another g6, as Sindarov did.
Right, but no. And the Nimzo.
Nimzo.
None of these Queen's Gambits or Rogozins.
Well, it can still transpose into a Rogozin. We'll see.
That's true. That's true. And this
You want to talk about Anish, Giri, and Alireza? They have made moves. Actually,
A
we do
lot
have a
of
King's
moves.
Indian
Yes.
in that. So let's pull up the.
And it's strange because the King's Indian.
No, Anish, Giri.
Oh,
Second
sorry.
board.
Sorry, getting up there. The King's Indian at one time used to be incredibly popular. Bobby Fischer played the King's Indian. Gary Kasparov, Dr. John Nunn played the King's Indian, and I remember spending a lot of time preparing the same-ish King's Indian and other lines of play. But today, it's a rare guest, and it's kind of nice to see it coming back. Now, h7, h6, that is a very unusual move. I mean, massive tomes of books were written on knight c6, d5, knight e7, and this is like literally a tabia or starting position. And so many moves have been played here. The bayonet attack, b2, b4. There was knight d2. There's knight e1. Quite the number, but
thousands of games.
Thousands of games, absolutely. But the move h7, h6 would not have been featured during my time. Peter, could you talk about this?
It's very, very fashionable. And the first time I saw this and realized people are kind of serious and people do mean this, it was a bit of a shock to me because it feels like, King's Indian is already, in particular, if you look at it with current engines, it's a semi-correct opening. The machine screams at you that you're worse.
Right.
And then you also, quote unquote, waste the tempo on h7, h6 in a position where seemingly you have to play as fast as possible because you're already worse.
Right.
But it's a very serious move.
Okay.
It's arguably maybe the move people make at the top level these days. If you are to name an idea sometimes is shockingly knight h7, g5. But also, I think they just feel it's a useful move. It denies the g5 square to the white pieces, meaning, for instance, not only bishop g5 is immediately is impossible, importantly as well, bishop e3 can be much easier met with knight g4, which is maybe relevant because very often white wants to play bishop e3, and if you reply to it with knight g4, normally white goes bishop e3, g5, winning a tempo, attacking the queen, right? But now bishop g5 is always ruled out. And Black is just not committing to anything and saying, I don't really know where my knight on b8 belongs. Maybe it goes to a6, maybe it goes to c6, maybe it goes to d7. We're keeping our powder fresh, so to speak. I'm still sort of very confused that you can play chess like this.
Me too.
But current practice insists you can.
Wow.
And not a shock that Alireza is doing this.
Sorry, no.
No, we went too far.
I went too far. Castles, knight f3, e5. At one time, a move I found very attractive personally.
I've always
was
played d5,
this
yeah.
Petrosian d4, d5. And if you told me, well, I'm going to castle, and you're going to go h6, now it feels even more encouraging
Because I
for
made
me
a
to...
useful move. Is h6 really that useful?
Normally, you're trying to play f5, f4, g5, and oftentimes
yes.
h5, g4. So it almost feels like now's a good time to play the Petrosian variation with an extra tempo.
And as you can see on our screen,
Yeah.
Alireza lost a painful game yesterday against MVL.
Yes, he
He's
did.
now sharing last place with Sindarov and Deac, so he is trying to recover.
And his ambitious play with Black shows that, black or white, he's ready
All
to
you
play.
want to do after a loss is to win.
Yeah,
You don't want to
exactly.
make draws or have a rest day. You just want to win to bounce back.
Exactly. During Warsaw, however, his ambitious play oftentimes got him into difficulties here. And as Anish is thinking, Peter, you were mentioning that h7, h6 has become fashionable. How do the fashionable white players answer h7, h6?
Well, on my screen, by far the most popular reply to h6 is rook e1, which is something that they often do in these types of positions. It's useful to kind of protect the pawn on e4 for the future, and also bishop f1 might be a move you want to make just to kind of do some gardening, basically. It's not aimed at anything specific. It's just a useful move in these positions. d takes e5 is playable, d5 is playable. Queen c2 is on my screen, but it's, I think, the fifth most popular out of the current replies to h6, but it's well known. And after queen c2, there's been some notable games, and actually a bunch of people playing in this tournament have seen this position before. There's a game between Magnus and Alireza in which, judging by the ratings, this was played online because they're both on my screen rated above 3,000, so that's probably a blitz game, in which Alireza actually played knight c6. Which does seem logical, but he doesn't play it today. And there was also a game, instead of knight c6, Sindarov had this once, interestingly. Sindarov played this in 2024 in, I'm not entirely sure where, but he also played knight c6. So it seems like it used to be an opinion of strong players here that you're supposed to play queen c2, knight c6 with the idea, very obvious idea of playing d5, knight d4. And in fact, because this is being allowed, you would think this is extremely logical, but it looks like the white players are quite happy to play d5, knight d4, queen d1.
Wow.
Which frankly is, like, all of this is completely alien to me. I do not know why we're so happy giving up a light square bishop like this. But both games, I mean, this is how Carlsen Firouzja went. And if knight c6, d5, d5, which is the game between Rudik Makarian and Javokhir Sindarov, Black also seems to be completely fine straight away. So it's interesting that Alireza goes in a different direction today.
He captured on d4 indeed. And how did these two players match up, Nasi?
Let's have a look. Wow, 7 draws and 2 wins for Alireza. No wins for Anish.
Surprise, surprise, indeed.
Big surprise.
Yeah, you think of Alireza as being the youngster between these two, and Victor Korchnoy's idea, beat them while they're young. Well, didn't work out for Anish in this one. I tell you, it's tough. But we do have, just to finish, we do, in fact, have a different approach, giving up the center, so to speak. E5 takes d4. knight takes d4, knight c6 on the board as basically Alireza is saying, I want to encourage you to capture. And one of the things, when you do get these structures, I don't like allowing black to play c5 and somehow maneuvering a piece to the d4 square. So I actually like to play as white,
mess up their structure, right?
c5 and try to bring the rook to d1 and put pressure on the d file. We'll see if it continues like this. Where would you like to guide us?
Well, we're going to check all the games, but right now I want to draw your attention to Bogdan's game against Jorden, because it's an interesting position. I don't think I've seen it before, and I want to ask your opinion, Yasser.
All right, let's jump over there. And oh, yes. Oh,
because
100%.
It's English, and you're very familiar with this.
Yeah, this was actually my game with Anatoly Karpov. I was white, and I tricked Talia terribly. In this position, I played the move d4, and he. So
it's a tricky move order.
Yeah, and he did not capture on d4, that like Jorden just played. He played the move d7, d6, and I won a really beautiful, brilliant game.
Nice.
Actually,
Good memories. Good.
Yeah, good memories. In fact, you'll never ever in your life have a position against Anatoly Karpov where he is black and he has rooks on the original squares and knights on the original squares for a dozen moves.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have to check that game.
It's really, really, really amazing. Now, normally speaking, against g3, if you're going to play g6, normally you preface it with the move knight c6 because you are afraid of what Daniel did. And here the problem is bishop g5, bishop g7, right? Queen, was it queen e3 or queen e5? I'm not 100% sure. Kind of messes you up. You don't want to play queen e7 because if you drop your queen on e7, then you get into a bit of a tangle as black.
And maybe an uncomfortable pin on f6.
Yeah, like this. So that is why usually they preface the move g6 with knight c6, and I don't know what Jorden has in mind. Oh, Daniel did not play bishop g5. He just said, do your worst or do your best. And, you get this.
Knight c6 was played just now by Jorden.
Exactly.
Peter, are you familiar with this position?
I looked up the Karpov game, and
Yeah.
I was just reading through it and enjoying Yasser's play a great deal. It is a very nice game.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with this particular position, no, but it feels like it should be quite good for white, frankly, because you generally don't like allowing these types of early d4, e4, queen takes d4 position. In particular, I don't know how black is supposed to react to queen e3 check. Queen d2, I think I can sort of get behind black not doing so poorly, but are we playing bishop e7 or queen e7 here?
Exactly. Not an easy question to answer.
I guess queen e7, but then
Knight c3.
Even the endgame, I think, is quite annoying for black, no?
Yeah, it is. My practice is to try to bring a knight as quickly as possible to f4 so I can lock
Interestingly,
down.
there's a game which featured queen e3 check somewhat recently in which white was played by Vladislav Artemiev, and his opponent, a young Turkish player, Vahab Sanal, who is a very interesting player, actually explained to me on my screen that there's a third option I didn't mention.
Knight e7?
Knight e7 is supposedly playable, even though he didn't entirely equalize. But knight e7 followed by bishop g7 and castles maybe is the fabled third way that is
right?
not that bad.
Maybe not so bad. I remember a game of Robert Hubner versus Garry Kasparov, where it was a kind of a queen d2 variation. Gary played a great game and went on and won. Titanic struggle. By the way, what did he do? How do these two players match up?
I imagine they don't have a lot of games,
I
but
wouldn't
let's
think
see.
so.
You are correct.
One draw.
Only one draw. This is their second classical matchup ever. Will it be decisive? It might be. This is a very interesting position out of the opening.
Exactly.
Not a standard one that we're used to.
Yeah. I'm looking at the game between Wesley and Fabi, and I'm forcefully reminded of a comment made to me by Bent Larson. So obviously for fans of the 2018 World Championship match, famously Magnus Carlsen kept playing the Sveshnikov, and despite best efforts of Fabi and his team, they couldn't pierce the Sveshnikov. So guess who took up the Sveshnikov later in his career? None other than Fabiano. And he said, look, I probably spent more time on this position than any of my colleagues.
Absolutely, for years
so
and years, yeah.
I know what I'm doing. How about yourself?
And both Wesley and Fabi are currently at 50%, looking for their first win.
And they're playing into the main line. Peter, you're far more conversant in this than I am.
No.
The problem is that these positions are so sharp that they've been analyzed to a degree almost of dryness. Like, I haven't seen white win.
In a while, yes, but this was all kind of true until a moment ago.
Okay.
Because the position after c3, castles, knight c2, there is more than 3,000 games.
3,000.
And with by far the two main moves here being bishop g5 and rook b8.
Exactly.
They together are basically 3,000 games, and everything else is barely existent. And Fabi goes bishop e6, which is
the third.
no, it's the fourth. The fourth most popular move in this position. 55 games compared to 1,800 bishop g5.
Yeah.
Extremely rare. I honestly don't think I have ever seen this before. Although once again, I'm not really a Sveshnikov player.
They can be transpositions, right?
Yeah, not really. It doesn't go to e6 very much. I think it stays on c8 and decides what to do very often.
Yeah.
But I noticed that strong players have begun doing it recently. There is an Ariane Tari game from 2026. There is a Dennis Wagner, a very strong young German player, played this in 2026. So my guess is the engines have begun doing this and suggesting that this is a viable alternative. And doing something new is always obviously quite a good idea. It's just that, honestly, this is completely new to me. Yeah. I've never seen this. I've never seen this before.
Of those 1,800 games, how many were Timur Rajabov's games? Because I seem to see a lot of his rook b8, a5, b4, and he was playing to get in rook b8, a5, and b4 as soon as possible. And then these other games that I remember seeing, the bishop goes to g5, the pawn goes to h4 for some really crazy good reasons, and g3 and bishop h3.
Yes.
But bishop e6, and even though it's a rare path, Peter, tell us how it's been trodden.
Neither of the players are at the board.
And we have an empty table.
At the chairs.
Right? But bishop e6, Peter.
Well, most people play a4, but I mean the sample size is so small that I think we can do without the historical perspective here.
Right.
A4 is always logical. This is what we're playing this line for with white. We want to try and exploit the somewhat weakened black queenside by immediately attacking it with a4. If you do play a4, black generally tend to just take on a4 here, and after rook takes, you play a6, a5. And yeah, I still don't quite understand why the bishop is on e6 this early. It looks very pleasant for white after bishop c4. But many of these positions are, frankly, you need to be very well versed in how to play them with black to not feel uncomfortable playing them.
Exactly, exactly so.
Honestly, if this is the intention, I really don't understand why we play bishop b6 and not bishop g5.
Right.
Or rook b8. I think bishop b6 is going to be a much less necessary move. It's playable, but I think there are things, you kind of rank them in the order of necessity.
Right.
And I think getting the bishop away from f6 to create ideas of f7, f5 is maybe higher on the list, or putting the rook on an active file.
Agreed wholeheartly. Bishop goes to g5. It's not just f5. If we now go down this pathway, if you will, a bit takes, rook takes a4, and a5. Again, Timur Rajabov, many others were playing for b5, b4. if we go down this pathway, oops, sorry, the bishop is supposed to have gone to c4. You end up playing the moves like king h8 here, and this is far more salient to Black's position as he's seeking counterplay on the king side, oftentimes with f7, f5 being crucial. The bishop on e6 just feels wrong, actually. I don't fully understand.
We'll see exactly.
We're about to be educated on the Sveshnikov variation.
One
here.
game we haven't checked in
Please.
on is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's currently co-leading the event against Javokhir Sindarov.
And
We have a Jacopiano.
but a very unusual one in the sense it's the two knights, h7, h6, and Maxime said, if you're going to play h6, I'm going to advance my pawn to a5 as quickly as I possibly can. And wow, Peter, that just kind of blows my mind. Again, I've kind of made references to chess coaches, and I'm thinking about all of those wonderful scholastic coaches across our nation who teach their develop your pieces.
Don't push your pawn too many times.
And there's Peter Svidler, the young Peter Svidler, the last in the class, going, no, coach, I want to play a4, a5.
It's become very topical because I think
Wow.
White wants to gain space on the queen side. And starting with a4, I mean, there's a lot of conversations here, and I don't feel entirely qualified to discuss all of these intricacies because it's a very, very complicated topic. All the move orders in the Jacopiano these days.
Yeah.
But the idea of getting the pawn to a5 is not ridiculous because very often these days White does tend to try and gain as much space on the queen side as possible before doing something in the center or on the king side.
If you don't mind me asking, Peter, I mean, again, the classical player in me says, if you're going to waste time, I want to punish you. I want to absolutely.
Yeah, it's not unplayable, but this is maybe an illustration of White what White often does in this position, like takes, maybe c3 and then b4.
Now c2, c3.
Yeah.
So I fall into your trap.
It's not a trap. No, Black is completely fine. But what we do get is, and you actually kind of hit the nail on the head there exactly with your question about the 75, because I think what these plans with the push with a4, a5, and all these little strange move orders instead of the normal move orders, what they're trying to do is they're trying to lay some kind of groundwork specifically against the plans of early d75, because in the classical move orders, if we can maybe switch to my board so we can discuss this for a second. Let's say we talk about the classical move order, which is, I guess, d3, c3, black castles, white castles, black goes d5. And the problem is, you can absolutely maybe ask a question or two here, but this has been reasonably well established as a very good attempt at direct equality with black.
Exactly.
And this sort of passes the ball to White's court, yeah. And White has begun, instead of, let's say, instead of c3, White began playing a4 in this position, or perhaps knight bd2 in this position, trying to make something, a move which is more useful specifically against the early d75 in one tempo.
Okay.
And if we go back to our game, and of course in our game, Sindarov also played h6, which is not as fast. What we're trying to get, I would assume, is some kind of a position like this where, first of all, a5, a6 is actually quite useful in many positions. But even if we talk about this structure, which is sometimes people get a position like this.
Right.
Which is, I understand I made already 13 moves and none of them seem forced. But this kind of a structure is actually somewhat usual if black plays d5 and white reacts by taking. And if you imagine the same position with the pawn back on b2 and the pawn back on a2, black is just completely fine. There are no problems whatsoever.
Right.
With the space gained on the queen side, there's maybe a little bit of a bite. So we're trying to kind of, we're looking very far ahead. And we're trying to, put down some markers and say that if you play this way, maybe the fact that I already have a pawn on a5 by move 6 will stand me in good stead much, much later in the game.
Wow.
If that makes any sense. I think this is how you justify it for yourself. But Sindarov for now doesn't play d5 very early. He went a6 castles, and now we get a kind of a typical gioco piano. I guess if we play something like rook e1 here, you no longer play for the fast
d5.
d5 at all. And there's also bishop e3. I think this is what MVL played. This is another thing that is often connected with the idea of playing a4, a5, because now if we take the dark squared bishops off the board, the fact that we fixed the black structure on the light squares might be something that you could try to use in the future.
Thank you for that. As like an exposition.
So
exactly. I feel like I'm in a master class getting an education about these gioco pianos. And again, my mind kind of turns to mush, trying to understand when a c2, c3 is to be preferred over knight b1 to d2. Oh, good luck with that. But yeah, bishop e3
And
is
by the way, before we move on
Yes.
from this game, one thing that white hasn't done is play c2, c3 yet.
That's right.
Which actually creates a question, what do we do after bishop b4?
Bishop,
There is I mean, the pawn on a5 could be a
B4.
target as well.
I guess we,
bishop d2?
I guess we pull our
Yeah,
bishop
if
back.
you play bishop d2, black will take and play d7, d5, and will be quite comfortable. My screen currently
C3 and
suggests
d4?
bishop d5 instead of
That
bishop
would
d2.
never come to mind.
Yeah.
Wow, bishop. Okay, just a second. Sorry, I've got to take that move back. And
As a best
to
choice here, it
D5.
suggests bishop d5, which makes it impossible currently to take on a5 at all. But black can play rook e8 and then return the bishop to f8, and black isn't really unhappy about any of this, frankly.
Bishop's not too happy on d5, right?
Where
Yeah, you can't really keep it on d5
Yeah.
for too long, and I would very much welcome bishop b4 here, because I think if Sindarov doesn't play bishop b4, we get a kind of a normal gioco piano, and if he does, there is a chance this becomes very quirky, and I'm very much in favor of
quirky.
quirkiness.
The other quirkiness, and I've never, again, you know, I struggle with these positions mightily. I think it's especially Wesley So, who, when the bishops are in a tension with one another, oftentimes just says, go ahead.
Yeah.
If you want to trade, I'll do it. I'm denying myself d6, d5 by making this move, but d6 is playable.
Yeah, we
too,
can play
incredible.
c3 for now, and once again, maybe we want to play c3 and b4. And one of the things I remember, I was looking at these types of positions with Kirill Alexeyenko when we were preparing for the candidates in 2020, which was then candidates 2021 as well, as we all remember. And one thing that was really striking is that let's put some moves on the board. Bishop takes e3.
Yep, fe3.
Takes bishop e6.
Yep,
Takes actually.
on e6.
F takes e6, b2, b4.
Okay.
And once again, if you put the white pawns back on a2 and b2,
You got
complete equality.
Right.
With this space gain,
A
if
little
white
bite.
gets to play, let's say, queen b3, knight bd2, and d3, d4, it becomes a little bit awkward. So weirdly, even these completely symmetrical, seemingly completely dry positions, I'm not saying this is better for white, this one probably isn't, but at least you gave yourself a chance.
Right.
So maybe this is the intention. Sometimes they, if we go back to bishop e3, d6, sometimes they do take on c5, but I think those types of positions have been established to be quite okay for black.
Have you tried it yourself? Have you played this with white?
A little bit, yeah. I do dabble, but I have no idea what I'm doing. It's very, very unscientific.
Being very humble. He just gave us a master class on this.
I know. And then he says it's all
bluffing.
dodgy what I'm doing. You know.
I am very much bluffing here. I'm very much hoping you're not going to call me out on any of the things I say, because
I mean, it comes with a massive disclaimer. Watching our show, please, do not put
fact
your
check us.
grandmaster title, your grandmaster norm up for grabs. By the way, bishop takes e3.
Bishop e3
Sindarov
played, yeah.
did not play your suggestion of bishop b4, which I thought was intriguing. I'm a pawn grabber. I wanted to look at that one. He just said, "Is he going to go for d5?"
it's playable. But
He just played d6.
No.
yeah, but I think he is just trying to play kind of classically.
Classical, solid chess. Okay, now I must say I'm actually fond of the fact that this pawn is on a5 and knight d2, c3, b4.
Nice space advantage on the queen
Yeah,
side.
it gives,
it's long term.
gives something.
At least visually, it's very appealing.
Exactly. Where would you like to
Let's go
guide
back
us?
to the leaders, Prague and Vincent. It has developed into a very interesting game. And before we...
Wow.
I also want to point out that Sindarov actually is in a critical situation because he's at -1 and MVL is at +1. If Sindarov loses another game,
Wow.
there'll be a big gap. He'll fall behind. So that's why he needs to be solid today.
Having called the candidates alongside you, I've never heard you say if Sindarov would lose again today.
I
It's
know,
like,
it's-
what? Queen C2, classical, Nimzo Indian. I was inspired by the games of Capablanca, so I took up this old variation of Queen C2, and then Garry Kasparov took it up as well and more or less introduced every new idea he possibly could, and he was
So many lines
amazing,
here.
amazing. B7, B6 became the most attractive. Before in the past they tried D5 and early 94
I myself
ideas.
have played D5, C5, B6, every single move possible.
Exactly. And then there was actually a guy, Walter Sean Brown,
Look at that pawn sacrifice.
who liked playing this as white as well. But this move, Peter, probably it's the latest and greatest. Was this a necessary pawn? Is it a good pawn sacrifice?
Well, they're still following a game, and I very much like which game they're following, because this is still, even the current position is still following the game between Irina Krush and Lu Miaoui, who, I mean, we all know who Irina Krush is, and her opponent is this very, very talented young Chinese player who is potentially a star for the future. Already very strong. She is, I think, maybe 14, and she's rated 2450. So
Whoa! That's horrifying. That is
maybe
scary.
I'm not entirely sure about the 14 part, but she is very
She's
young
very
and
young,
very, very good.
Right.
And even knight DC5 is still that game between Krush and Lu Miaoui. So this clearly is something that
Nice
they
prep.
must have looked at. Prague is very much just blitzing. Prague has not begun thinking yet.
129.
Vincent either is trying to, I'm guessing he's trying to remember. It's very difficult to imagine he just settles on this randomly over the board, because it is very committal. Well, if we talk about it in more general sense, white is going to be a pawn up. I don't think the pawn on b6 survives, and I don't think white has time to take on a7.
He did not. He played bishop
He did,
E2.
yeah, bishop e2, we're still following the game. And if white finishes development castles and just puts the bishop on b2, you're going to be much worse with black. Sometimes in the Grunfeld, for instance, this type of a structure, b6 against a3, c4 is fine for black. But that is not the case when white also has a bishop pair.
Right.
And very kind of compact, nice piece positions. So you have to do something very fast. And the move that Lu Miaoui played here is quite interesting and quite striking. She played bishop c6.
What?
Because you do need to create
C6.
threats.
Bishop A4.
Yeah,
is
she
that
wants
correct?
bishop a4. And then you will have to find some very uncomfortable square for your queen. I guess, let's say if we castle here, just to continue showing the line, castles bishop a4, you don't really want to allow knight c3, so I assume you go queen b2. And then let's say rook b8. And it starts getting a bit, you know, you're cramped.
Uncomfy.
Right? You're a bit cramped, and
Right.
you don't really have very many squares for your pieces. And I don't know if rook b8 is even the best move. There are some other moves you
But
could
it
consider
looks
as well. But it seems logical, right?
visually, yeah,
Yeah, I'm a bit
logical.
unhappy about queen d4, but maybe we just take on b6 with the queen, stopping bishop b2, and then rook fd8 comes in. And white is still better. White still has the bishop pair, but there are very few squares for your pieces, and black is
Yeah.
extremely active.
It feels cramped.
Yeah. So
It was strange. Before you said bishop c6 and said all these things, I thought that the counterplay was connected with the long diagonal, and black was playing knight g5. The move bishop c6 just never really occurred
knight
to me.
g5 is playable,
Yeah.
although maybe not the best. Queen f6 also appears to be equalizing somehow, I guess with the
F6.
intention of playing bishop b2, queen g6, and then playing for your types of counterplay.
Right.
along the light squares and along diagonal.
But bishop c6 is really
Bishop 6 is one of the two
counterintuitive.
best moves, yeah. And
Wow.
I don't know if the Chinese player knew all this or found all of this over the board, but she has played a very nice game in the opening, even though she did end up losing it.
Irene won this game?
Irene won this game eventually, yeah.
Thank you, Peter. And let's take
Go
a look
Arena.
at the lifetime between these two players.
And again, they're so young. It's
They are
amazing.
very young. Prague has +1 score at the moment, 4 wins, 3 losses, and 3 draws. And this is just in the classical matchups.
Exactly.
I
Wow.
think these two are going to be facing each other for years to come.
Yeah, many years. And when you throw in Deac and Sindarov, it's like, wow.
Alireza,
Yeah,
Gukesh, all of them.
I mean, we've been mentioning Alireza so much. It's hard. We have to remind ourselves how young he is. Just looking at the game quickly between Wesley So and Fabiano, because Fabi did something against A4. He just said, take a pawn if you want.
I saw it as one of the machine suggestions on my screen, and I was wondering if that's what Fabi means. And yeah, this is extremely kind of a modern approach to things, because
Wow.
not only are we not protecting b5 directly, it's probably somewhat indirectly protected, but we are not defending it properly. We're also allowing knight f6 GF.
Right,
And
which
we-
is Sveshnikov.
Yeah, and we are somehow supposed to be happy about all of this. I'm not entirely sure,
Why-
sure why.
Why are we happy, Peter?
Yeah.
Another, if you don't like taking twice on b5 and if you don't like taking on f6, another way that white plays these positions is to simply maintain the knight on
I guess
b5.
if knight cb4, then we will take on d5. You will take with the knight. We'll play bishop g5. This might actually transpose to some known theory.
Back
Let
to
me
the
check.
1800 games.
No, it's still quite a fresh position.
Still a fresh position.
Yeah, I thought maybe this actually brings us back to mainline theory, but it doesn't. This is all very, very kind of trendy and top of the line, because 97 was played this year a couple of times by strong players. Mathieu Cornet played it, and Denis Wagner, as I mentioned, played it in 2026. This is clearly the latest machine suggestion, even though it doesn't look like it should equalize. Take knight bishop d3 for instance.
Yeah, this looks like the simplest and most how do you say pertinent. You take away the two bishops, you double up the guy's pawns.
But I've played Sveshnikov for years, and this is normal. You have to mess
You get a
up
bad
pawns all the time.
position, and then you just fight your way with dynamic.
And we're only in round 3, but it's kind of unusual already to see Fabi and Wesley not leading the tournament and being in the middle of it.
Right.
As you can see on our screens, they're currently sharing 4th. But I'm glad that they have this position that they can play for a win, and it's not going to be a quick draw. Because between these two players, there's been dozens and dozens of quick draws.
29 draws in classical chess, and 6-4, I think, in favor of Fabi in terms of decisive.
In our introduction today, Anastasiya said that she expects Wesley to push very hard with the white pieces today, and I thought this is not normally how he wins games in the Grand Chess Tour, though, right? I feel like I'm being slightly provocative here, but it's not entirely unfair, right? He does win a bunch of games, but he wins them by being extremely solid and punishing every mistake.
That's right.
He is extremely good at maximizing chances provided to him by players trying to get a game.
To beat him.
Trying to get a game. And once again, Fabi is doing something of that sort today.
Provoking.
Absolutely, yeah. Giving him a target. Although, of course, Fabi knows. Fabi is 5 minutes above his starting time. This is not new to him.
But I wanted to say, Peter, again, playing on the words of Anastasiya and mentioning the rivalry of these two, it seems to me that Wesley and Fabi their rivalry has made them both better. That they've pushed one another, and when they come to the board, they know they're going to sit down and have a great fight. And think of just all the U.S. championships that they've divided between themselves, as well as a Grand Chess Tour.
Draws, and +2 score for Fabi, 6 wins and 4 losses.
And I remember Wesley getting his first invitation to the Sinkfield Cup, and he was so happy. He took next to last place. And then the next year he was first. And
That's a big improvement.
Yeah, and I
Very fast.
I teased him that he went from the lowliest to the holiest in a year, and that he had a good year. And,
Wish we could all do that.
Yeah, we should all do that. But this is the situation at the moment that he's facing. Knight e7, as Peter was saying. Definitely Fabi has chosen a provocative approach with the black pieces. We'll see if it pays off. Who's going to win the tournament?
Let's take a look at our pie charts.
I know Sindarov was the favorite.
Pre-tournament, yes.
Pre-tournament.
17.7% chances for Sindarov to win. Fabi right there at 17.6%. Giri at over 13%, Alireza at 10%, and so on.
And look at me being
This is
courageous
very
to
strange.
choose Prague.
I'm looking at it from a side, but doesn't the Giri segment look larger than Fabi's?
Look, it's my eyesight, just a second. Okay, what happened after round one?
After round one, in round one, every single game was drawn, so
nothing
not
changed.
much change. But after round two, I'm expecting the colors to look different now.
Exactly. I'm watching my pick, Prague. Whoa.
Look at that. Keymer is now
Vincent.
in first, almost 23%. Prague at almost 20%, and MVL at 18%. Those three are currently co-leading.
And Sindarov went from the holiest to
Sindarov
the
down
lowliest.
3%, Firouzja down to 2%. It's hard to believe we're saying these words.
Because it's so difficult to win in classical chess. And when you're at -1, winning the tournament is a big ask.
To win at least 3 games. Yeah.
We see Vincent looking at over his position. Well, thank you to Ben Underwood, by the way, for those insights, those stats. I'm not always a believer.
Well,
Let's put it
numbers
like
don't
that.
lie usually, but sometimes.
They don't.
Well, look at the audience, by the way, pretty
a
crowded
lovely
there.
weekend crowd there as they came out and
Yeah, it's very nice to play in front of a full audience.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay.
Yeah, so let's check in on the
Please.
Kings Indian. Anish Giri against Alireza. I think Alireza still kind of blitzing and might be in his prep. I think Anish has a very comfortable position.
Let's,
I think
let's
Anish's
go back.
problem here is all of his choices look good, and it's very difficult to
Overwhelming.
pick one. Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Check this out. How's this for a visual? I mean, if I gave you this position and I said, guess Black's move, and you get 5 guesses, would you
Yeah,
have
I
come
would
up
not.
with this one?
Knight d4 comes to mind, not knight d5.
Knight d5. How many times is the d5 square protected?
3.
It's
And
about
twice with the pawns, so.
I mean, I think my mind would have prevented me from, I mean.
Considering that, right?
Right. So you're right. I wanted to say, boy, are you right. I mean, knight g4 and rook e8 would be my exclusive go-to moves. Knight d5, Peter. Have you ever made such a move like that? That's just like...
It exists. It's a.
Wow.
I mean, the eye, of course, is drawn to knight g4 first, and they're very similar in that they will win the light square bishop for the knight. The one on e3 is too valuable to give up, but the one on e2 very often gets traded,
Right.
as we will see in the game, and also after knight g4. But it's interesting that Alireza chooses of the 2 options. He chooses the one which creates this weakened pawn on c7. This is a structure which I think first came to my attention. It's slightly different material originally, but there's a line, if we could maybe switch to mine so that
Sure.
it goes a bit smoother. There was a line that in particular the Azerbaijani players used to play a great deal, and I played it myself a little bit. A line which begins with e takes d4 on move 7, knight takes d4, rook e8 f3, f3, knight c6.
Yes, this I'm
Yeah, I
familiar
played
with.
this myself a bunch of times without much success, and eventually I gave up because I didn't really enjoy it all that much. But you get, once again, I'm doing this very fast because it doesn't really, I just want to show the structure. It doesn't really matter what the moves are. This kind of a position.
Yeah.
And this was played by Rauf Mamedov and Gadir Gusseinov and other young Azerbaijani players a bunch of times. And at first, it seems like you strategically lost here, right? There's this weakness on c7, which will eventually cost you the game. And it turns out that no, black goes queen g5, then black goes rook e7, rook a to e8, at some point plays f7, f5, and makes a draw. You are maybe ever so slightly worse to begin with, but you do make a draw. And this kind of changed the whole attitude towards the structure, because people, I think, were extremely, extremely unhappy about getting this.
Yeah, they would have thought they're lost.
And
yeah.
once again, if we go back, the reason I bring this up is that the pawn is not on b6. But in a way, this is a very similar structure. But what makes it different is that if you imagine the bishops coming off via the bishop d4 maneuver, there will still be a bishop on c8 and a knight on e2, which I think is actually in white's favor. I think white is very happy about some light pieces staying on the board. Alireza played rook e8, and as I mentioned, white has three very clear-cut choices. You can go knight c3, you can go f2, f3, those two protect the pawn on e4, or you can even choose to take on h6, frankly. Let's say takes, rook takes e4, and you play, I don't know, rook fe1, or knight g3, or knight c3. This one I like less, but even this one I think is quite pleasant for white, some kind of a position like this. I think you still pick white, because white has some ideas to start pushing the h-pawn down the board. Your king on g8 without the h6 pawn. Your king on g8 is not entirely safe. But I think playing for maximum is playing something like f3. Black probably ends up playing h5 or king h7. Machine says you can try playing c7, c6, but it seems risky. Let's say h5. And now, one thing we need to control is not to give black a very easy break with c7, c6, which shockingly, rook a c1 does worse at this than rook a d1, because after rook a c1, you can play this gambit, supposedly.
Wow.
And this somehow works out for black. I was kind of shocked looking at my machine telling me these things. But rook a d1, which I think is a somewhat unintuitive move,
Stopping
actually
c6.
gives white a very pleasant edge, because if you play c6 here, we're picking up the pawn on d6. Yes, b2 is hanging, but c6 will be very weak. And this one, the engine does not like. And there's also knight c3, which is what Anish has just chosen on our screen, which is also a very solid choice. Let's say black goes king h7, we go bishop d4. And we get the kind of a structure I was describing, but as I mentioned, with the knight on c3 and the bishop on c8 still alive. And the bishop on c8 will, I think, struggle to find work, The employment situation is very dire for that particular piece. And this is just very pleasant for white. Maybe not a lot. Maybe it's not as much as the bar suggests currently. Maybe I think the bar has a bias against King's Indian positions
Yes.
of all kinds.
It
Yeah,
says +1.
but it's just very
Right.
pleasant. It's very pleasant, and I think Anish is not at all unhappy about the way this game is progressing.
You're making convincing arguments, Peter, but I've been looking at Alireza, and he just seems very calm.
It was his choice. I mean,
he knows what he's doing. He's
the clock
not
is
unhappy.
The clock is suggesting this is very much still home prep.
Yeah, yeah. So, well, we'll keep an eye on this one. Where, Nasi, would you like to guide us?
I still think the leaders game Prague against Keymer is the
Yeah.
most exciting position we have right now.
Well, let's jump to that one.
Whenever I see g3 and the bishop's not on g2, it just feels wrong.
And also,
By the way, we did not the bishop c6 move that you
No.
had shared.
We're in the new position.
yeah, finally departing from the Crush Miao game, Miaoui game. And also, very interestingly, because Prague obviously knows all of this, bishop b2 is not, at least at low depth, the first line.
No.
The engine was playing something else. The engine was playing rook a2 or queen b2, both of which seemed like they're leading to equality. But currently, the machine sort of prefers black here.
Really?
Just a takes b6. And it says
Oh, g2, g3 included.
g3.
Sorry.
Yeah, and
It's already
let's
been
show our
played.
viewers why g3 needed to be played. It's very important. Why not castles, Yasser?
Yeah, exactly. Why not castles?
Well, you tell me.
Just a second. It's not knight d2, not knight g5, f. No, wait a minute.
I think it's knight g3.
Oh, knight e2 is hanging with a check.
I think it's knight g3.
On queen
yeah.
d2, there's knight b3.
Oh.
Queen d1.
Also, f1
d8,
is hanging.
yeah.
I've also attacked the
Yeah,
rook
yeah.
as well. I don't
Well,
really need to.
yeah.
I don't even
Right.
need more forks. We have one fork already.
Yeah, yeah.
But two's better than one.
Talk about surprising knight moves. We just saw Alireza playing the move knight on f6 to d5. Now the knight goes to g3, which is, okay, kind of a common tactic, yeah. But
Which
it is
means-
attacked twice,
Yeah.
you know, like, right? Okay.
Which means that white had to play g3.
Okay.
And now after a takes b6, we do have very, very solid positional compensation because white has weakened the king side quite significantly. Black has very good piece coordination. And also importantly, not only are your white squares weakened if you play g2, g3, the most important piece black has here, I mean, bishop b7 is good, but also the knight on e4, right, is a very strong piece.
Yep.
And once you've played g2, g3, it becomes much, much more difficult to play f2, f3 because you constantly have to worry about some kind of knight takes g3 tactics.
Exactly.
And that means that knight on e4 is maybe forever, you know? And if it's forever, black's life is very much improved by that.
Right.
Vincent's already down by more than half hour.
Yeah.
Or about half hour on the clock. Prague still in his prep. This is definitely dangerous, right, for black?
Good.
Even though positionally, like Peter said, he has full compensation for the pawn.
Here we have a
This is
snapshot of
for
this
the
young
newcomer
man.
to the Grandchester,
Yeah.
who's currently co-leading the event. He's only 21
21.
years old. His URS rating is currently 2742 and ranked 7th in the world. Absolutely incredible.
Absolutely, and been climbing. One of the things about Vincent, as I've seen, is really what I want to say is a remarkably steady rise to the
Yes.
very top. Virtually everybody, with the exception of, let's say, Garry Kasparov, you know, had plateaus at certain moments, or even has a step backwards. You know, like, yeah, they go up, they hit a ceiling, they fall
Rise and
back,
fall, right?
rise and fall. This, I mean, his has been a really impressive linear
With his coach, Peter
role.
Liko, right behind
Long-term
him.
coach, yeah.
In that shot.
I mean, Peter's been working with him since he was a very young teen, actually. Yeah.
And before we depart this game, once we get the board back up as we're looking at Vincent on our screen, the reason he is still thinking, I was trying to figure out what he is choosing from, and there is also, I guess, a way to maybe get immediate equality, which is not a way to play for a win, but the very interesting move knight e4 d6 here appears to equalize on the spot. The point being that if you take on g6, you're trained to take towards the center, right? But f takes g6, opening up the f rook and creating this very strong threat along the diagonal, just basically wins for black. You can't take on g6. There are no comfortable queen moves. You can play queen c3, but the knight could go back. The knight, also knight a4 is very playable. In general, c3 is just not a good square for this piece. So I think you end up playing rook c1, and now black can simply take on c2 and take on b6. And there is no way for white to preserve the material advantage, because if you castle, well, you should castle, black will play bishop b4, and your pieces are on such horrible squares that eventually you will run into some kind of a fork, let's say rook c1, bishop d3, takes, and the entire queen side will disappear, and now like knight b2, knight c4 is the simplest, yeah, rook b4, knight a3, draw agreed. So for Vincent, it's actually, assuming he spotted knight d6, of course he spotted a takes b6, it's the most obvious move in the position, but assuming he spotted knight d6, this is an interesting kind of a spot where he has to choose whether he wants to play a game for 3 results, where some risks will be run, of course, you are a pawn down, or a move which probably kills the game off, comfortably equalizes with black, which is good against Prague. You normally aren't unhappy about making a comfortable draw with black against Prague.
Thank you, Peter. Let's take a look at where these two players are currently on the leaderboard.
And why this game, even though it's early days, is so important.
Can be very important. If one of them wins another game, they could be a sole leader after today.
And trust me, it's nice to be in the
And grab more of that bonus money.
driver's seat here. It's the move knight d6 that I think answered the question I was about to ask, which was Prague did play the move G2, G4, and it kind of goes through your mind how big a threat is queen takes G2, because you've got this rook G1 and rook takes G7. So one of the thoughts that went through my mind was, I would love to play knight e5. I would love to play knight e5, queen takes G2, bishop F3.
You being so courageous with G4.
The historians will, yeah, but you know, I'm really dreaming in my mind's eye that maybe your queen gets misplaced. I can drive your queen to H6, and I could play H4, and maybe on a good day I'll castle
If
long.
Black plays F6 just to stop your knight e5 ideas.
And then Peter said,
knight
well,
d6,
how
yeah.
about knight d6? Oh, well, that just killed my attack, didn't
And
it?
what is the
Not
point
the
of
only
G4?
problem with G4, but
Maybe not the only
definitely one
problem
of the
as well.
problems, yeah.
But that was it. But it did cross my mind. And sorry, you were about to say, would you play F6 here?
F6, since you told me your plan is knight e5, why not?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That
I'm not
is
actually weakening anything real after F6.
that is true. And it's weird that, you know, I'm used to having a pawn, I don't know, on B3 or B4 and a black pawn on B6.
It's
Not a
strange to see
white
it on
pawn.
B6, right?
Right, exactly. Boy,
If only we could move it all the way back.
but G3 is on the board, and clock times.
We
know.
might
Prague
be
has only
having
spent 2 minutes.
a game might be disappearing off our screen
Uh-oh.
here.
Which game
We
are
should
you
go
talking
maybe
about?
go back to Maxime versus Javokhir.
Maxime Javokhir. Really? They're finding a 3-move repetition?
They've already repeated a couple of times, and yeah, I
Really?
think he's gone. Yeah, okay, this is now going to be a handshake.
A handshake after bishop
He
E3.
could have continued, but I think he is just okay with the old
Knight-
Soviet school of you lose a game, you stop the bleeding, and then you
Instantly,
go
yeah.
from there. Yeah.
Knight B4, and why was it necessary for Maxime to be so making a
Maybe
draw?
I think
like
it's not that easy to make a move, frankly.
And it-
Well,
You're a bit stuck, right? You don't really have proactive
Sindarov
ideas,
just
and
claim the draw?
they are claiming. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's officially a
It's,
draw.
yeah.
Stops the bleeding for Sindarov. A draw with Black against one of the leaders. Not bad.
But wait, I mean,
A quick draw.
but
Basically a rest day. You're so confused.
I'm
Why
so
a
confused.
draw?
I mean, one black piece by accident crossed the equator. like, how dare it? And then suddenly a panic. We pull emergency
not panic
ripcord.
exactly. It's more
We
lack
make a
of ideas
draw.
than panic, I think.
Peter, is it because D6, D5 is a threat? I mean,
No, I would like you to nominate a move, frankly. We could absolutely
nominate a-
discuss this, but my main question is, what would you like to play here with white?
okay, I move my knight so that I,
I think
can
now
play
I
C3.
probably will play d5, because after d5, e5, knight d5, how are you protecting e3?
Exactly.
A3 is an
Yeah,
uncomfortable
you've kind of put
weakness.
your pieces on such squares that
So the knight on C3 stops or, discourages
D5, yeah.
D5.
So
B2.
maybe we need to back up a move or so and find something else.
No, I'm still okay. Let me take a stab at the center. D3, D4.
I don't think they generally like playing d4 in these types of structures, because
I
I think
agree.
you kind of
I
weaken your
know the
E4
old days
square,
of
yeah.
Steinitz and stuff like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Also, interestingly, in a lot of these positions, the engine suggests b5 en passant c takes b6 is good for black, which is not obvious to me. But even in the final position, actually, the question weirdly might be not why MVL stopped where he stopped, but why Javokhir stopped where he stopped. Because let's say after knight a2, if we actually discuss the game, after knight a2, if you take on a2,
Why is this bad?
I think why probably, I mean, bishop takes a2 is playable, but let's take with the rook for the argument's sake.
Okay.
We're starting to like Black here.
Yeah, and the engine goes bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, b5.
And just says,
And says
Congratulations.
comfortable for black. Not much better or anything, but says very comfortable for black. I want to take, like if you go back, you definitely are a little bit worse, I think. So you are supposed to, I think, take en
Take en
passant.
passant.
And then black wants to play rook e8, maybe d6, d5 in some cases, maybe a5, b5, start pushing on the queen side. Says black is completely safe everywhere. There are no real, like, this knight on c4 should be on f5. but it's never going to get there. Like it's
You-
too far away.
It will in 8 moves.
Yeah, yeah. If black
Optimist.
if black commits to doing nothing for 8 moves, it will get there.
Yeah.
But I think for Javokhir as well, I think today he just thought I'll be solid, and if it's like half a rest day, I'm not
Yeah.
very much
averse.
against that. Yeah.
Yeah, so once
big
again,
deal.
another mysterious Joko piano.
The early A5.
Yeah, leaves us all wondering what's going on with the Joko piano. Finally, Peter, apologies, not letting you go quite yet. You put your knight on b4.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, and I
Rook
thought,
A4?
is the idea c5? But the machine just goes knight c6 back and says your rook on a4 is very stupid. Please explain to me. Please explain to me why it's there.
But my pawn on a5 is very stupid, and you've been telling me I should be playing for b4. If I put my rook on a4, I've protected b4. Aren't I great?
c5 also playable, but yeah, actually, yeah, rook a4 was very much a choice. I think MVL also, yeah, feels like there was a kind of a meeting of minds there, right? Because you could absolutely continue, frankly. Rook a4 is very playable.
Okay, just that it was very confusing. Somebody crossed the 5th rank, and players panicked.
But yes, sir, we're going to go over to Cristian, who is with Javokhir Sindarov.
Thanks, guys. Javokhir, welcome back to the show. Obviously, yesterday was a very difficult day for you. You haven't experienced a loss since September last year. How did you deal with it?
Yeah, I think yesterday I chose wrong line. Maybe, this line works here against anyone except Prague because...
He actually knew the line, it seems like.
He actually knows this line, and also one of my seconds told me, like, Peter in the stream told, like, Prague has here file, and of course he knows it, and yeah, if he knows this line, White in a big trouble, so it's a big mistake, but I think after this I somehow survived, but anyway, I lost a lot of energy to find everything, and it's a big mistake, but okay, I'm trying to forget this, and today I don't try to tilt and play some solid game.
Well, I think you did just that. In fact, what was the mentality going into this one? You just wanted to get a quiet game and try to equalize and not take too much risk?
Yeah, actually against Maxime I always have a bad score. No, I mean we played a lot rapid and blitz, and he always beat me. So I mean today I just want to play some kind of solid game, and if he pushes, of course I want to try my chances. But okay, we played I think like completely equal game for like normal Italian positions.
And were you surprised by the fact that he didn't try at this point, or you already felt like you got the upper hand out of the opening?
Actually, I think I played a lot of some kind of these positions with White, and I know like Black is completely fine. I don't know, maybe 0.10, 15, like it's a maximum what White has. Like
0.11 actually.
And position is completely equal, and I don't think like it's. I mean, this is hard to win for both sides, and I don't think it's a reason to play some kind of these positions for win for both sides. And yeah, I expect, but okay, I expect today will be some Rui Lopez, but he played Italian, which surprised me.
Now, Javokhir, 3 days in here in Bucharest, classical chess, you moved on from Poland. How did you make that adjustment? I saw you were relaxing, riding some scooters before the event here in Bucharest.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, how to say, I didn't take very seriously this tournament. I think it's my big mistake because after winning candidates, I how to say, I need maybe a little bit more rest. But I start play tournaments, which is completely strong. It's I mean it's not some easy tournaments. Everyone was prepared well, and it's really very hard. I felt like Prague also after first game, I think he will play this tournament very well, and also feels like he really good prepared today. Also he's, I mean he has a lot of time after openings. Yeah, probably that's my big mistake, which I didn't take very seriously this tournament. But what can I do? I spent a lot of energy in candidates, and maybe I need a little bit rest. But okay, anyway, it's a good lesson, and I will try to play what my coach says solid and don't try to push a lot.
Well, I think this game shows exactly the change of pace you've done and also the preparation that went into this game. So I think a good change is coming your way. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Javokhir. Let's take a look at the results so far.
Okay, we got one.
We do have one. It was a quick draw between one of the tournament leaders, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Javokhir Sindarov. The other game's still going on, and we're going to take a short break.
Yeah, what are we doing on the break for our viewers?
We have an interview one-on-one with Fabiano Caruana. Take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Fabi, welcome to Romania. Welcome once again to GCT. The tournament in Poland finished just a few days ago. What is your overall impressions about your play, about the event?
It started not so well, but ended, of course, quite positively. It wasn't enough to win, but still, considering after the rapid I was 4 points behind first place, and I secured second, being behind many people, behind Wesley, for example, and was quite close even to sharing the first place. Also, I think it's good that Hans won. He's one of the wild cards. It's a minor detail, but it does in some ways help me, because of course the ultimate goal is to qualify for the final four.
Absolutely, and speaking still about this event, 6.5 out of 7. Do you feel that you are at the right place right now, considering your form, your shape?
Maybe. I mean, it's good to warm up, I think, but Blitz and Classical are two totally different things. But I did want to get a bit of practice before Bucharest, even if it's just Blitz and Rapid, still to look at the board and be a bit fresh is nice.
So we're coming to the classical chess right now in Bucharest, and many players in this event, they were watching your games when they were growing up as chess players. So what do you think about it? How does it feel?
Yeah, well, some of them, although they're not so young anymore and they're already top players, I know that when I was, for example, playing the match against Magnus, they were extremely young. They were, not even teenagers yet. I even talked a few years ago to like Deac, who isn't playing here, but around the same age, and to Arjun, Gukesh, and these players who are some of the leaders of the new generation, along with Vincent and Javokhir and Prague, of course. And yeah, they mentioned that they were watching my match against Magnus. But already I'm so used to playing them as peers that I don't really think about it too much anymore. But yeah, of course, at some point, sometimes I'm reminded of the age difference that we have, and that I'm more than a decade older than many of the young players who are already starting to dominate the top rankings. So yeah, it's I sometimes get these thoughts, but for the most part, I'm thinking of them as equals.
Exactly, but here in this event, who do you think is the most dangerous from these guys of young generation?
Hard to say. I mean, obvious answer is Javokhir, because of his recent success, and maybe not in Warsaw, but in Kansas, of course, and now we're playing classical chess again. But it's very hard to say, and I'm interested to see how Vincent will do. I've played him, of course, quite a few times, but not as much as some of the others. And actually, I've played him more in freestyle chess, which is, of course, totally different animal, playing in normal classical chess and freestyle. So I'm interested to see how he'll do, also because he hasn't played in Warsaw, so a little bit less recent practice against him. And also, Prague I always find very dangerous, but in Kansas he had a poor event, so he might be able to bounce back from that. It will also be interesting to see that.
Yes, and also speaking about young generation, just a few days ago Faustino Orr became the youngest grandmaster for now. Do you think it's exciting news for the chess world? And when do you think he can join the GCT?
Yeah, I think definitely. I mean, I'm rooting for him. He's still only 12, I think, 12 and a bit. So it's going to take a while for him to reach a top level, but you never know with these young players. A while can be 2 years, it can be 5 years. I mean, we saw also with the recent example of Dogmas that he's already reaching the top level before his 15th birthday, which is really remarkable. And Faustino is, I think, on the trajectory that we see players like Gukesh, players like Prague, Javokhir, becoming GM between 12 and 13, and usually becoming top players around the age of 18. This is very, very often the case. So I would think that would be the normal trajectory, but probably will be a top player someday, and hopefully we'll see him in the Grand Chess Tour someday.
Of course, and if you remember yourself at this age when you were becoming a grandmaster, like how can you compare this new generation of players and yourself?
I think things are a bit faster, for sure. One of the reasons for that is because it's much easier to learn at an equal level to top players. You don't need a big team. These really strong analysis engines, they give you the opportunity to learn very fast. And when you're at that age where you can absorb a lot of information, it really helps them to improve very fast. So I was always a bit slower at the young age. Like I became Grandmaster before my 15th birthday, but yeah, we're talking 2 years after a player like Faustino. But when I became a Grandmaster, it was the United States record. So I broke it from Hikaru Nakamura, he broke it from Bobby Fischer, and the player who broke my record was Ray Robson. So it's pretty good line of players, I think. But if we look at it in like the modern context, you know, players are becoming GMs so young, and 12 years, 6 months, 12 years, 4 months, like Mishra, I think he's still holding the record. So, you know, I was still a little bit behind these young guys.
Yeah, but later it's still unclear if you stay in the top elite or not. I mean, anything is still possible. And also speaking about the fact that now everybody has access to engines, and also speaking about your legendary preparation, do you feel some more competition right now? And how is it possible to still stay ahead in preparation?
Well, I thought of course I was a well-prepared player, and I've worked on chess for a long time. So this helps, you know, and you build your base of knowledge. But I also thought that there were very often exaggerations about my level of prep compared to others. So don't think I was ever like clearly ahead of others in terms of prep. I was just one of the guys who was well prepared along with many other guys.
But this is what people say, you know?
Yeah, for sure. You know, like playing the World Championship match, it helped me in general prepare and learn how to prepare and prepare at a serious level. So playing these very serious events for many years, of course, it taught me a lot. But the way that we prepare is different these days. It's a kind of different in terms of the speed that you can do things compared to 2018 or 2016, the first time I played candidates. Now the speed at which you can do things is much faster, and our level of knowledge is much broader. So yeah, definitely things have changed. And you see these young players, they might not have the experience, but they have a level of preparation no less than mine or for example, Anish or some of the players of my generation.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming back to Bucharest, you've been here so many times before. Do you feel like at home these days here?
Yeah, it's how many times I've played in Bucharest already. So many. First time was 2019. That was, I think, the first time it was incorporated into the Grand Chess Tour, and it's been, I think, a really successful partnership since then. Yeah, like in May, we make our home here. A bit over 2 weeks, we play this top event year after year. So yeah, I'm very used to it now. I'm trying to think how many times it's been, because I played actually first time in 2013. It was a different tournament. It was King's Tournament, which no longer exists, but it was also a fun event. That was my first time. So it's now 13 years that I've been playing in Bucharest.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fabian. Wish you all the best of luck in this event.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana was born in Miami in 1992 and raised in Brooklyn, where he discovered chess at an early age. What began as a childhood interest quickly became an extraordinary talent. By 14, Caruana had already earned the title of Grandmaster, becoming one of the youngest Americans ever to achieve it. Seeking stronger competition and training, he moved to Europe, where his disciplined approach and deep strategic understanding helped him rise through the international chess ranks. Calm under pressure and known for meticulous preparation, Caruana built a reputation as one of the most precise players in the world. His breakthrough came in 2014 at the Sinquefield Cup, one of the strongest tournaments in chess history. Caruana shocked the chess world by starting with 7 consecutive victories against elite grandmasters, including several of the world's top players. The performance instantly established him as a serious contender for the World Championship. In 2018, Caruana won the Candidates Tournament, earning the right to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the World Chess Championship. Their match became one of the closest in modern history, with all 12 classical games ending in draws before Carlsen won in rapid tiebreaks. Beyond trophies and rankings, Fabiano Caruana helped inspire a new generation of chess fans through his intelligence, consistency, and competitive spirit. His career stands as a testament to dedication, preparation, and the pursuit of excellence at the highest level of the game.
And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 3 of the Grand Chess Tour. Let's take a look at the results so far and the pairings. Yeah, pairings with one result.
With one result, yes.
It was a quick draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's currently in clear first, against Javokhir Sindarov, who's at -1. All the other games still going on, but I think we need to jump to Anish's game against Alireza because looks like White has improved his advantage, increased his advantage even more.
Well, it was the confusing or surprising move, Bishop F8, that really took us aback. When we left it, Anish had played the move Knight C3, defending the pawn on E4 and asking Black a simple question. How are you going to defend against Bishop takes H6? Well, it seemed to us there was like 2 choices, 3 choices. Queen H4 was one, King H7, and finally the move chosen H5. Everything so far so good. But then after the move Bishop D4, I was expecting something like C5 or C6, or maybe even F5. Bishop F8, that didn't cross my mind. And as we were coming back to our broadcast, Peter said, now you get F4, now you get mated.
Well, you don't get mated exactly, if we could switch to my board for a second, but it is a very instinctual reaction. Other moves are also good, but I think F4 stands out because I think Black is pretty much obliged to play F5 now. If you play C5 anyway, you will actually, after G takes C6, B takes C6, and F4, F5, you will probably get mated because your king side is very, very undefended. So I think the intention has to be for Alireza to meet F4 with F7, F5. White, of course, wants to play E4, E5 here. And the response, I'm assuming the intended response is C7, C5, a kind of a very typical type of counterplay in the center. And if you do take en passant here, valuing material, Black is not doing that poorly. You still probably prefer a White, but this is very manageable. The problem is White can absolutely and should sacrifice this pawn on E5 by playing Bishop F2. And if Black takes it, the resulting position is very, very dangerous for Black. Let's say Rook E8, we go D5, D6. We want to play Knight D5, we want to put a rook on the E file. The king is very unsafe. Maybe it's a position you could perhaps save if you play extremely precisely for the next 15 moves, but it's going to be a very unenjoyable task for Black. You could kind of grit your teeth and completely ignore the pawn on E5. The engine actually does play something like Rook B8, A4, B6, E6, Bishop, let's say E7, and says, we have not lost yet. But I don't know if very many people enjoy playing like this, because it feels like eventually White will play H3, G4, open something on the king side, and the king on G8 will perish. So F4 is very principled, very obvious as well. It's absolutely the first move that comes to mind once you see Bishop F8. And yeah, Anish there making a bit of a face, because yeah, I'm pretty sure he did not expect Bishop F8 to appear on the board, but it's a kind of a surprise you don't mind with the white pieces, frankly.
For sure.
Well, everything you said, Peter, strikes me as damned if you do and damned if you don't. The pawn sacrifice looks fantastic for White, just absolutely fantastic. But if you don't accept the pawn sacrifice and you let the pawn advance to E6, that might even be worse than the disease.
Knowing Alireza, he probably will take on E5 if this appears on the board, because I don't think he is a big fan of passive defense in a truly unpleasant position.
Right.
Because you do have some trumps. It's a kind of a Benoni now, right? It looks like a Benoni which has gone wrong a bit.
Yes.
Frankly. But it's a kind of a Benoni where Black has the bishop pair. The king is not entirely defenseless. If you go D6, I don't know, I can try Bishop E6 and then Bishop G7 and hope. But the knight will be on E7 very soon. You can pretty much never take on D5. It's too painful. I think we can go knight d5 here if we want, right?
Yep.
This
Can't
is
take twice.
unattractive. Yeah, I'm not going to,
say
we're
the
not going
least.
to lie to our audience. This is very unattractive. But choosing between those two and knowing Alireza, I think he will probably enjoy looking for some kind of active counterplay here more than he will enjoy.
This might be
Very,
one of
very,
those
yeah, something
where-
like this. Yeah, give up this exchange.
Yeah.
You're no longer getting mated. You have some hopes. If the f5 pawn is on f7 in this position, you're
black is
probably not
fine.
even doing that poorly.
Not bad, not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it is on f5 though.
Depends. If white can keep the d6 pawn alive, even with the pawn on f7, black is still worse. But
Right.
with the pawn on f5, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're in trouble.
The thing that crosses my mind is when the pawn's on f7, I take the rook on a8 and I go rook e1. The bishop on e6
Right.
is so vulnerable. When the pawn's on f7, the bishop e6 is rock solid, and maybe you'll establish a bishop on d4, taking away another file. But with the pawn on f5, that makes a big, big, big difference. Anish Giri looking greedily at his chances in this one. And I wanted to go back to the Wesley Fabi game it was a topical Sveshnikov where a new wrinkle or different wrinkle with an early bishop e6 was tried by Fabi. And as far as I'm concerned, Wesley played the most direct way he could. And after queen takes d4, I actually like Wesley's position. I can see that the
You do?
chess barometer.
I thought he was already everything fizzled and it's very equal now.
Well, tell me how you're defending b5. My dream, if you'll allow me, is to go knight to b4 and queen e2. Just ask. So rook d8.
Yeah, I think it's, as usual in these types of positions, it's going to be some kind of a tactical solution. Let's say rook d8, knight b4.
Yes, rook to d8, knight to b4.
Queen d7.
I'm attacking the queen drops back.
And if you play queen e2 here,
Which I want to, of course.
I think it's one of the two moves, knight g6 or knight d5, with the idea of bishop b5, knight f4.
So, sorry, either knight g6 or knight d5 with the idea of knight f4. And there's
Now
no
black is winning.
there's
Yeah.
no good way for me to. I hate that.
Here there
Knight-
is
knight
knight takes
g6 is
d5 though,
probably
and
better.
I suspect it might be knight g6.
Yeah.
Because this I don't like very much. Knight g6, and if you play g3, which is the only way to kind of hard stop the knight from landing on f4.
Please take on g6 and please fix my pawns.
Wow, that
Yeah,
would be.
then I have some bishop h3, queen b7 counterplay. I'm guessing black ends up being somehow okay.
bishop h3.
And then something, maybe
Queen
immediate queen b7, or maybe I do something smarter. It's still a very intricate position because queen b7, bishop b4 I'm not that happy about, but
Exactly. Nonetheless, I mean, when I think about the Ruy Lopez and what is wrong for black in the Ruy Lopez, it's usually that the b5 pawn sticks out a little bit. I mean, there's nothing wrong with black's position, I think, if the pawn were on b7 here.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Look at Fabi's accuracy. It's at 100% at the moment.
Oh,
so
stop it. I mean, it's all prep. Look at that.
it's a good advertising for Sveshnikov.
I guess so. 100%. Not
It's
bad.
hard to achieve after, I mean, how many moves have they made? 19,
19, yeah.
Queen to
Wesley also 99.6. That's why everything looks so even.
Besides the desirable castles and knight b4, because Wesley has stopped, he must be considering also knight e3.
Knight e3, actually, seemingly by far the best move here is queen a2.
Queen a2.
Yeah, it's important to create
What's the
counterplay
idea
as
of
fast
queen
as
e2?
possible.
Take the pawn on e2.
I guess so.
With the idea of playing b5 before. If you play queen c1 here, I want to play b5 before and
Naturally.
remove the weakness you were talking about, which I think makes sense.
Exactly. No quick and down and dirty, quick and early checkmates on the
And you
the
probably
king
are
side.
worse if you don't do it. If you play queen d7 instead,
Yeah. I was just
but
just wanted to make
I guess
sure.
there's knight g6, yeah. And
Yeah,
it's-
just wanted to make sure there's no. I mean, there's it's lurking. Something is lurking there. You just have to be a little bit careful that queen h6 and h4, h5. No, the counterplay is too fast, right?
Seems
Has to
like
be,
it,
yeah.
Yeah, the counterplay is too fast. I've got to convince myself at times that the counterplay is too fast.
Bishop where?
So you're just
5
counting
or
pawns, right?
Yeah.
all the way down even, yeah. Queen
But you've got
Maybe
knight
that's a little too
f8.
slow.
Got knight f. I don't know. I have a dream.
Queen b4.
And queen f4.
Nice.
And then you probably have to play g3 now, and then if I need to, I will move the rook and play queen f8, right? This is why
Yeah.
I chose b4.
This reminds me of Prague yesterday, finding a
Queen
way
d3
for his
check.
queen to get back home on a g7. Nicely done, Peter. But queen, in case of knight e3, queen a2 is the solution, and that was why.
Interesting that queen d7 doesn't equalize, actually.
And tell
But I
us
think
why.
queen d7, we castle.
Okay.
I think one problem is that you no longer can play rook d8 because bishop takes b5 exists.
Ooh, that's a cute one. Let's
Yeah, I think
show our
that
viewers
very
this
much,
one.
very much explains part of it, at least.
I mean, it doesn't look like there's a pin along the d file. So if this, we all understand a pin, but what tactically would you call this? It's not a pin. It's not a skewer.
I am very bad with names of tactical motifs.
It's not a pin. It's not a skewer. It's
I think
a,
it's a
Just a hanging
deflection.
pawn.
I think honestly it's a deflection, despite it's a kind of a weird-looking deflection, but I think it's still a deflection.
okay. We've categorized everything so
gotta be
well,
one
and
of
it's got
those, right?
deflection seems to work. You're deflecting the queen from the protection of the rook. An unusual looking deflection, to be sure, but that's why you can't play rook d8.
Right.
And after f5, we once again go back to our idea of
Queen
attacking the
h5
b5 pawn. Yeah, we go queen e2.
Queen e2.
Queen e2 to begin with.
Can black
it's a
afford
bit
to
awkward.
just sack the pawn and play on the king's
Yeah,
side?
this doesn't look like by Sveshnikov standards. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
very curious why black is worse here after, let's say,
Yeah.
5 f4, but
Especially after f5.
f4 just bishop takes b5 is strong. You can also throw in rook d1 even here.
Okay,
Shin just doesn't like this at all.
Just a second. So sorry, we
F5,
could go
queen e2.
f5, queen e2,
f4.
f4.
The strongest is simply bishop takes b5.
Yeah.
There's nothing fancy here. I was planning to play queen b7, and I was kind of patting myself on the head for being clever.
Yes.
But knight g4 is strong.
Knight
This one I missed.
g4. And
This kind of puts the-
unfortunately, there are issues, aren't there?
Big ones, yeah.
Very much stops the attack on the king's side, and
Yeah, that
we've
is
given
push
up a pretty
e4, yeah.
important pawn for
because
nothing.
you were just about revving up for e5, e4, and f5 yourself.
Yeah, I
And-
thought if white has to go knight c2, maybe I go king h8, rook g8, and eventually, and there's some kind of play on the king's side, or knight g6, knight h4, or something.
right.
And if you do play knight c2, the position does become playable for black, although still better
It's a
for
pawn
white.
down, but
But knight
yeah,
g4 is just so much stronger.
yeah, and here again, these ideas of e4, f3, it's counterplay. It's definitely counterplay. But knight g4 does put a kibosh. Intriguing moment, and
Wesley
when
did castle.
Wesley did castle.
So
By
he
the
did
way,
castle just now.
when we went on our broadcast, Peter and I found ourselves engaged in discussion over Daniel Deac's position and Jorden van Foreest. And I thought Jorden had badly misplayed it, Peter, but you thought it wasn't as bad optically as it looks.
Yeah, it looks extremely dangerous, but it seems to be still somewhat playable. In particular, this move c7, c6, I thought he is really taking a lot of liberties on move 10, and white has a bunch of ways to respond here. e4 is very logical. You could, apologies. I thought it was interesting because c6 does seem to indicate black wants to play d7, d5. And I thought it was interesting to go rook d1 here, inviting black to play d7, d5, after which he is going to be much worse, because in this position, after all the forced trades on the d5 square, black does win the pawn back, but after both bishop e3 and bishop f4, this knight on a6 is so horrible that these types of positions, they very often end up being extremely dangerous for black because of just how dominant the white pieces are. But after rook d1, black can absolutely go back to playing normal moves like rook e8 and d7, d6 later. But Bogdan understandably decided to rule out d7, d5 altogether by playing e4. Jorden played d6. And Yasser was playing rook e1 here in our analysis in the break room. And I think I was kind of misplaying it because I was trying to play bishop e6, which is unnecessary. I think the engine actually quite likes just giving up this bishop very quickly by playing bishop g4 and taking on f3 as soon as possible. I think maybe the immediate knight d7 might be not that bad, even though once again I'm blundering the Yasser's trademark knight d5 shot, which I also blundered in our conversation in the break room. And
it felt good when I was getting it in, by the way.
Yeah, but yeah, rook e1 is playable, but not stronger than rook d1. And after rook d1, rook e8 is playable. Bishop g4 with the idea of taking on f3 is playable. And also, if you want to be fanciful, you can go for this immediate pawn sacrifice with knight d7. And if white takes on d6, we take, we go knight b6, and as usual, we try to create some counterplay against the complex of white pawns on the queen side. c4 is hanging, c5, knight c4 doesn't look that attractive. You would probably like to play bishop f1, but then after knight c2, rook b1, bishop g4, black has a lot of jumps. This is probably enough for equality if you play precisely with black.
Wow, quite a dynamic position, I want to say.
There's a big time difference on the clock. We know Bogdan likes to take a long time, but he's down to 36 minutes already.
Yes.
Against hour and 6, while we like his position a little bit more. But
very much so. The time is a factor. By the way, that was almost a clinical demonstration yesterday. Vincent, the way Vincent played the game, kept the battle tense throughout, but really waited until the time trouble phase when he initiated a very direct attack, which worked because Daniel had no time, to reflect.
I wanted to say that this is move 12. Daniel is down to 36 minutes, and that I think maybe incentivizes Jorden not to go for anything forcing.
Right.
You would like to keep the position as fluid as possible and as many pieces on the board as possible, so that Daniel has choices on every single move.
How is it so early in the game? 12 moves?
12 moves and 36, and you spent an entire.
No, obviously first 4 moves, 5 moves at least was a prep, right? So, wow.
By the way, I'm noticing that Anish did not jump to the quick.
He's still thinking.
With f4 and f5, but he's still thinking over his
But we're ignoring the somewhat striking graphic on our screen, by the way, because we were kind of reasonably sharply critical of what Jorden was doing in the opening. 99% accuracy, by the way.
That's crazy.
Higher than Bogdan's, even though I think Bogdan made very, very logical moves. I would have complimented. Yeah, and white is better as well. Yeah,
but his accuracy is not as good as black's accuracy.
And he's behind on the in the accuracy stakes, which is I don't know how that works.
Wait a minute, just a second. I'm having a difficulty understanding it myself. You are black, and you've played with extraordinary accuracy. So very accurately.
That you're only slightly worse.
You're only slightly worse.
You're slightly worse.
Even though your opponent's accuracy is lower.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Okay.
It's a bit bizarre.
I'm having
We're
trouble.
learning new things.
Yeah, reconciling all of that. Rook d1 by Daniel, and I like this move, bishop to g4, very much. By the way, because in a sense, the pawn structure, the weak pawn on d6 is, really requires black to initiate his counterplay very quickly. If you don't get into your counterplay very, very fast, I think that through quiet moves, white can almost claim a huge advantage. So I love this move, bishop g4, and starting to play forcingly, but Jordi is taking his time. So we'll leave it there. I'm going to come back to our tournament co-leaders, if you will.
Yes.
And we do have knight d6.
Some time now. He's at hour and 12, so
at a moment
he was prep.
At one moment he had 1 hour 29 minutes. But check it out. After the move g2 g3, Peter mentioned this. How would you describe the retreat knight d6? Knight d6 is like And, I mean, the knight on e4 looks really, really good, but you're purposefully trying to force an ending where you're a pawn down, but the result of the ending is actually very nice. And we do have castles. And Peter, you were mentioning a long time ago,
2 minutes, by the way.
queen takes c2,
He's
rook
just
takes
done
c2, bishop e4. Something like this. How were you wrong-footing this? I think it was bishop e4.
The way
weren't
to,
you?
yeah, bishop e4, and the way to try and continue probably involves playing rook c2, c3,
Rook
against
c2,
against which
c3.
there is no immediate forced draw, although maybe there is. No, there is, yeah, okay.
There has to be, right?
Yeah, knight a4, rook b3, and in this position,
You
the clean way
munch.
to make a draw is to play knight takes c4.
Munch. Or you want to take
Even stronger is to begin with knight c4, because here maybe white has a bit of a chance. But if you, instead of knight b2, if you take on c4 here, white takes on c4, and we take on b2 first.
Yeah.
Oh, f3 is hanging. I was so confused.
Yeah. Yeah, this has to just be a very, very comfortable draw for black, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's on the board. Vincent has played bishop e4.
Yeah. Rook cc1, as we've established in the current position, runs into bishop d3, and that does take everything off the board very, very comfortably, so that's not a winning
queen
attempt.
takes c2 and bishop e4. Sorry, what was there?
Rook cc1, I mean,
Yes.
many things are okay, but only one thing makes an immediate draw, and that is bishop d3.
Bishop to d3.
Just forces a draw.
Yeah, just he takes everything off the board, basically.
Very similar to a line we just looked
Yeah.
at, actually. Yeah.
Are we going to
Wow.
have another quick draw?
Well, it's, you know, sometimes you just got to say some preparation is really impressive. And this is, you know, going back, this whole variation back here after knight d7 takes and takes and just ignoring, you know, it's a double
was
pawn
afraid, yeah.
sacrifice with black. And in Nimzo-Indian, a double pawn sacrifice and then to
Yes,
gain
sir, I think
this
we should jump
equality.
to Alireza's game.
Please.
Yeah.
The move we were expecting f4 was not played. Anish instead went queen f4.
Okay.
Yeah, Anish is trying to play as controlled a game as possible, but this objectively, I think, throws away some of the advantage. He's still going to be better, though.
Because
c5? I think I mean,
you have to.
yeah, this is what you've played all your previous moves for.
Right.
Bishop f6?
Bishop
I think we're
F6.
not even trading. Yeah, I think we're playing bishop f6, bishop e7, we're taking on e7.
Well, I mean, Firouzja played the move bishop f8 to preserve the advantage of the two bishops, queen.
I don't think you can live with the bishop on f6. I really don't.
I
gotta
can't
be
live with a
some-
knight on f6. That is for sure. But okay, I'm
Maybe
not
since you mentioned
necessarily.
that, can I play e5 and quickly bring the knight over?
Well, you can even
E5.
prepare
No,
it for a
bishop
bit. Black has
F5.
absolutely no counterplay. Rook e1 first.
Yeah, I'm
I think.
allowing bishop f5. That's not good.
Okay, rook a1 to e1 first.
Yeah.
That looks
No,
like a good move.
No.
Yeah, the rook.
Yes.
Rook. Oh,
You said it correctly, but moved it wrong, right?
oops.
Yeah, this looks fantastic for white. I mean, what are black's next few moves?
It's a
No,
Benoni gone wrong. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think you can
because
afford to.
e4,
do
e5,
this.
and as you were about to suggest, knight e4 is a dream for
And
white.
Firouzja, like, right now, uncomfortable position. He's already at -1, as you can see in the standings. Another loss would be absolutely devastating.
But truly, he was the one who played a risky opening choice today because he wanted to bounce back. This is the problem. There are no easy marks, and Anish certainly is
It's
very,
not one of
very,
them.
not one of them.
No.
Nobody's an easy mark in this event and playing.
Very interesting kind of market difference between the approaches of Javokhir today and Alireza, right? Both lost
Yeah.
yesterday. And Javokhir just decided, okay, I'll come and make
Shut
a very
down.
solid draw as quickly as possible, if possible. And Alireza says, no, I'm going to run significant risks to get a game.
Exactly.
Very, very different approaches.
Exactly.
What approach would you have taken, Peter?
Closer to Javokhir's, I think I mean, also, I mean, asking me now is asking me to cast my mind back 20
You have
years
to
or
ask
something.
a younger Peter
Yeah,
Svidler.
a younger, no longer existent Peter Svidler.
Yeah.
Very much depending on how hurt I was by the loss on the previous day. I'm not very, like, losing 2 in a row, maybe I would start cutting my losses, but losing 1, I normally would just show up and play a normal game of chess and wouldn't try to cut it short or play something extremely safe. Maybe not as risky as what Alireza is doing, but that's also, I think it's a drawback. I think, it might end up backfiring for Alireza today, but one of the very undervalued skills, I think, in chess players, and a skill I genuinely do not really possess all that much, is being relatively happy playing unpleasant positions and making moves aren't the best, just to preserve the game going. Right. This is something I struggled throughout my career. If I have to play, let's say I have to play for a win with black, if I have to play an opening I don't fully believe in, it influences my play. I play worse. I am like unhappy,
right?
And it makes me play worse. And there are people out there who are not affected by it at all, or barely at all, and that's a very, very useful skill. And I think Alireza belongs in that category. I think Alireza is not that bothered by taking massive risks in the opening, for instance.
Dubious openings. I think for me, Garry Kasparov was a bit of a inspiration in this regard. Gary loses a game. He is spitting nails, as angry as a hornet's nest. You didn't necessarily want to play him in the next round game because he was anxious to settle scores. And so I was kind of in that. But again, I was playing these American Swisses, so a loss had to be followed immediately by a few wins to get back in first.
It's different playing an open tournament versus a closed tournament.
We had an example of this very recently, right? Because we just watched the conclusion of the Tepe Sigemen tournament in Malmö, where Magnus was playing a very quiet tournament, kind of far from his best, and then he lost that game to Jorden.
It woke him up.
You did not want to play him in the next 3 rounds.
Which is what happened.
Which is what some people found out to their detriment,
he went on a tear, and he's Magnus, and he came back to win the event in a tiebreaker against Arjun. And really, Magnus is just amazing. But nonetheless, we do have Queen F4 on the board, and Alireza is
still thinking somehow. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Alireza's not that bothered maybe by losses, but I was just looking at him when he had him on the screen. He looks quite bothered. He's not happy right now in this position.
Yeah, you have to wonder though, because this very much is his choice. The entire line, the decision to go EG4, knight c6, knight e5, all of this was very much a conscious choice. And if the resulting structure annoys you so much, you have to question some of your previous options, like previous decisions. So.
I know it's ridiculous, it's absurd, but because I'm looking at c5 and bishop f6, and I'm not, I mean, g5, forgive me, I mean, even suggesting it, but if I can get you to waste a move with your queen and somehow I finagle f5, is it horrifying?
Well, I don't think you're going to enjoy the resulting positions, frankly.
No.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not.
The cleverest seems to be queen f3, luring your bishop to g4 and then playing queen g3 so that we don't have to worry about h5, h4.
Which is the whole point of my playing g5 was like I was developing with tempo. I was so proud of myself until you pointed out.
And now queen g3 and this looks kind of bad.
But
even if I allow you all like queen f4 g2 is also just simply very strong.
Yeah.
g6 g5 is such a weakening move that we can absolutely burn a couple of tempi to provoke it.
Of course.
I think what he's choosing between is c5 and maybe bishop e7. Maybe he's trying to figure out if he can play bishop e7 here and play c5 next move.
So the idea after bishop e7, queen h6 is you acquiesce to the
that actually rules it out more or less because he was very much against this trade a move ago.
Why did you play bishop f8?
I'm
not forcing.
It took 4 moves to get back
to the long diagonal.
I mean, sometimes you have to accept that your decision was wrong and go back.
Exactly.
make it right.
One of the funniest games I've ever played in my life. It was crazy. I'm in a French defense, a closed French defense, just a closed French defense. And I'm black, and I have a rook on a6, which makes no sense. I'm playing
How
against
did it end up there?
Leboyevich. Yeah, it makes no sense. I have this rook on a6. And I found a sequence of moves that makes a virtue out of the rook being on a6. One day I'll have to show you this. It's just a hilarious sequence of moves that happened. But Queen f4, and going back for those joining us late, we meaning our panel ourselves, we were reaching for our f pawn, gleefully playing for f4, f5, and after a long think, Anish said peace play. Queen f4 controlling the f6 square was his choice.
Put the bishop on f6. He's still aiming to attack the king side, just not immediately with the pawns like f4 and f5.
Exactly. F4 would have been the brutal method,
right,
so to speak. Here's a little bit more restraint, and I can see Alireza is not pleased with this current position. Peter, what's going on?
Yeah, there's been a bunch of developments in the game between the two Americans, so let's discuss this for a little bit, because Fabi, I think, finally began thinking, maybe switch to my screen for a sec, and he did not play rook d8, which is what the engine suggests. He played e5, e4 instead, which is absolutely one of the main options, but it appears to be slightly weaker. Bishop e2, queen takes d1, rook takes d1, bishop b3, and a very big turning point here, because Wesley quite quickly played rook d7, which is a very sensible, very understandable move, but appears to be leading to a forced draw. Because after bishop takes c2, let's begin with this, because this is the game. And now rook to a8, intending rook a1 or rook a2, and also, importantly, in a lot of positions, black has bishop c2, d3, which gives him very comfortable equality. Let's say h3, you can play rook a1 check, king h2, rook a2, which makes a draw, and you can also probably play bishop d3 and be quite okay, even though you have to worry about bishop h5 a little bit. I guess this is why Wesley thinks he has a good chance here, because there is this idea of bishop h5 in some positions, but rook a1, rook a2 seems to be holding, because if you play bishop h5 here, rook b2, bishop f7, king f8 is quite safe for black. And the important part here is that there was the option of playing rook d2, which black probably holds. Black cannot allow the knight to land on d4, so you have to give up the bishop and play rook b8. And in this position, white has a choice between f3, and even more strikingly, you can try f2, f4 here. Of course, you want the king on e3. You want to land the king on e3, and if you do land the king on e3, you will be much better. And this probably ends up being a draw, but this ends up being a draw in a very tricky way for black. I think you probably have to make a bunch of only moves here and not to be significantly worse. And I think it was probably the more testing option. And Fabi's time management does suggest to me that maybe he wasn't entirely sure about this particular line. And I think he maybe could have been in some slight trouble. As things stand, I think he's already played rook a8. I think he'll be okay here.
All right, thank you, Peter, as we have Cristian with a special guest. Not yet, sorry, it's coming up. We're being prepped.
Yes, we're still watching this game.
Rook a8.
Do you think Wesley is okay with a draw here, or he's going to keep pressing?
I think he wants to press. Unfortunately, the position doesn't really offer him too much. I think equality is...
I think it's completely risk-free, so if he finds a way to press, of course he will press. I think it's just too dry and too restricted for him to do much.
I'm thinking this whole idea that you've been recommending of rook a1 check and rook a2, I just didn't see... I mean, I was thinking h3, right? And then you're going to give me a check, and I was going
Actually, this is still, let's maybe switch to mine for a second.
Of course.
It's very direct. Because after rook a8, let's say h3 or h4, rook a1 check, the Wesley game, yeah.
Wesley versus...
king h2, rook a2. it seems like white is just winning after bishop b5 and bishop c4. And it's very specifically because we have bishop d3 here, where the pawn on f2 is hanging. This is why we gave a check on a1, a move earlier.
Exactly.
So that after bishop takes f7, king f8, we can take on f2 with the rook next move. And this holds move by move. If black did not have that, you would actually be in some trouble. But this, I think, is a very kind of a clear-cut and findable sequence for Fabi. And I think Wesley would very much like the press. It's exactly the kind of position he wins every now and again.
Thanks, Peter. So as Peter was saying, yeah, well, this is type of position Wesley's good at converting when there is just something small and no risk whatsoever.
Yeah, he has this wonderful gift of technical precision, and I've seen him time and time again take these positions, maybe in the Magnus Carlsen way.
Style, yeah, exactly.
Of just kind of grinding away.
Most people will consider, oh, this is a draw, but no.
No. I saw that Anish Giri, by the way, responded to a c7, c5 in a manner that, well, quite frankly, surprised me.
Oh, okay, let's quickly jump back to Anish's game because...
Yeah, because when Alireza played the move c6, pardon me, c7, c5, we focused almost
solely on bishop f6.
Exclusively, absolutely. And as Jan Hein Donner,
Anish didn't play bishop f6, and Alireza maybe now is out of danger?
Yeah.
Not entirely, but this is, I think, continuing a bit of a trend in this tournament because Anish is, I mean, it's too early to call, maybe he still wins, but he has good positions pretty much every single day, and they somehow fizzle, right? He had very good winning chances in game 1 against MVL. He had winning chances yesterday, I think, at some point.
Anish? Winning, no, but he had a chance to play for more.
To play, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like he had and he keeps on choosing these kinds of very restrained options, which end up being solid, and he is entirely untroubled in this tournament so far. But also maybe passing up some chances to...
Starting with 2 blacks also.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
And he's still going to be a little bit better after b takes c6, let's say rook a d1. You still, of course, be white here with the structure as it is, and even a 2-bishop pair aficionado such as myself would prefer white here, but this is an improvement for black. This is very playable now. You play rook e6, yeah.
Black can breathe now.
Yeah, you play rook e6, you want to play bishop b7, bring the other one to e8, and then start looking at something in the center.
Protecting f6. I think that's actually a very big deal. And again, that's why I'm so confounded by how do you physically stop yourself? I mean, your hand at a certain moment just takes a, we play hand and brain, right? Your hand just takes over and overrules your brain.
We also thought that because he played queen f4, the main idea was bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
And let's take a look at this position after bishop e7 after all, because we were kind of cut short by Yasser trying to play queen b6, arguing that Alireza doesn't want to trade bishops. So we take on e7 here.
Yes.
Black takes with the queen.
Yes.
The engine likes throwing in knight b5, rook d8, because I think it feels that the eventual tempi black will have to spend driving it back to c3 are okay for white to provoke. So rook d8, we go rook fe1.
Right.
A6 we put it back on c3.
Okay.
And yeah, we want to play, I mean, obviously, if allowed, we very much want to play e4, e5. And it's just, without the bishop on g7, it's just a very pleasant Benoni, right? I think rook a d1 here, and then try to play e5, d6 in some fashion. Or a4, yeah, a4, a5 also, if allowed. I think we are including a4, a5.
Yeah. But even this, with the pawn sacrifice e5 intended.
This is just Benoni without dark square bishop, so good for white.
Yeah, it feels very, very pleasant. But that was not his choice, and that was what makes it so confounding. Anish did.
He took on c5, and
en passant,
he wants to play against the c6, d6 pawns, but black has 2 bishops.
And again, once black plays as
rook e6,
as Peter's been describing it, rook e6, you defend the backward pawn, you defend the d6 square, you put your bishop on b7, you start playing for d5 or c5 ideas, and before you know it, things are just fine.
Yeah. Definitely seems like Alireza could have been in much bigger trouble.
Yeah.
I think you still want to play h5, h7 here, so you're not you're not entirely happy, but
Yes.
it's an improvement. I think compared to some positions we were looking at earlier, this is very much a best case scenario for Alireza, justifying the choice to play bishop f8.
h5, h7, there you go.
And our co-leaders, Prague and Vincent, are following that drawish line that Peter showed us, and seems like it will be simplified and will probably end soon.
Knight takes c4 was the cure for Black's
Very concrete
pawn.
line, yes.
Yeah.
Black gets that pawn and everything. Most pieces come off. What's there to play for?
Not much.
Not much. So does it matter what move order you start with? Do you take
Yeah,
on
I was
c4
taking
first?
on b2, and I wasn't.
Then I was a bit worried. Let's say if we take on b2 here,
Yes,
rook b2,
yes,
knight c4.
yes.
I was a bit annoyed by the move rook b4. Although I suspect it's just completely nothing. But I didn't really like the idea of having maybe to take on f3 and go rook ac8, because then white goes a3, a4, and we're left with that backward pawn on b6. But I guess b5 probably makes a draw. Something else makes an immediate draw somehow.
Bishop
But
d5 walks into
Bishop d5, e4, yeah. This one I didn't really
No, that's not
enjoy.
the one. No.
But
that's
maybe
not.
b6, b5 is just a draw. But I thought,
Yes.
at least I have to calculate something. And
Right.
if I begin in the other direction, I think there is just nothing to calculate at all. You're just completely fine immediately.
Exactly.
Knight
so-
c4. If white doesn't take on c4, if you play bishop d4 here, black can go knight a5.
Knight a5.
Yeah, knight a5. The rook does not really have good squares. Rook before knight c6 is an immediate equality, of course. Maybe even you can start dreaming.
Right.
I mean, probably not, but like you're definitely not worse with black.
Yeah, you're kind of getting interested.
Yeah,
let's
you're
put it
definitely
that-
not worse. And
Right.
if you play rook b5, there are just no threats. I can go rook fc8 or, well, I mean, a move of some description. Rook fc8 seems logical, right?
Yep.
How is white going to be better here in any way, shape, or form?
Don't see it. Don't believe it. Very good. So we're expecting after Prague's rook b3 and his amazing accuracy. Knight takes c4 for Vincent.
Yeah, and again, this is a second case, right? We saw in the first draw that if black plays very well and equalizes, there's nothing you can do. It's a draw.
Yeah. Exactly.
But they did play a very interesting line that had been previously played by Irene Crush.
It's a kind
So I'm expecting that the Prague game is heading towards a draw. Is the Wesley game,
Also
Peter?
heading towards a draw.
Also,
yeah, he played h4, and now Fabi needs to play rook a1, rook a2, and he'll be completely fine.
so we're on the Wesley versus Fabiano game, and Wesley, 42. The clocks are not a factor in this one. 42 minutes versus 47, and another victory for the Sveshnikov. It's, I mean, it's so hard for white to get an advantage against the Sveshnikov.
Especially if the player is Fabi, who knows more about it than
Practically
most
anyone,
players,
yeah.
if not everyone.
Yeah, just Magnus is the one guy.
Yeah, it depends if Magnus is still up to date on all the lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could conceivably be 3 games down by the 2-hour watermark, which is.
By the way, did
Unusual.
I tell you the story? I actually played Evgeny Sveshnikov. It was one of the happiest days of my life.
No.
What had happened was I had retired from chess, and I was forcibly brought into a tournament in Holland, an open tournament. They were having a jubilee, and they said, "Yasser, you must play, you must play." And through 8 rounds, I was suffering against all of these young players. I think the average age of my opponents might have been 23 years old. I was feeling it. Anyway, there I was, a half a point out of first going the last game, and I needed to win. And they paired with me with, I don't know how old he was at the time, 90-year-old Evgeny Sveshnikov. I was like, finally I have an opponent who made me feel young and youthful. Said, Evgeny, nice to see you at the board. He and his son, actually, I didn't realize that Evgeny Sveshnikov's son is an international master, very strong.
You left out the part, how did the game go?
I won the
Okay,
game, but I
good.
didn't tie for first because I think it was Erwin Lamy won his last game. and
Another
took
Dutch player.
Took clear first, but finally playing somebody that wasn't 18 years old and knew all of his opening stuff. It was great.
That's how playing in the U.S. Opens is now. Average age is 10 years old.
It's crazy.
Not even 23, it's 10.
I went to Charlotte and I saw how, I thought it was a kids tournament. It was just so amazing.
On one hand, it's great. A lot of young players are now playing chess in the U.S.
But they're booked up. They're engine savvy. They spot
they're quick,
tactics.
they calculate fast.
Like that, and it was great. It was great. Calling as a commentator. Peter, pick it up. Where some advantages in the positions?
Well, we've discussed all the critical moments pretty much everywhere. Anish has played bishop f6. Let's maybe take another look at that. So he took on c6 and played bishop f6. We're definitely not trading bishops here, although the engine actually suggests a kind of a very curious move, bishop h6 here.
Bishop h6, that's funny.
The intention being that, like, compared to bishop e7, if we compare the bishop trade here and after bishop h6, it's very important for black to occupy the long diagonal with their own queen, and this is maybe not that bad, even though I'm still picking white here. But I think it's much more likely he'll just play something like queen b6, which is a very different position to the one where we were sharply critical of Yasser's queen b6, because there is no pawn on d5, meaning that black rook can come to e6, and you can eventually start smoking this bishop from f6 out. Play could continue something like, I don't know, rook a d1, we play rook e6, white goes, I don't know, let's make some moves, h3, bishop a6, rook fe1, rook a to e8. And we get a position which, the engine still somewhat prefers for white, but it's definitely playable for black. At some point you will start maybe dreaming of d6, d5, you will. It's nowhere near as bad as some of the previous positions we were discussing in this game.
Well, black, in this exact moment, it feels like black is at least coordinated as rooks nicely.
And for white, the problem is this is a very beautiful looking steed on c3, but it's not really going anywhere. And it's difficult to imagine how you sort of untie your hands enough to aim it towards some active squares. So it's doing a containing job. It supports the pawn on e4, but it's difficult to include it in the game.
You know, Peter, I was inspired by your idea of putting your bishop on b7. And against the move bishop f6, could Alireza be considering the move queen d7? Just pause.
You could, yeah.
I don't know if queen g4 is necessarily...
I think we're playing h3. I don't like a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if and if I'm putting my queen on e6, my bishop on b7 and maybe playing for d5, or maybe, okay, bishop b7 and playing for d5?
It's a bit slow. You could do it, but after rook a d1, I think you still have to go back to rook e6, rook a e8. If you play queen e6, rook fe1, actually with the queen on e6, pushing d6, d5 becomes a lot more difficult because it's in a way it's going to get kind of x-rayed by those rooks, and the engine doesn't like it very much.
I still like your rook e6 and rook e8.
But then maybe the question is, where do you like your queen? Do you like it on d7 or do you like it on b6?
Yeah, because I am still aspiring to play d5. Two bishops.
In the position on your screen, the one plan that white has, which maybe wasn't available with the queen on b6, is queen somewhere in f4 or 5. Because we're not h4 or g5.
Original plan of f4 f5.
Yeah, going back to, because white does need to find something to do.
Yes.
And f4 f5 very much qualifies as something.
You're doing something.
Something to do. Yeah.
You are doing something. There's no question about that one. All right. This is actually. Is it right to say hotting up? It's on the boil.
Maybe. It could be, yes. And Anish at 50%, Firouzja at -1.
Yeah.
If this is a decisive game, that would change up the standings.
And let's take a look at the game between a wild card player, Bogdan-Daniel Deac, versus Jorden von Foreest, because no bishop g4, Peter. And
he did play knight d7, which was definitely one of the things we were discussing. And the argument against it, if there is an argument against it, is that it does give Bogdan something concrete to calculate, which on 12 minutes maybe you welcome. 12 minutes, by the way. It was 36.
Whoa.
It was 36 a moment ago.
Oh gosh, 12.
What just happened to the chess?
And they're still on move 12.
Yeah. We've progressed half a move.
That's
One ply, as
crazy.
But I
they
remember
say in the
yesterday,
trades, yeah.
12 minutes.
I think Vincent said that Bogdan started playing the best moves once he had no time on the clock.
And when you force his hand, he's quite good.
You're not obliged to take on d6. Actually, the engine doesn't even take on d6. Goes something like queen e2, knight e5, h3, and says white is a bit better. But I don't know. Like on 12 minutes, how happy are you doing any of that?
May I ask a more, for me,
b3, knight c5. b3, knight c5, you're in trouble, actually, because it lands on d3 very quickly.
Let's have a look-see. B3, knight c5, give me your knight.
a5.
A5. And so we've got a position where I'm...
Starting to like black here.
This is a dream.
Yeah, five's coming.
Here I don't have the knight d5.
Yeah, you
line.
can't shift those knights. They've gotten to where they need to be, and f7, f5 is coming.
Oh, trust me, I've read my David Bronstein, you know, and just humor me. The knight is coming to d3.
Also, bishop d4, knight c2 might be painful.
That I could live with. I could take on d6 and say
A3, not
A3 is
A1.
hanging a full piece.
you're not taking
A3,
a1.
not A1.
Oh, you're not.
You misplaced the bishop yesterday. It should be on b2.
For our audience, let's just share. So Peter forked my queen and my rook, and I was prepared.
Or so you thought, yeah.
Or so I thought. I was prepared to sacrifice my rook, and Peter said, I'm more interested in your bishop than I am in your rook. And that hurt.
Almost full rook, but you'll get the knight eventually.
Well, no, I get the knight on c5, but I was like, I was very happy about, you know, my exchange sacrifice. I'm not happy about the bishop sacrifice. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm walking into a fork.
And
Daniel,
he played A3, which is a move I was very much trying not to play, because now the pawn on c4 is even more of a target, because you
but
can't
first, the knight is
Yeah, of course,
driven.
knight a6, yeah.
And b4 is asking too much, I suppose.
Yeah. The best move here is knight d4.
Knight d4. Okay.
Everything else, black gets a very comfortable position. And even after knight d4, it's becoming a mess. So this is a very successful ploy by Jorden now, because he's gotten a very sharp, very unclear position. His opponent is on 10 minutes by move 13. I can't stop giggling at this. Yeah, this is just not right.
But
you really should not be on.
Even in his experience, this might be first time he's so low on the clock after only 12 moves.
Yeah. I think it was in a GMA World Cup in Barcelona, and I'm having lunch with Victor Korchnoi, dear friend Victor Korchnoi, and I'm scolding Victor Lvovich because his previous game, he had done something and gotten himself into a terrible time trouble that basically cost him the game. And Victor, you can't do it. You're right. It comes out the next game, and within a dozen moves, he's down to like 6 minutes on his clock. You know, I'll try harder next time. What?
I remember when you were our captain at the Olympiad.
What did I do?
No, one of our players, Anna Satonsky, always is in time trouble after 5 moves, and I could see how stressed you were.
I mean, he had defibrillator.
It's hard to watch. If you were the player with little time, you feel like you've got it under control, you can handle it, but when you're watching your teammate or your student doing it, it's much harder to deal with. Yeah,
exactly. If I'm in Bogdan's position and I'm playing, the knight's already on
d4. Queen c2 instead of knight d4, which is also a decent move, to be fair.
Yeah,
Queen c2 is good, yeah.
I'm desperately trying to play rook b1 and b3 and
I like Queen c2. It reestablishes some sanity, because we want to play bishop g5 now, which is kind of an annoying thing to do. So best play is knight e5, d5. But then you're in a lot more control. This is what you want on 10 minutes. Position becomes understandable again, yeah?
It really looks like a King's Indian.
Yeah, black is completely fine. You want knight c5, knight e6, knight d4. Black, I think, has no issues whatsoever. But for white on 10 minutes for 27 moves, this is what you want.
Yeah,
it's much, your landscape becomes recognizable. You know, you kind of know what you're doing again.
Exactly. And it's easier.
And from Jordan's viewpoint, you very much, I think, would like not to play knight e5, just to keep things as complicated as possible. But if you go, let's say, knight ac5 here, and after bishop g5, your options become annoying, right? Because you don't really want to play f6. You don't particularly want to play knight f6, I don't think.
No, you're not.
Because you've done all that work getting it to better squares, and now after knight d4, it has to go back to. I like queen c2. Queen c2 is a good move by Bogdan-Daniel.
Mm. And just as Nasi, as you said, that Vincent complained. My opponent was in time trouble when he started playing all the good moves.
Yeah.
Really annoying. But I do think, like yourself, that bishop g5 is so annoying that knight e5
Yeah, I think Jorden is going to play objectively.
is actually objectively the best move.
Jorden knows
Just
what he's
played knight
supposed to
e5?
do.
Yes, he did.
Knight e5. You can't really not take either, because bishop g4 is being threatened and c4
Knight
is hanging.
takes c4.
Yeah, you're pretty much obliged to take on e5.
Yeah.
And then the knight gets to e6 via either c5 or c7. If white wants to play b2, b4 here, it stops knight c5, but it does not stop knight c7, so it doesn't really matter all that much.
Still, for me, one of the great World Championship matches was the 1990 World Championship match between Karpov and Garry Kasparov. And Garry was playing Grunfelds and King's Indians, and it was just master. Every game was an interesting fight in those games where Garry was black. Great stuff. And then it was the Scotch that won the match for Garry. The Scotch.
Oh, the Scotch hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very kind of early days. People did not really have as clear an idea of what to do against the Scotch, and Garry had some revolutionary ideas in some spots there.
At the time, yeah, 95 on the board. Peter, pick it up on the other games as well. What is
Well,
happening?
Fabi did find rook a1, rook a2. We're not going to bring it up on screen. I don't think it's. We need to talk about it more. We do need to talk a little bit about the Prague Vincent game, because Vincent did not begin with knight takes c4. So let's switch to the game between our two leaders. In this position, he did take knight b2, rook b2, knight c4, allowing rook b4, which Prague has already played, b6, b5, and now knight d4. And
this is what
this holds move by move, but you probably end up having to defend 4 against 3. Because if you take on a3 here, I think my board is active. Knight takes e6, maybe you just lose. I think it's very possible to lose the endgame after knight e6 if a6 rook takes e4. It's objectively a draw, but I think it's incredibly unpleasant.
Right.
You have two weaknesses. You have a really passive knight on a3, which isn't really doing anything. I think you end up losing the pawn on b5 eventually. And 4 against 3 with the pawn on e6 is not as comfortable as the other ones. So I think you're supposed to play bishop d5 after knight d4, and then white goes knight takes b5, knight takes a3, and knight c7. And, I mean, should be a very easy draw, but your knight is on a3. Where, in practical terms, you know, you're not going to be very happy if it gets marooned there. And the engine just calmly goes rook b8, rook b8, rook b8, knight takes d5, he takes d5, rook d1. You have rook b1 here. That is important. Because otherwise, otherwise those 4 against 3s with the bishop against the knight, I don't think you would enjoy them very much.
And the knight is marooned.
But the existence of rook b1 is massively important.
Gotcha.
So I guess maybe I can try knight takes d5, e d5, rook d4, but then black plays knight b5, and the knight does come off the board, and this one you do hold.
Yeah.
Although, Yasser, here I will defer to your knowledge a lot more than I would trust myself. 4 rooks. If white manages to preserve all 4, is this much tougher?
Much tougher,
That's what I thought.
As we experienced in the candidates. You know, it was the 4 rooks that made it much harder for.
Yeah. Even though here I suspect it's quite comfortable, because I think it will be very difficult to keep all 4. Black will at some point start offering trades and will survive. So this still works out move by move. But if we compare the kind of torture that Vincent has in store for him, I think now after knight d4, and if we compare it with the other move order, he really should have begun with knight takes c4.
Yeah, I mean, in fact,
they probably would have been giving interviews by now.
In fact, it's Prague who's going to be the one on the sunny side of the torture, as Vincent did prematurely capture the bishop, which is something I also failed to appreciate the move rook b4, and we do have knight d4 on the board, and Vincent might have a difficult afternoon in store for himself.
Bishop d5 straight up the only move that doesn't involve being much, much worse. It's, well, I mean, one of the most obvious moves in the position, but still it's remarkable that, you know, it seems like there should be more than one solution here, but already no, it's already straight up one move.
And again, we have been looking at knight takes b5, knight takes a3, and the knight c7. And as Peter's been describing it, be careful, the knight is on a3. It's marooned if it's back there on f6 where it's supposed to be. No problems, an easy draw, but not the case.
I want to draw your attention to
Please.
Bogdan's game against Jorden.
Let's go there.
I think Bogdan's blitzing a little bit now. He reached move 17.
It kind
Progress.
of quickened the pace.
Yes, but I do think Black's position has improved.
Yeah. We have bishop g4, one of those little annoying moves. The bishop is already bad on g2 in the fact that my pawn's on e4, so I'm going to go whole hog and say, okay, so what? My bishop's bad, now it's just still keep it bad. Where do you put your bishop?
Let's put it on. I want to put the knight on e6.
Yes, you do. So you're going to have
Bishop
to...
d7, I guess?
Bishop to d7, bishop to e3.
I think bishop b6 is still fine. The machine also very much likes including a7, a5 as early as possible to introduce some tension into the position on the other side of the board.
Which was
as well.
interesting because if you played a5, I was drawn to the idea of trying to put my knight on b6, maybe at the cost of allowing a knight to come to d4. But if you didn't play a5, I was going to put my knight back on e2, and then you could wrong foot me.
Yeah, and Bogdan quite quickly plays f3, which is like a genuinely
concession.
weakening move. It's very much a concession, yeah. f3 and
The bishop.
no, this
came
is going to be quite a challenging kind of infinite time trouble for him here. This is move 18. He's not going to be able to get up from the board.
You don't know Daniel.
Yeah,
Daniel always gets up from the board.
I've seen that.
He hovers around.
He's actually not at the board right now. Yeah.
He hovers around. He's quick to take a seat.
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot who we're dealing with.
But bishop d7 will
Is there a way for him to try to simplify this position, trade some pieces so he can manage it in time trouble?
Yeah, you desperately want to play rook to d6,
Right.
bishop to e3, and rook to
Rook d1 quickly, yeah.
and start forcing trades. But what you don't want to see is black calmly playing knight e6, calmly plopping the knight on d4 while you're doing nothing, and then suddenly something happens on the king side, and then you're just in a world of trouble.
But if you were in Jordan's shoes right now, you see your opponent has 9 minutes for next 22 moves. What do you do?
Yeah, first of all, be very happy that your opponent is giving you this gift of time mismanagement. Then you really, like Vincent did yesterday, you try to keep the battle as drawn out and as complex as possible, and keep asking your opponent, key questions. And if they find all the right answers, that's fine. But in the meanwhile, what I would try to do is the most direct thing, which is Jordan's trying to do, put his knight on e6 and put his knight on d4.
Yeah, let's take a look at the snapshot of Jorden van Foreest, who is the first-time full tour player.
Right, he has played as a wild card previously.
He's 26 years old. His rating is over 2,700 now, and he won the Tata Steel Masters in 2021, and most recently defeated Magnus Carlsen in a classical game.
Yeah, somehow that kind of undervalues his achievements. He was one of the youngest champions in Dutch history, always at the top of Dutch chess, and for many years, well, many years is strong, but for a number of years, when you work with Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus has chosen you to work with, that says a lot right there. And he's kind of emerging from behind Magnus's very broad shoulders and saying, hey, look, I'm going to play on the Grand Chess Tour. If you, Magnus, are not going to play on the Grand Chess Tour, give me some ideas to bring to my games.
Do you think he can show, he can reveal some of the ideas?
Talk to us about that, Peter, because you're you still remain an active player, but you also have coached
I?
people like Prague. You've worked with the world's best players, and you come up with great ideas. The both of you do. How do you figure out who gets to play them?
I think general understanding, and I've not been seconding people that much these days, but I think the understanding is if you're preparing for something specific, which often is the case, let's say my work with Prague culminated in us preparing for Toronto. Whatever has been found for Toronto has to wait until he plays that particular event. We're not allowed to show, none of the people on the team, no matter whoever comes up with the ideas. Yeah. Like you have the files, but you're not touching them until the candidates is finished.
Right.
Once it is finished, there is a kind of a sort of a ranking, I think, of importance with things which are genuinely kind of potentially earth-shattering, very, very important. Maybe you kind of ask for an opinion, and you probably don't do it in a random blitz game. But if you're playing something important for your own career, I think you're allowed. And I think Prague would appreciate you asking prior to the event. But I think the understanding was, once the candidates is over, it's everybody's or anybody's in that case, and you can use the ideas as you see fit. Although obviously he would appreciate it if you didn't.
Didn't show all the great ideas that you worked on.
Mainly, I think there is a very big separation between before the event and after the event. Before the event, you're trying to give off as few hints to the other 7 in the candidates as possible, because people generally have some idea of who the team is.
Right.
And if one of the seconds suddenly starts playing a new opening, that is not going to help with your secret keeping.
One of the things too that I thought was maybe more salient about the candidates of today, they're a little bit cagey about who they're working with. Because if I work with you, Peter, sorry to bring you to the fore of this conversation, but if I work with you, somebody's going to say, oh my gosh, Yasser's going to be learning the Grunfeld defense. If you come across as a specialist in a certain opening, Sveshnikov, who are you working with? Oh, a Sveshnikov specialist. So the players are trying not to reveal who they're working with as well.
It gives a bit of a hint, even though it's not necessarily that straightforward. And the most striking example of this was, I don't know, it's a kind of a funny memory. I was a very, very late addition to the team Grishuk in 2011 when he was playing the candidates matches in Kazan, which he ended up losing to Boris in the final. Yes. And he was playing the Grunfeld throughout the event. And they did not allow me to touch it at all.
Really?
All the work on the Grunfeld was done before they brought me on, and I was sat there for a month looking at Queen's Gambit declined, which I do not understand, and play very poorly. Which was kind of comical, I thought.
So they bring in the Grunfeld specialists and say, under no circumstances do you
this you are not to touch.
These are not your files.
We covered this opening. Do not touch that. That's completely ready. Please refute the Queen's Gambit decline for us.
Nice.
This did not go well.
Choice.
This did not go well.
By the way, I remember those matches, and Boris played an unbelievable finals matches, but Grishuk was some great chess that he showed there. I didn't realize that you were on that team, Grishuk, as well. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Anish, Giri, and Alireza, if you don't mind, because we kind of had this mix of rook e6, but the queen went up to a5. Like, it didn't go to b6, it didn't go to d7, queen a5. Peter?
It's an interesting choice. It's similar to queen b6, but there are some differences. I'm trying to figure out why my screen is now suggesting things it wasn't suggesting with the queen on b6. And you can actually start playing very, very concretely now. The engine says knight e2, and I was talking about the fact that the one thing we would very much like to improve in our position here with white is we would like to find the job for that knight on c3. And here, if you make some perhaps slightly inaccurate moves, sorry, knight g3 is not really the idea. The idea, of course, knight d4. Knight g3 was happening in some other positions, but knight e2 does really prompt some drastic measures from black, because you cannot allow knight g4 to happen. d6, d5 does stop knight g4, but then you get to play knight g3. And black is in serious trouble here, because at some point knight takes h5 will become a topic of conversation. You can probably fight against it, like machine goes queen b4, pinning the pawn on e4, a3, oops, sorry, not a4, of course, a3. It goes all the way back to b8, trying to offer a queen trade, but obviously queen trade is not going to come. And you could very easily get mated here.
Knight h5,
the engine manages not to get mated, but the engine does think white is much better. So after knight e2, best moves all appear to involve the bishop trade, which is something that Alireza quite clearly wants to avoid at all costs. Like the best move appears to be bishop h6, queen takes h6, rook takes f6, and at least you're not getting mated. But also, you've gotten yourself this really weird-looking rook on f6, which has no moves. I don't know how enjoyable this is, frankly.
My first concern is, why aren't I lost? You know, like the.
Yeah.
I mean, yuck.
There's also knight f3, g5 ideas.
Yeah, right.
Which are very, very
it's
topical
straight up
here.
going for the mate.
Yeah.
Like it's
Well,
very
the queen
difficult
on
to stop.
h7. I mean.
Yeah, so knight e2 is a very critical option here. If you don't do it, if you play something like h3, bishop a6, you're still better, but black still manages to consolidate to a degree. We're getting our setup, we're getting the rook to e8, and then there's not going to be anything direct. Knight e2 is an attempt to do something very, very concretely in the position on the board.
Exploit the rook on e6, yeah.
Yep.
There was one of the greatest games I ever saw. I saw it live. It was played in Brussels. It was between Artur Yusupov and Vasil Ivanchuk. Artur Yusupov on the black side of a King's Indian. Ivanchuk forced Yusupov to play e4 to e3, e4 to e3. And it was like, I invite you to dinner. But that pawn on e3 wasn't ever eaten. that stayed there and ended up delivering a checkmate to White's king. Yeah. It was like a great, great game. Really hilarious. Yeah, seriously. So the point is bishop h6, queen takes h6, rook takes f6. Be careful who you're inviting to the king side. I mean, that queen on h6 might end up mating you. Yeah. There we go.
Anish about to make a move, I believe.
Knight e2 looks very compelling, I must say. And he's done it.
Yep.
Good call, Peter. Knight e2. And this is a tempo, and don't forget there's a Peshki too. So that was why we've been looking at the move d6, d5. Besides d5, Peter.
Bishop g7 and bishop h6.
Bishop g7 and bishop h6. That's it.
Well, specifically bishop h6, because bishop g7 probably costs you the d6 pawn, right?
Right.
That doesn't work.
So
not ready to part with the pawn yet?
No.
But I was fearful that after bishop h6, queen, I think I've got this on my, no, I don't have it on my board. Queen takes h6, rook takes f6. I was fearful that somehow my rook was going to get trapped after knight d4.
Yeah, machine goes bishop d7 and says we are kind of surviving move by move somehow. Because currently, I guess knight f3 runs into bishop g4.
And if I go knight g5?
Knight g5 is not mate. It's very threatening, but it's not mate because the king can run.
What about the rook on a8?
But queen e1 check is a threat, so you'll have to interpose rook takes d1.
That's a big threat.
Yeah, you'll have to interpose rook takes d1, and that gives me a tempo to do something.
Right.
And I'm maybe not getting mated. So machine, for some reason, chooses to prevent this pin by going rook f1, which is not a move I think any one of us would have made easily.
Okay, that
yeah.
calls
and then
for
you
one.
do get your knight f3, g5 ideas. Yeah, like I would put it on pretty much any other square, frankly. If you made me choose a square for this rook, I would choose any other square. I think I know why, though. I think, having thought about it for 30 seconds, I think I figured out why. Let's say we go rook e1, queen e5, knight f3, queen f4. And it costs you the f2 pawn to play knight g5. I'm still interested, but
exactly.
I'm still very interested, but maybe there's no mate here.
If our rook was on f1.
Yeah, but with the rook on f1, it's not hanging, so we don't have to even consider it, right?
Right.
I think that might be the reason.
I mean, this wayward bound rook on f6 prompts the move rook f1. Very, very confusing, but maybe what Peter's saying is accurate, that by over-protecting the f2 pawn, you made a path for knight f3 to g5. Nice.
Black can go queen d8, queen f8, and drive the queen away, but you're still going to be slightly worse. All of these positions with the knight against bishop, and the black structure is so soft.
Exactly.
That you always prefer this this structure with white, despite the knight versus bishop
But knight
balance.
e2 has kind of caused Alireza to go into it. Well, a tank is maybe strong, but it's now a 2-to-1 time advantage for Anish.
I think Fabi was checking out Alireza's game.
With Alireza down. How many? What move number are
Down
they
to
on?
16 minutes, by the way,
Yeah,
against
yeah,
35
I mean,
for Anish. This is move 20.
It's starting to get interesting. Move 20. So, hold on. He starts with 90 minutes. He spends 75 minutes on his first 20 moves.
That's a lot of moves. A lot of
It's
time
actually
spent on moves,
more,
and
right? Because
more,
he
right.
also got
The 30
10
seconds
minutes,
as
10 minutes
well.
in increment, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's-
So he's definitely been very, very slow, has Alireza, in terms of his tempo. And again, bishop h6 wasn't
Yeah.
what bishop f8 was intended for.
Yeah. Shockingly, bishop g7 doesn't appear to lose, but I still don't quite understand how you choose that over bishop h6 if you have to choose between those two. I think you pretty much always choose bishop h6.
Exactly. So again, bishop h6 is, we have been looking at this variation. Queen takes h6, rook takes f6, and as you heard Peter mention, nobody is
Knight
playing
d4 first, right?
Pardon me, knight to d4 first, bishop to d7, and nobody's playing rook f1, but the idea of knight f3, e5, g5 compels black to maybe start thinking defensively only.
I'm just shocked that we still don't have another draw.
Yeah.
So many boards were.
Fabi is close,
Fabi's
as
close,
is Prague against Vincent. But Vincent passed up the chance to, I think, end the game by this point, and
Right.
now he will have to suffer a little bit.
So it's really just Fabi Wesley that we expect to end soon.
Yeah, Wesley is still looking for something to do here, but I think he gets some version of 3 against 3, and
Yeah.
you don't win very many of those. I
3
mean, you
against
take on
3,
e4,
okay.
I guess, and you claim
Yeah,
that
you could have trade e for f.
Yeah, but that's still a draw.
Yeah, should be.
That's still a draw.
Yeah.
Bishop takes e4, bishop
Not really
takes
even
e4,
a
rook
very
takes
difficult
e4,
one.
rook takes f2.
But the players, the way they're approaching it so slowly and thinking, they both know it's a draw.
Yeah.
Is this completely even, Stephen? Let's say I just make a move. Rook rook.
Yeah, f5,
Well, okay, you didn't fall for my cheapo.
rook c2, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't
Nice.
fall.
But king G2 is still hanging, yeah.
King g7.
So.
Are you gonna play G3 and then king D1?
Precisely.
That's your setup, okay.
That is precisely my setup. With my pawn on g3.
Can I play a4?
Yeah, here I think I am playing 4. But let's allow Yasser his toys. Yeah, let's go king g6, g3, and figure out a way to make an immediate draw
He's
there.
trying to trick us, but
King
Yeah.
g6, g3, f4.
Yeah, f4 here as well. G
Yeah,
f5 is also
that's just
there.
a very annoying move, isn't it? I was dreaming that if
Yeah.
I could
Well, let's say
chase-
if we pass for 2 more moves and give you king e1, king d1, how bad is that? I have a feeling even that probably is a
I think
draw.
it might
but-
be bad, but maybe I'm wrong. H6.
Let's not play h5, let's
king
play
No,
h6,
f6, king
Yeah,
D1.
those are not good moves, but let's
so we're
make
making
them.
all the bad moves. It's still equal so far.
That thermometer, that chess thermometer hasn't moved, and I thought I made a great.
Yeah, rook a2 maybe.
I thought I was making great progress if I could put my pawn on
Rook
c4
a4,
and rook c3.
rook c3, f4. Eventually I will have to play f4, but I have a feeling the moment I play f4, I'm probably out of danger, right?
Wow.
I mean, take king f5, you get the
you're
pawn to
all the way
all the way to
c7, but
c7
then-
even, but
You give up the rook.
Yeah, there's going to be enough counterplay on the king side, I think.
I got it. I still, I mean, I'm still tasered by that Baku ending of Anna.
Oh yeah, I remember
in
that.
India.
Against India last round, yes.
Yeah, against Tanya. All she had to do is go king g4. She went h5.
Yeah, first.
And then got her king cut off. Those were painful memories. Why is it that we remember our losses more
But not
than
our wins?
Yeah.
Was that a difference between gold and something, or?
We're getting third place.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we were getting the Gaprindashvili Cup. Yeah, by third place and first place in the Open.
Oh, right.
Because it's the combination of our two teams. I think we ended up tied for fourth instead of the bronze medal there.
I think, and once again, it will sound like I'm taking pot shots at Wesley throughout the show today, but I think I know what he's thinking about.
Tell us.
I think he thinks, if I take on e4 here, there's not going to be an easy threefold. It's still a very drawn position, but we will have to play it out.
Okay.
And if I go king g3 here,
Yes.
and allow rook c2,
Yes.
then finding a threefold will be very, very straightforward. So do I want to pretend that I have anything here, or do I want to just accept the inevitable as quickly as possible?
Well, he has 20 more minutes to think about it.
And once again, sorry for being a bit of a pest. Takes on f2, king to g3, rook to c2. If in this position, I guess you're still getting in f5 fast. Yeah. King f3. Okay, sorry, I put my rook on c4.
Okay, f5.
f5, yes. Put my king on
g7.
This looks like a better version. At least your king is already on the third rank.
I feel it, right?
King f3, sorry, king f6.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Now,
Here I get my king to very good squares as well, right? Check and back.
Always check and back.
Maybe
Check and rook
g2 and then
Right,
back,
right.
yeah.
Check and rook g2. Okay,
Yeah.
pause. No good. No good.
Hey, he's gone bishop
intermezzo.
d5, which is something we've failed to mention altogether.
Well done. I'm proud.
Critical move we didn't even look at.
I'm proud of ourselves.
Let's see, after bishop d5,
Bishop d5.
Fabi has taken on f2. Of course, the only move, because he can defend the pawn on f7. And king g3 quickly played.
Yeah, rook takes f7 and...
King g3 first.
Oh, he's going king g3 first. Yeah,
Rook
okay.
takes f7. Maybe is a little bit concerned about rook f5. Yeah. Maybe I don't.
And
know.
now
King g3
you
first.
can even play rook c2 here. The engine is entirely unafraid of rook f7. Ah, okay. First, that's cute.
Okay.
Rook c2, rook f7. Guess the move in the old ICC traditions. Guess the move.
Bishop c4.
Yes.
Oh, and rook
yes.
c3 check.
Well played. Yeah.
Immediate
draw.
Oh,
That's very cute.
that's actually very nice. Yeah. I mean, in the words of Mickey
don't
Adams,
expect it
that's
at
a
all.
visual. That is
Yeah, other things
visual.
also, like rook f1, rook f7, king h8 is a draw, rook f5 is a draw. You're just not losing this, but rook c2 is the cleanest, of course.
Yeah.
Just get stuff off the board very, very efficiently.
So rook takes f7, bishop
I'm
c4.
sure that's what Fabi's calculating right now. And if we do see that after bishop c4, it'll be a very quick draw.
That's an immediate reckoning
Yeah, everything comes off.
of pieces flying off the board at that point. It is a bit of a spectacular way of finishing the game,
Yeah,
I must say.
might as well.
Bishop c4. By the way, I think I see on your board bishop h6 was played by
Alireza finally accepted the
inevitable.
The
It
inevitable.
did take a long time, though. He's down to 13 minutes.
Bogdan is down to 4, but they are up to move 21.
All
the way up to
all the way up to.
all the way up.
The way you said it, I thought they were at 38 or
Yeah,
no,
right.
no,
Yeah,
not just
yeah,
yet.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's 2 moves away
Yeah.
from time control. Wrong. 4 minutes. Well, we had been warning our viewers even before the first round that the wild card, Bogdan does have this habit, a bad habit of getting himself in time trouble, almost regardless of the opening. Even if it's a very, very quiet opening, everything's even, he's in time trouble. If it's very, very complex, double-edged
His
opening,
position is fine, but it's going to be quite complicated. I think Jorden is avoiding all kinds of trades and just trying to keep the game as afloat as possible. And
So our current position is the king is on g3, and it's Fabi actually, because is he considering rook at f? No.
And as you can see, we have the eval bars on all the games. Everything looks equal except for Anish being slightly better and maybe Jorden just tiny bit
Worse.
worse. Yeah. No,
Because
better.
I thought Daniel was better. Wait a minute, what's
No.
going on?
No, that changed.
no, it's around equality. Like if you let it think
Okay.
for a bit, it gives very close to zeros.
Hold
but-
on, we left it after bishop g4, f3. Bishop
Black
e.
pawn made it all the way to f4.
Ah,
He
So
played
some
for a
space
plan
advantage,
that's it's ambitious, but maybe not as
Maybe not
taxing as.
Working, but it still looks scary.
Yeah, it looks interesting. Yeah.
G5, G4, right, is the plan.
okay, because I was more than curious as to why Black was. I'm not sure I understood rook b1 either.
Maybe A4, B5 is the plan.
a4, b5. Okay, that makes sense. a4, b5. So you were saying g5?
Maybe.
Okay, and I'm going to be the blockader in the family. I will play g4. You'll play h5. I'll play h3.
Yeah.
Will you be? So from White's point of view, White is playing to bring a rook to b7. What are you playing for on the king side? How do you break through?
I have to set up everything on H file somehow.
That's a long
And even after
long
that, I
road.
think it's just one check on H2.
Yeah,
So,
if I can.
okay, it will be something like take on G4 with the bishop, push F3, and then checkmate you on H file. That will be the goal.
Yay.
If you let me do everything I want.
Right. That's the big if. And at a certain moment, rook d6 could be a disturbing move.
At a certain moment, knight D5 is interesting. If you can keep the pawn
Also.
alive on D5.
Yeah, and especially
Yes.
when h5, when you've done something a little bit foolhardy, and knight d5 and the queen lands on g6. So f4, bishop f2. Peter, you give us your. Why do you like Black's position? What don't you like about?
I like the 36 minutes.
That's it. That's it.
No, I think it's a bit glib, but Black is
But
maybe
it's
a
truthful.
bit better because the bishop on g2 is very passive. I think the pair
That's
of
it.
bishops Black has is slightly better than the. I mean, the one on g7 is not an oil painting either, but I think you probably prefer the bishops for Black, and you have slightly more space, but mainly you have much more time. I'm not. If we could switch to my board for a
Yes.
second. The engine was playing it differently. The engine after bishop e3 was suggesting, as I mentioned, you throw in a5, then it wasn't even playing. You throw in. You need the open a file, and then it was playing h5 to perhaps suggest that maybe h5 h4 is going to be annoying for White, and only playing f5 if White does play h2 h4. And this is a different position, of course, because now the White structure on the king side is more compromised, and I think it's more believable that you will achieve something.
Yeah, it's
But in the
rigid.
current position, the engine feels that like allowing before b5 is probably unnecessary and not great, which is why it begins by playing a7, a6, waits for you to play a4, and then plays not h6, of course, plays h5, and it thinks this is completely fine for White. It doesn't find a single problem for White. You can even play b5, kind of opening the a file for Black, allowing, I don't know, some kind of play like this. And this is interesting, by the way. This is not stupid. The idea of GH, G5 actually seems to be working. Not that it wins, but it creates some kind of an imbalance. And it's always useful to have the rook on A8 participating in the game without leaving the starting square. That's always good. But it's a kind of a mess which you generally, I think you navigate quite. F takes G3.
Wow. Whoa,
That
whoa,
is
whoa.
unexpected. I didn't think he needed to release the tension on the king side this early. Bogdan already recaptured with the pawn, and now the engine just straight up likes this for white, even though the same plan of h5, h4 probably will swing the balance back towards equality. But yeah, this is a bit of an unusual decision. Maybe Jorden was actually worried about allowing g3, g4. Maybe he thought if I spend a tempo on h6, maybe Bogdan will play g4, h6, h5, h3, even though this the engine dislikes. Rook f7, then perhaps queen g5, and Nazi's plans of bishop takes g4 could actually materialize. But yeah, I think the kind of the decision to pull the trigger on the trade on g3 was the only way I can justify it. Is maybe he was worried the king side will get closed, but I don't think you needed to worry about that.
Yeah, f takes g3 certainly a surprise for me too, Peter. Thank you for that.
I really want to go back to Wesley and Fabi, because Fabi did play rook c2, and we're going to see that stylish bishop c4 move. I hope it's going to happen on the board.
So we're on the Wesley So versus Fabi game, and king g3, rook c2 on the board, and Wesley's idea, of course, it's a very, very attractive idea. You want to play rook takes f7, and thanks to the discovered check, rook takes c3 would lose on the spot to rook
c7 check.
Discovered check.
You do have, you don't, I was going to say bishop c4 check.
Yeah.
Even if that was a check, it's still a bad move. I'm still losing my bishop. I don't even have it.
I've done that in calculation before, yeah. The kind of a counter check which doesn't quite work because you can't defend the king on g8. You can only put something in front of it. You can't protect it with a bishop.
Yeah. I think it was Boleslavsky did that, and in his book, David Bronstein's book, Theory and Practice. You know, he said like this is the first mistake he's made in 20 years.
No, there's this famous example which I always remember in the Zurich 53 book.
Yes.
There's a dragon there in which a player at some point there is a dragon and black lures the white king to a3. And then goes knight takes f3 on the other side of the board, knight takes f3, rook c3 check, picking up the knight on f3.
Nice.
And the book says the white player calculated all that and was planning to go rook d1, d3, protecting everything along the third rank.
That was the Boleslavsky, right.
And only once they got there, he realized that that doesn't actually quite work.
Rook d3 is actually illegal.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
A moment of truth.
Will he play bishop c4?
It's not the only move. He could even play king h8 and it's still a draw.
I think if you play rook c2, you play it with the intention of playing.
The bishop c4 is a
very
stylish finish.
There we go. It's on the board.
Bravo, Fabi.
Yeah, let's stay with this one because it's gonna disappear.
This is going to be the handshake shortly.
Yeah.
Not a surprise that Wesley did not act like, oh, this is like the most shocking thing I've ever seen. Rook takes c3 check, expecting
king f4, rook c4, rook f6, e3 check, king takes e3, rook takes h4, and they will find some way to go from there.
Exactly.
Rook f6, e3 check.
Yeah.
And
you don't want to let this pawn live.
Maybe you go rook f4,
Do
actually.
you really want to?
Yeah, I think you go rook f4, takes king g7, g4.
I wouldn't take.
No.
I'm not taking that rook.
Okay.
Why?
Why not?
Just repeat with the rook. It's easier. I don't know.
That's unexpected.
Because if you get to the king endgame, then you have to trade the pawns and go all the way king versus king. That's the unspoken rule, right?
Is it unspoken? This is the
How unspoken is it? Yeah.
It's not even a 3-move repetition.
They
I think he was going to. I thought
They
he was
found
going
one.
to.
Yeah, he could have gone to f7.
f7.
Yeah, king f7 was slightly more natural. Yeah, they are.
Strange decision.
They are taking the Mickey, the Mickey a little bit.
This brings their series total to 30 draws.
30 draws in classical games.
As Wesley and Fabi.
I'm sure many more to come.
many more. Good fight,
Officially a draw.
but no result.
Both of these players remain at 50%.
And then the other game between our tournament co-leaders, Prague and Vincent, they followed that analysis that you were making, Peter.
This is
you were
not
saying
be a quick draw. White's going to
well,
torture black forever, right?
Well, there is this moment.
I guess bishop f3.
Rook to d1.
No, I think you play bishop f3, right?
Exactly. Rook to d1 is met by this very, very nice rook to b1 move. And,
Yeah, but I didn't have to trade the first pair of rooks either.
sorry.
I could just play rook d4 maybe.
Yeah, but then knight b5, knight c3. This is what
Oh,
we're
right,
discussing.
right.
Yeah, you can't preserve the bishop on.
So
on
something
the,
has to get
on the
traded.
board, yeah.
But you don't have to play rook d1, and it was bishop f3.
Start with
somebody,
bishop f3.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I think we play g5, d4, right? I think this is the point. We go g4, e4, rook d8, rook g1, knight b5, d5, knight d6. This is about as dead as draw as they come, yeah.
d5 and knight blockader.
Yeah.
That's a great blockader.
And knight b5, knight d6 here, yeah.
They're making these moves, following our line, but
Yeah. By the way,
Yeah,
I was
we'll see if
wondering why the
Vincent will play
computer wasn't
d4.
allowing me to play d5. Black gets turn.
Yeah.
Black gets a turn as well.
Yeah,
huh?
Prague does go for this, and I think d5, d4 is clearly the way to go here. If you allow white to pick up the pawn on d5 without changing the structure, those could be quite torturous.
So you're saying, as opposed to playing d5, d4 in this exact moment, if you played knight here, bishop takes,
yeah, we take
knight
on
e5.
d5.
Now it's
Oh.
4 versus 3, and
But this I could lose.
yeah, as opposed to
Having
putting
knight
the
on d6. in
yeah,
front of
putting the
d5,
e3
yeah.
pawn on the d5
Yes,
square.
yes, that's an easier draw for black,
But-
by far, right?
By far, not even close.
I mean, it helps that it's a white squared bishop with the h-pawn. That helps a lot. If everything was on the other side, maybe it would be even harder.
Exactly. But we are talking about the current position after bishop to f3, d5, d4 as being the way to make a draw, a convincing draw.
Easiest.
Also, I wasn't even that sure that after takes, I've got rook b1 in my pocket, right?
Right away? And then put the king on d6?
Correct. So I was thinking,
Well,
well, I'll
maybe your
start
knight
with
is
king
kind of-
f8, unless
Oh,
my
yeah.
knight gets marooned,
I'm
right?
worried about your knight on b1, yes.
My knight on b1. Hopefully it doesn't get dominated.
Because when you go to c3, I have bishop c6, but you're right, king comes to d6, so it should be
quickly.
fine.
Comes to. So as
And
we
Vincent just played d4, the best move.
yes, and again these tournament co-leaders.
But let's go over to Bucharest. Cristian is with Wesley, so.
First game I was slightly better.
Thanks, Nazi. Wesley, welcome to the show. Welcome back to Romania. It seems like you're enjoying this place here in Bucharest. You scored 3 draws up to this point, and today's game was quite intriguing. But did you feel like you got anything out of the opening phase?
No.
You didn't.
No, I mean, Fabi plays 20 openings, yeah?
Did he surprise you with his opening choice?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, I thought he'd play the Najdorf because that's what he'd been playing in Poland.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I can't really prepare for 20 openings against Fabiano, so sometimes it's much better
He
not
plays
to...
everything, yeah?
Yeah, much better not to prepare at all. It's just insane to me how he does it, how he plays all openings and how he remembers his analysis. I mean, if I had a good as opening repertoire as his, because my opening is very broad, if I had, I think I'd, I'd make it. But yeah, it's insane how, I don't know how Fabi does it, how he plays all these lines and how he remembers. Like, I never seen this before. Maybe last time I've seen this move maybe was 20 years ago in some Sveshnikov opening book, because I used to play Sveshnikov
This
a lot.
bishop e6, yeah?
Yeah. And I mean, Fabi has just like 1,000,001 ideas. Like, I'm not even sure why he would play such a weird looking line, because he probably has 4 other choices that also equalizes earlier on in the Sveshnikov. But yeah, I mean, what can I guess I played okay.
You're really falling down on the clock at this point. Were you
Yeah.
getting worried at all? Did you decide, did you make a conscious decision to, let's say, stir the game into more peaceful waters?
No, I wasn't particularly worried, because either I have a long thing in the opening or the game just completely dries up or I just blunder something in the opening. I mean, I have to use my time at what I feel is a critical part, and I think opening is for sure the critical part. And also, unlike in the Hans matches, you get additional time after move 40.
Right.
So it's also you get increment
Which Hans match, if you don't
Well,
know?
all the Hans matches, like against A Wonder.
Oh, you
against
mean
Nepo.
in general the matches that he organizes?
Yeah, the matches that he
I thought
organizes.
your match with Hans, and I was trying to figure out
Oh,
which.
no. All the matches
which
that he organizes
match are
have
we
no
talking
additional time on Move 40. And some tournaments also, I think like Total Chess in this November will have no additional time Move 40. So
Do you prefer that?
do I?
Or do you like the increment at the end of it?
Hard to say. I mean, I prefer whatever results are better for me. But in general, I think classical time control should be long game, should be classical. I'm not so sure about this 45 plus 30 that FIDE is trying to implement. Because I think you should have a classical time control. 45 is like rapid to me. Also, I don't like 2 games a day, but we'll see. Maybe in 1 year I like it.
Now, tell me a bit about this tournament so far. 3 days in, 3 draws. You didn't really feel like you were in danger at any point, but a very complex battle in the first round against Vincent Keymer. How are you feeling about your form coming off Rapid and Blitz in Poland?
Well, I feel okay so far. I think in Poland I played very well, at least in the rapid portion. But this tournament is completely different format and time control, so I'm not sure what to expect. But certainly need to win a game or 2 to fight for first. Also, there's
and the bonus prize.
A huge bonus, from this year, which wasn't particular years. But I think we all know how difficult tournament in Romania is. It's also quite hot. It takes a lot on your energy. So I think at the end of the day, whoever has the most energy will succeed in this tournament. But certainly need to win. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I think I won the first round against Firouzja, and that certainly helped a lot. So,
well, Wesley, 6 rounds to go, plenty of ground cover. We'll let you get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
And right now we will be going on a short break, but Irene Sukandar will be giving us some insights about today's round. Irene, take it away.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the break segment with me, Irene Sukandar, and thanks Cristian. And we had already 2 games concluded, and both of the games ended with a draw. One is rather quick, and another one just happened, Wesley versus Fabiano. Let me remind you what happened in the game that was concluded very early. It was between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Javokhir Sindarov. So they went on a very orthodox Guccio piano here with the D3 variation. And H6 is currently kind of like a trendy line for black because it kind of shows that you want to play D6 later and G6, but also it gives a flexibility for the bishop where it's going to go, whether it's on E7 or G7, depending on your next moves. So in this position, A4, it's also very thematic. Bishop C5. So here, Sindarov chose another approach by putting the bishop on C5. This is also a very normal variation that black can opt. And after A5, here there's so many nuances where you can actually allow A6, and you can also stop A6 yourself. And in this position, Sindarov chose to stop A6 by playing A6 himself. So castle, and then after bishop E3, since you don't have bishop B6 anymore in this position, black decided to exchange the bishop on E3, and after this one, D6. So this is a very, very close position, and many of the games like this will end in like 60 moves, 70 moves, like if they want to really fight over this middle game. So after bishop E6, you don't want to have another double pawn on the C file, so knight goes to D2 in the case where bishop takes, but knight will take here, and then the position will remain equal. In this position, Sindarov played knight B4, probably also initiating to play D5 at some point, and knight A2, trying to attack this knight. Of course, there's nothing wrong with taking on A2, but in this position, I think there's like unspoken words by the players that they would like to just finish the day early and get rest for the next one. So yes, knight b4 is here, and as Peter already mentioned, like white also had an option to play rook a4 if white would like to keep going, but MVL just agreed for the repetition. And the game that we just saw just now, it was between Wesley and Fabiano Caruana. Well, we see that the opening of this game was Sveshnikov, and we remember the rising of Sveshnikov was when Fabi was playing against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match. So probably he was using some of his preparation back then, but I'm sure there's so many lines in this Sveshnikov that's been updated lately. And then what Fabi played in the game was actually some uncharted territory there. So after knight d5 here, you have so many options here. After bishop takes, c3 is one, c4 is another one, but c3 is of course the main line. Then after castling, knight c2, bishop e6, and then a4. And then after this, knight e7, and then takes on f6. So there are also some other lines where you take on b5 here, but yes, knight takes f6 looks very straightforward because you just want to open up the G file, just like what Sveshnikov is normally looking like. So after d5 here, yeah, this is the uncharted territory that I was talking about. So usually in this position, you might play something else. Like Wesley also took some time to take on b5, where after AB takes, yeah, nothing much happening. But let me get you to the endgame where it looks like there was something in this position, because we have a majority pawn in the queen side where white might have some slight advantage. That after bishop b3 here, Wesley play rook d7, but I think if you would like to somehow keep the fight on, you would like to play rook d2 here, and then just play rook and bishop versus rook and knight. I know it is still pretty much kind of equal, but you still have some hope here because, again, you have a better bishop because in the endgame, usually bishop is better than the knight. But what we are going to see here is just some simplification until the end. And I think, just like what Yasser mentioned it, they finish this position in a very stylish style, that after here, bishop c4. Because now after bishop c4, you cannot play for anything else. But after taking this, of course, like there's nothing much on the board but the rook and pawn end game. And then, yeah, players just agreed to repeat the moves here and then shook hands for the draw. So we still have 3 games remaining, and every game is very interesting. So stay tuned. And meanwhile, before we go back to the games, let's go back to Romania because Cristian has a special guest in the studio.
We are here with Florin Raducioiu, one of the leaders of the golden generation of Romanian football. And Florin, you are here for the game between Bogdan-Daniel Deac and Jorden van Foreest. You made the first move. Now, you've been a friend of chess for quite a few years. You always return to the Grand Chess Tour. What brings you back?
First of all, I remember when I was child. When I was 9 and 10 years old, we played on the streets, and we'd done, some mini tournaments with chess and backgammon one. So and then I played when I moved to the first team of Dinamo Bucharest. We played when we've been in with 2 days before the game. So we played a lot of chess. So. These are my memories. Mm-hmm. So obviously I'm here because Superbet and this tournament is amazing. As amazing as organization. So I was invited. I think there's a 4th year that I'm here. So I love the sport because I told you you have to be smart. You have to move. You have to move. You have to be very smart, very be careful. You have to have strategy. So it's a little bit like a football, like a soccer, you know.
I love the fact that you call chess a sport. Some people say it's art, you know, but you called it a sport.
Yeah.
Now, have you played chess with perhaps some of the other leaders of the golden generation?
Yeah, we played. I played with Lupescu. We played. I told you when we've been in the Dinamo Bucharest in the 90s, and then I know. So we played, and I think with Dan Petrescu. I think we played so often with him. So yes, we're talking about the past, so many years ago. Now I play sometimes with some friend, but occasionally. So you know, I don't have so much time.
Yes.
But I told you I love this sport. I love this kind of you know confrontation. You know, so. It's amazing. It's amazing what's happened here. It's a great job that our governor Mogurizărescu he is our host. You know, so he gave us a possibility to have this tournament in this historical building. You know, National Bank of Romania. So I'm very emotional. You know, I mean, it's so nice to see these amazing 10 players to play, and then when I finish the interview with you, I will go back absolutely to understand a little bit what is in this mind of these players.
Just like in football, I feel there's a lot of decisions that players make in chess, in football as well. In football, is a little bit faster.
Yes,
it's closer to rapid and blitz when we play fast chess.
Yes, exactly.
When we play slow chess. Do you enjoy that as well?
I enjoy more this slow
chess.
Yes. It's not like a football because you don't have time, you know.
Yes.
But I love Anyway, you have to decide anyway. In some I think 1 minute, 1 minute. But yes. I prefer the slow chess. You know, to give me the possibility to make my decision with a little bit calm. You know, so but the football is different.
Yes,
you have few seconds to decide what I do, and I go to the right, to the left. I kick. I don't know. I kick on the goal. You know. So it's I prefer that one, the slow, you know, because you know all the people are going, all our life is so quickly. You have to do everything very fast. So you know, just calm a little bit. So I love that kind of chess.
Thank you very much for joining us this year as well. Now tell me, who is your favorite in this event? It's quite important to ask.
Obviously, we are in Romania, so my favorite, and I would like to see him winner of this tournament, will be very difficult anyway. But Bogdan-Daniel, if not, I after him, I prefer Javokhir Sindarov, because he's a challenger, I think. So I think he's a very strong player. He's very good, and this one, I think he has also a very important possibility to win this tournament. You know.
Florin, always an honor to have you on the show. Thank you very much for joining us.
For me too. Thank you very much. Thank you. See you soon. Bye.
Guys, back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a really fun interview. I enjoyed it.
Nice. This is fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at our current pairings with some results that already have happened. So far, we have 2 draws. First one was a quick one between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Javokhir Sindarov. Another one just ended not long ago between 2 Americans, Wesley and Fabiano Caruana.
Very hard-fought draw. Very interesting. Sveshnikov that Fabi essayed. With the 3 remaining games, I thought that Prague and Vincent were heading for a draw, but I'm not quite sure
looks
anymore.
Like a draw. I want to draw your attention to more Anish and Alireza's game, because we have imbalances there. Anish is up in exchange.
For goodness knows what.
For 2
I actually didn't think it was a very good
but this last move
decision
that he made was not approved by the engine, so maybe his advantage is not as big as I thought.
Yeah, well, there was no reason that Alireza, as far as I was concerned, had to sacrifice it in exchange. Time trouble is definitely playing a role here as well. But with
Wow,
this,
Alireza only has 1 minute and 40 seconds.
with this backward d6 pawn, I am all about the move knight e1. I would love to simply play rook takes d6, double my rooks, and I would want to meet the move bishop f4 with knight g2.
Oh, that's the idea of knight e1.
Yeah, just
Very
to
nice.
just to stop the blockade and give me back a bishop, if you will. He started with the move f4, and that move, well, I mean, you could just see the chess bar
c5 was played by Alireza, the best move.
as he's looking to try to dislodge the knight. Now, what is it that Anish, because Anish certainly expected the move c5. Was he?
Maybe he
is
wants to play f3.
Yeah, exactly. In order
Looks
to
logical, yeah.
to play the knight back to f2, because
Kick the bishop out.
he needs a follow-up to, because otherwise he's just put his pawn
And a vulnerable square, yeah.
right on pre, essentially.
Yeah. F4, he's still better, but yeah.
Making it
The,
difficult.
the thing that the engine likes the most is quite inhuman. Instead of F4, it's suggesting to play knight d3 to e1.
I like that move. Yeah,
The idea being that we want to be able to meet bishop f4 with knight g2.
exactly.
And the second best is very direct, and I'm pretty sure that Anish considered and decided not to play. The second best is knight b4. And I guess he did not want to allow the activation of the a8 rook, because black will play rook b8, knight c6, rook b2.
Right.
We will take on d6. But then there's maybe some potential counterplay against the f2 pawn. Black probably tries something like bishop g5, h4. And I think maybe Anish did not want the mess. But this appears to be winning after, let's say, you can play,
We have
after
a
rook
lot
6,
of
bishop g5, you can go
moves
just simply
coming
rook
in.
a d1. Although, once again, I sort of understand why not allowing the entire queen side to disappear was his decision. But knight e1 is pretty good. And if rook a d8, we go rook d3, and we're trying to go rook a to d1. And once again, anytime the bishop comes to f4, we have knight g2 kicking it away. And if you have to preserve the bishop on f4 by giving up the bishop pair, eventually you will lose. You have a very beautiful dark squares dominance, but you are a full exchange down, so it's kind of irrelevant.
Exactly.
F3, F4 does give away actually most of his advantage. It's a very, very big mistake according to the engine. And black already played c5, b3, and a5, which is absolutely correct. Trying to create counterplay on the queen side, maybe get some pawns off the board. And also, now your knight is very much rooted to the protection of the f4 pawn. This is a bit of a strange decision by Anish, frankly. I don't know how he settled on it.
Can he get rid of the f4 pawn, play e5? Sorry, yes or no?
No, it's okay. No, it's fine.
e5, g5, I
And
think
take
maybe
with
this
the
is what he
f1.
didn't understand. Takes, and now bishop g4 is incredibly awkward because your rook on d1 does not
see.
have good squares.
Rook e, oh,
You
yeah.
actually have probably to return the exchange. The machine plays knight takes e5, bishop d1, rook d1. In the practical game, you still very easily lose these positions with black, but it's obviously an improvement comparing this to some of the other lines we were.
I'm not averse to your idea of playing e5. I was just wondering, why don't we start with f3, a4,
F3, yeah, a4 is.
and then king f2 with the intention of playing e5. And
King f2, the engine goes bishop g7, provokes e5, takes on e5, f takes e5, and goes bishop f5. And suggests we're not even worse anymore, just gives basically zeros here.
this is just zeros, huh?
Well, 0-22, but well, yeah, to all intents
Oh,
and purposes.
I
this is
blundered
just-
a1. Sorry. It just happens that that was, that is why. Okay, that makes sense. That is why e5.
So in the current position after a5,
Yes,
what looks most
logical.
logical for white that
The engine actually does suggest returning that exchange with e5.
just give
Thinks
up
it's best. Gives white a decent winning chance, but it's a very, very precipitous drop from the evaluations after 91.
Yeah, the 91 IG2 you showed us yesterday was very strong.
Look really, really
And
good.
Anish started with 2 draws with black pieces, even though he had an advantage in both of them. So he's looking for his first win. He just played e5.
Somehow he's been very unlucky in taking what we think are nice positions and
Converting them.
Yeah, getting a minimal result out of the advantage. He did play e5. Knight should move e5.
Yeah, DEF he already
On the
played.
board.
Alireza is on 2 minutes, but his play is now, I think, you see something to attack, you attack it. There is no time to waste. You cannot give white a tempo to go rook ac1, for instance. There's no way you play bishop f8 in this position, for instance.
Right.
Again.
First of all, again, and secondly, just giving white rook ac1 is unthinkable. I think you go bishop g4, and you accept the fact that you will have to defend that position after knight takes c5.
Right, bishop g4. Any rookie? Yeah, he has
on the
played
board.
bishop g4. I think I'm with you,
If
Peter. I
Anish
think it's
tries to
forced.
keep the material rook e1, there is bishop d2. Let's show the line why he
Right.
can't keep it on.
The rook is
on board.
actually having a hard time finding a
And you
square
have to play
where
rook e4, and there's bishop f5.
f5,
Exactly,
and then
where-
bishop c3, and then
where the rook is
jumps
not getting
continue, yeah.
chased.
Yeah. You can take on c5 here, but I guess that's not the best version.
Probably not. Yeah, takes bishop f4 is awkward, right?
Oh, I don't want to lose the e5 pawn.
No.
No, it's not a good chance.
And yeah, if you're giving up an exchange, there are better ways to do it.
Yeah,
Give
you're
it
hoping.
back.
Yeah, you're hoping that you'll get a pawn and
Mm-hmm.
initiative, right? Once you give back the exchange, but getting there,
So after bishop g4 in the current position,
yes.
and you should take on c5 right away if he wants to
Right.
keep playing for a win.
Let's have a look. See at that one. Knight takes c5. Bishop takes. Rook takes d1.
Yeah,
what
probably
do
rook
we-
c8. You want to activate this rook as quickly as possible, right?
Rook c8. Rook d5. just
Bishop
to-
f8.
I was about to say,
He's
how are you
going
going to
for
kick
it?
my knight out?
Yep, he took on c5. So we might get this exact position in a few moments.
Exactly. And I see that both players have kind of picked up their tempo a bit, but certainly Alireza has to.
He has to.
And what move number are we on?
We're on move
again?
32 right now.
32.
Of course,
for
now it's
2
easier
minutes.
to find moves for black. Position is pretty simple, but he's not without risk here, yes.
Rook c8, I'm expecting rook d5, and then
Bishop
Peter was
f8
saying
again.
bishop f8.
Maybe knight e4. Let's try to put the knight on
Love it.
good squares.
This is the perfect.
Maybe even rook d7 and knight g5 is an idea.
Yes.
Yeah, it just depends on what black does here.
Rook d7, e6.
Probably
and then-
a4, right, is what I would play here.
Well, otherwise I'm picking off this peshki for free, right? I've always thought in terms of the f6 square as being a prime square for the knight, that there's so many checkmating patterns that come out after the knight gets to f6. So we start with the move a4, yeah?
Free
If we
pawn, let's
can,
take
yeah,
it.
I would like to get some pawns off the board here, yeah.
But you're not getting that one back. You're going to take a2, right? If I take on a4.
I was thinking rook c4 was your idea.
There's knight
actually.
f6,
Check
rook
and
a5.
a5.
Or a5, yeah. But then rook a4, rook takes a2, I guess.
And
yeah.
then the rook would swing across. So hold on. So we're saying, I'm
was
not
thinking you were
100%
gonna go rook
sure
c2.
this one. Rook check,
Check.
king, a5. Rook would swing across to e4.
Another check on e8. Knight c7 with the idea of a6.
Ooh, hey.
It's getting dangerous, right?
Okay, your pawn gets to a6. Does it get further, though?
Not right away.
Okay, so that's good news. So rook takes c2, a6. Let's say bishop out. Okay, I'm kind of dreaming a little bit of putting my bishop on c5 on a good day.
It's king f1.
King f1 makes sense.
Can you bring your own king? Well, not really.
Not really.
Yeah.
Can I get my bishop on the diagonal g1
Well,
to b6?
we went really far in this line.
We did. Where I was trying to trick ourselves, but
While
we're
Anish is thinking, maybe we should check Bogdan's game against Jorden, because it's a very sharp moment right now while he still only has 42 seconds.
All right, we're going to switch games to our wild card player. As
he was doing really, really well for a while because just as yesterday until some moment, he actually kind of outplayed Jorden from a position which was at some point significantly worse for him already, and was doing completely fine until that very, very last move. Rook d4 is a good move against time trouble, but White could have ignored it, like Rook b4 is good. Bishop b3 is not great because Bishop b3 kind of softens up your pieces on the king side. The knight on g3 is now vulnerable. And king f2 appears to just be bad. Now bishop c4 is somehow just straight up winning. I guess the queen is getting swung over to g7, and that decides the game.
Bishop c4, wow.
So he was on 10 minutes on move 12, survived until move 32 without making really any serious mistakes, and now 2 in a row.
And collapsing.
And collapse seems imminent.
He's not even at the board.
Bishop c4 is the only thing that works, but it's very honest. Like bishop f6 was already an indication that you want your queen to have access to some squares on the 7th rank, and even queen h5, queen g7, you are still getting mated.
Yeah, queen g7, doubling up. Idea of knight h3
or
check.
Knight takes e4, some jump, yeah.
Queen takes g3 check. Oops.
Some jump.
So bishop c4 just making room for the queen to swing across. And Bogdan in trouble, and our rookie, although there are several rookies in the field, including
Just two,
Vincent.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Vincent and Jorden.
Yeah.
This can be a huge win for Jorden with the black pieces, and will be joining the leaders.
Should everybody else just
Should everybody
chill.
else draw, yes.
Yeah.
Which is what we're expecting at the moment. So bishop c4 does come to mind, of course, but then let's say queen h5.
All right. Bishop c4, queen h5, queen g7.
I'm going to go rook g1. I think that protects the direct threat on g3. Because my bishop can...
Covering up, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook to g1. And notice what's interesting is we're never interested in trading rooks and just opening up this diagonal for the bishop. That would just be a kind of a suicide. Okay, how can I exploit these guys?
I don't see it right away, but you can probably put more pressure. Rook d3.
Rook d3 is a good starting move. By the way, we do have
He found the winning move, bishop c4.
He found bishop c4.
So we're expecting queen h5. Not too much time for Deac at the moment as he's ticking down and move number
19 seconds for how many more moves? Five more moves. But his positions also collapse in 10 seconds.
It's queen h5.
Go queen h5, yes.
He's done it. And for you, Nasi, what's time trouble? When do you start feeling that burn and getting yourself all nervous?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. And Peter, for you?
Yeah.
With the 30-second increment.
These days I'm very nervous around the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, you feel it
used to be completely relaxed, but yeah, it becomes worse and worse with time somehow. I'm now very unused and very unhappy with.
Me too. 5 minutes seems to be my cutoff as well. That's when I start to go, okay. Like
leg starts to shake. And
yeah, like okay.
Your heart beats
that
faster.
little skip beat.
Queen g7 on the board. Probably
and now
rook g1,
g1.
Right?
This is a nice defensive move here, just to prevent knight takes e4 check. Knight 8 ideas. You just have to cover up on the g file. He's played queen h2. Okay, I understand this move.
And now the shocking thing is,
you're defending
knight e4 works, but I don't know if that's actually easy and or possible to find.
It's very simple. Bishop h. There's mate, no?
Yeah, but bishop takes e4.
So let's just explain ourselves.
Knight takes e4,
bishop takes e4, knight takes e4,
if knight takes
bishop
h4 does win.
h4
And the thing is
hurtful.
If we begin with a bishop capture, you can do it even a full rook down compared, We go rook takes e4 here, and it's the same tactic.
Oh my.
Even with fewer pieces left on the board, we're still giving the same mate very, very comfortably.
On g2. Ouch.
Yeah. But regrettably for Bogdan, even quiet moves are now completely winning because the black is just so dominant. Like you can play knight g5 f7 here, and you're apparently completely winning.
Knight g5 to where? Sorry, f7.
F7, just knight f7, just
and
to
then
open up the g5. I guess maybe bishop g5 it becomes a threat, or queen g4 in some positions maybe becomes a threat.
He's definitely calculating knight d4.
I'm sure he is,
he
because
make it work.
I mean, you know, when the moment you see this one, knight. Oops, sorry. Knight,
Bishop h4 check, right?
yes, exactly.
That's
The moment,
he's hovering over the e4 pawn.
the moment you see bishop h4 check in this line, then you're absolutely trying to make it work. Bishop h4.
Yeah, he's found it.
Yes, on the board. He didn't take much time either.
No, but he is a very good calculator and enjoying a good year. His brain is clearly in decent working shape. Yeah, bishop takes e4, and he'll just go rook takes e4, and that will be a bit of a...
I like how he said his brain is clear.
cold shower for Bogdan.
Rook e4. That rook is the hero
very
of the
much
game.
Truly.
Repeating the story from yesterday, going down very low on the clock and then playing very well for a long stretch. But the thing is,
it catches up eventually.
It eventually catches up with you, even with somebody who, as Bogdan clearly is very used to this situation, as well, years and years of practice. It is still very difficult to preserve the level for all 40 moves if you...
But it is a very nice visual. This bishop on c4 controlling the e2 and f1 squares, the king being trapped on the king side, and after bishop h4 check, the queen is ready to pounce on g2. And you're getting checkmated.
10 seconds.
He's played rook to b6. He's kind of
Trying to
thrown...
deflect the queen.
He's thrown his rook down to b7.
I think we can just take on b7.
We take, we go queen b2 check, I think.
Not the other rook, yes, rook b7.
Rook to b7.
Yeah. You can take, you can also include rook f4 check.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice because bishop will be hanging. Yeah, it's a nice way to give up the rook on f4 instead of e4.
Interesting. Yeah, the one thing you can't... I was looking at rook h4 for some reason too. Rook h4, queen takes h4, bishop h4, rook g7, and I have bishop g8. Sorry, let me put this on the board. Why doesn't rook h4 work? Rook h4, queen h4, right?
No, this one is bad. But
this is bad?
Rook g7 and king g1 maybe is a slightly better version.
Rook g7 and king g1, didn't see it. Rook g7.
I mean, black is winning, but you'll have to win an endgame.
Well, no, I didn't want that. I mean, obviously, I thought
Black
I was...
is, I think, still completely and utterly winning. But.
Yeah, but I was much more interested in, like, gobbling up a pin piece on g3. Rook b7. You guys like queen d2? Queen b7 and queen b2?
Yeah, queen b7, queen b2 seems good enough.
Good. You have to probably play...
Rook f4 is cleaner, but I think this is just good enough. Yeah, queen b2 check.
It's very straightforward.
Yeah, queen b2 check. If you play rook d2, I have queen b1, which forces you to put the knight back on g3, and then we're a pawn up, and we're also attacking, and we'll find a way to put some kind of a finishing touch on it.
With f1 check and attacking the knight. But you felt that in the current position, an improvement is actually just to lure the bishop to f4, so that after rook check, bishop takes f4. Now you take, the bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
You have to move the bishop probably back to e3.
Yep.
Yeah, very similar, but probably a tempo up because we're not obliged to go queen b2 check now. We can do something smarter.
Maybe even bishop to d5. Is the bit e4?
e4. Why not?
Is the bishop
Looks pretty,
good?
but I'm just going to take that pawn. Knight e4.
Check.
Rook d2.
And I get the very same position.
But you're down a pawn?
Well, we have bishop e5 in the end.
We have bishop e5 at the end. So in this position where we go check, queen b1, threatening mate on f1, when you play knight here, this is where I thought I had this.
Oh, that looks great, actually. Bishops, queen, rook, everything.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad at all, yeah.
Sometimes.
Very much a matter of taste, yeah, I think.
Right.
Mostly.
So a big moment here for Jorden, who's on the precipice of victory with the move rook f4, although in truth he also could capture right away on b7. But rook f4 looks to be style points.
Yeah, but he has time to consider all the options. He knows he's winning and doesn't want to give any chances.
Exactly.
Any updates on other boards, Peter?
Well, the Prague endgame will go on for a while, but there's not very much going on there. And in the Leko versus Alireza game, I was looking at that a little bit because I was wondering why the engine is as untroubled as it is on my screen. And in the current position, if we could switch to my board, Black even has a choice. You can, if you want to preserve the pawn on a5, which I think most human players would actually try to preserve the pawn on a5, you can play bishop d2, put it on b4. You also introduced the idea of bishop d2, e1 in some positions. And shockingly, after rook d7, bishop b4, we can even allow e6. It's not really worried about that at all, because after king f6 and then king e6, which is a kind of a cute way to make a draw, we take away the pawn on f7 and we should be okay. But also, and this is what I was trying to understand, the engine also says we are not even worse here. With white having two protected, two connected and somewhat protected passers on the queen side. But the king side is so vulnerable, and the bishop eventually goes to b4, the rook goes to a2, there's all kinds of bishop b4, c5 ideas you have to control. Black also starts pushing h4, g5, g4, and so on. This, I think, is just objectively just a draw. And probably isn't even that difficult to make, because in order to start pushing those pawns, you have to dedicate all of your pieces to it, and then your king side starts creaking. So yeah, Alireza is basically out of it, although he did play h5, h4, which the engine disagrees with violently because of rook d7 for some reason. Specifically rook d7, though. Nothing else works.
The f7 pawn?
Rook d7, h3, and just king f1.
King f1?
I don't quite understand why the evaluation drops so far. I guess we provoke h3 and then the rook comes back to d3 and picks it up, which is very unfair.
How rude.
Yeah. If you don't play rook d7, though, it seems like black is still surviving. Knight takes a5 is playable, and then after h3 you will have to play rook d1. And black plays something like bishop g5, h4 has counterplay and probably makes a draw, even though it's not as clean as the other line. But rook d7 is very strong. And if king g8, now we can play h2, h3. And somehow there is a massive difference between this position. I'm still trying to figure out why the inclusion of rook d7, king g8 is so important. What if we play h3 straight away? Now bishop d2. So by including rook d7, king g8, we have ruled out bishop d2, because bishop d2 now just loses to knight d6. So the trick here is to understand that h4, h3 is not such a huge idea, and you can actually, under certain circumstances, allow it. Anish has 2 minutes, though, and I think instinctively you are so used not to allow h4, h3.
He's reaching for his rook.
He is.
If you find...
He's about to play it.
He goes all the way back to d3, and yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah, your body kind of fights you
from allowing h3.
It tells you, please do not allow h4, h3.
Right.
And now black is back to being okay-ish after bishop d2,
which was played immediately.
Because the bishop gets back to b4, and you don't lose the f7 pawn.
Well, you don't lose the a5 pawn. You don't lose the f7 pawn. There's nothing to complain about, because the extra pawn that white has on b3 is not meaningful when it's blockaded by a bishop like
but that was a very intricate decision to find on 2 minutes, I think. Because everything in you tells you cannot allow h3 because h2 becomes weak. Like if you have to play h3, king f1, rook d7, h3, king f1. If you imagine black having time to play something like bishop f4, you could actually start risking things, and you don't really want to be in a position where there's an element of risk involved.
Not at all. No, especially when you're a pawn up and thinking you're pressing.
Yeah, knight d6 played, bishop b4 is very natural.
Yep.
And yeah, this now is objectively fine for black. That doesn't mean there will not be any further turnarounds, of course, but objectively this is pretty okay for black.
I mean, incredible save by Alireza.
Yeah, best position.
Such a tough game.
Yeah, I mean, that exchange sacrifice was
unexpected.
Yes, there you have it. Unexpected.
Unexpected.
All right, I'm just going to check in on the game.
I'm keeping my eye. Jorden still hasn't made a move. He's still
position,
thinking.
because we've been expecting either queen takes.
Down to 5.5 minutes. He has to make a decision, right?
Yeah. And for sure, he's been calculating rook f4 check.
And they're 2 moves away from time control, so he's doing the right thing. Use all your time before the time control, especially when you have such a winning position, to not let your opponent have any chances to come
And
back.
also letting Bogdan sit there in 35 seconds is quite hurtful.
I wouldn't mind that, but I guess...
In a way, you want your opponent to play faster because that gives you things to react to, and that gets you closer to move 40. Yeah, there's just less suffering. Yeah.
It's a nice story from Ben Larsen. He was once playing against a Czech grandmaster, Jan Smekel, and Jan was a notorious time trouble addict and had like 1 minute for 15 moves, while Bent had an hour, and Bent made his time control with barely any time to spare, and Smekel immediately played his move and literally ran at full speed to the bathroom. Bent was blissfully unaware that the man was in serious need and urgency. Rook b7 still, and Jorden against rook b7 I think started with 12 minutes or thereabouts, so he's used 8 minutes over whether to play rook f4 or not. What's the downside to rook f4? Because I don't see that.
There is none.
And we completely failed to mention queen takes g3, by the way.
Yeah, he can take... We'll have...
2 bishops?
Well, no, she will still be an exchange down, right?
Why?
No, 2 bishops for a rook.
Well, no, we get 2 bishops for a rook, and it is...
Check.
How are you picking up the b7 rook?
I know, I'm picking up the e3 bishop. Rook takes.
Yeah, you already have 2 bishops, okay.
Just had to remind yourself.
It is somehow third best, even though it looks like it should be completely winning, but it's somehow behind both rook f4 and queen takes b7.
I didn't even consider it.
Yeah.
Frankly, I was so focused on rook f4 to the exclusion, as well as queen b7, but rook f4 to my mind is just so strong. I didn't even see rook queen takes g3 and rook takes e3. That's hilarious.
That might be good practical choice, but I mean every choice that we mentioned looks without any risks for black.
For sure. It's just a funny oversight.
It is. We're so focused on queen b7, rook f4, like, oh, 2 pieces are hanging.
Yeah, it's not a bad practical choice as well. Yeah.
But it's, according to the engine, not as good as the other 2 options?
It's completely winning, but the other 2 are more winning.
More winning.
Yeah.
You see, there's winning, and then there's more winning.
And there's completely winning.
Yeah, because with the king on h8 cut off by the rook on b7, like if that wasn't an issue, if we didn't have to worry about the king safety a little bit, that would have clearly been the
overwhelming.
He already would have played it because
it
just ends the game. But with the king on h8 as it is, and in the final position there, allowing rook d7 or perhaps rook d6 is a bit annoying. Yeah, he's gone queen takes b7 finally.
Queen takes b7. After a long decision, he calculated... probably something close to 9, maybe even 10 minutes before capturing, and then instantly Daniel reacted with the only move he could play, which was to recapture the rook. And we have been looking at queen b2 check here. And our analysis more or less went rook to d2,
Queen
queen
b1.
b1, give me the knight, give me the checkmate in 1.
So only move is knight g3.
And we kind of stopped here. I was thinking about e4.
So I'm thinking now, if you play e4, white might have bishop d4. Or am I, no.
There's queen
There's
b2
queen
check in
b2.
the end.
There's
Yeah.
queen b2,
I don't think
never
you're
mind.
fast enough.
I'm losing
Right.
a piece, yeah.
Also is
They just reached move 40, so Bogdan can relax. He got 30 minutes. However, his position is
bad.
really, really bad.
We do have queen b2 check on the board, right? And rook d2.
Although,
And we're
honestly,
expecting-
this is, I think, slightly trickier than we think, because after queen b1, he will play queen b1, I'm pretty sure. Queen b1, knight g3. There is no immediate way to continue attacking, and you also cannot really stop queen h6, which is going to be an annoying move to contend with. The engine very calmly goes bishop d5, queen h6, bishop e7, not even bishop g7, goes bishop e7.
Okay, those last two moves, bishop d5, bishop e7? Or
Yeah, and says there
Not
is no
normal.
actual counterattack. f6, I will go bishop f8. Queen h4, I will go rook g6, and then eventually I will start making progress. But the fact that you at some point have to start making some moves backwards is going to be annoying for your.
Very much so,
Yeah.
yes.
He probably still makes those moves because the other ones are worse. But you know, you're sitting there after knight g3 and you think, okay, I will now
wanna go
find
forward.
I will now find some kind of a clean solution which delivers mate.
And
Right.
end the game,
But it
yes.
appears not to exist. It appears that there's nothing that cleanly ends the game in like 5 moves flat.
So the idea is that after, for example, e4, which looks highly desirable, right?
Before even rook d7 exists.
Rook d7,
Yeah.
reminding, hello.
And
Where did you
shockingly,
come
there's
from?
once again no mate. Queen b2 check, king g1.
Queen.
And you have to trade queens. You will win
Wow.
after the queen trade, most likely, but you have to trade queens, which is extremely unfair.
That is
Right.
so hard to believe.
It is
Like
crazy.
it looks like there has to be mate, right?
Terrible. But time control has been made in the game of...
On every board, actually.
On
They
all
reached-
the boards. Okay.
No more time troubles.
And how about Prague and Vincent? Vincent had a dream blockade.
Still there.
Still
Still
there.
has it, yeah. And we were discussing this, I think, on break. I was trying to remember there was that game Jan Nepomniachtchi failed to win with a bishop against knight and the d-pawn. But that was queen against queen, and it wasn't against either Ding or Firouzja, it was against Lenier. There was a very, very dramatic game, which I think both Yasser and I were covering live in the Sinquefield Cup 2023, where it began by this exact blockade. And then somehow the pawn actually got across, and it got to d6, and Jan was completely winning, but then failed to win. This should be a very comfortable draw, but of course you can still imagine. I don't know if you blunder some sort of h4, h5, rook h1 in some position. You know, White needs to make a few moves in a row here, of course, to make any serious progress. But
I mean, somebody famous must have said it. There's always room to blunder in chess. I mean, no matter the position.
question for you, Yasser.
Yes.
If you could nominate a structure on the king side for black, where would your pawns be?
Probably on dark squares.
But is it g7 or g5?
G7?
G7, I guess. Yeah.
H7,
This is what
H6.
I came to as well. That like if I could, I would very much like to play g5 and h6 here, so that they're not on light squares.
Right.
But first of all, not sure I get there the way
Right.
the pieces are, and secondly, this still leaves a bit of a pathway for the white king. Like you can maybe dream of some king of 3, g4, h5
Yeah.
maneuvers.
We're just discussing this idea that you've got the blockade as black, but you're not completely comfortable with the pawns on h7 and g6 because they're being targeted.
H4,
and
H5, right?
H4, exactly, to undermine them. So Peter's saying, well, in a dream scenario, would you prefer to have the pawns on g5 and h6, or G7 and H6.
Ideally, G7, H6.
I think so as well.
Just in case, G7 also protects F6 and H6.
Yeah, I think you want them as far back in your camp as possible to preserve.
Those types of questions, by the way, are not just theoretical, they're very practical. And I remember Victor Korchnoi telling me in a rook and 4 versus a rook and a 3, you have the 3 pawns. What's your ideal pawn structure?
F7, G6, H5?
Wrong.
Wrong?
Amazing. That was the one I chose, of course. He said F6, F7, H6.
Oh, right.
The doubled F pawns were actually a better. I was like mystified and
But you don't
really
think
surprised.
of that.
No, you don't. Yeah, it was very eye-awakening.
Prague and Keymer came into today's round as co-leaders.
Yes, they did.
Of course,
Along
both
with
of them
MVL.
wish to win NBSL leader, but it looks like a draw, and they'll be joining MVL in the lead.
Exactly.
40-plus moves made, accuracy 98 point something.
Impressive.
Pretty good.
How
How do
both
you
of
do
them.
that?
Pretty good.
I'm looking at the game between Anish, Giri, and Alireza. Alireza was definitely on the precipice of defeat for quite some time, and now it just feels
Looks
like
fine, frankly.
everything is
fine.
great. So, despite his pawn deficit, the majority on the queen side is nicely blockaded, and actually black has really active pieces as well, maybe even including his king, not adverse to even moves like king e6 coming up. So we feel the worst is behind him.
Completely now,
Yeah.
yes. That moment where Anish played rook d3 instead of rook d7, that was such a crucial moment. I mean, totally understand why he did that. Allowing black's pawn on h3 looks like you messed up.
Right.
But he had time then, right?
He had 2.5 minutes,
Oh,
maybe.
that's it.
Not a
Okay,
lot of
okay,
time.
that's
It was a
not a
very,
lot.
very difficult practical thing, yeah.
Right.
I think on 2.5 minutes,
No, you just play instinctively. Yeah.
you're an underdog to find it, yeah.
Yeah.
One of those funny things about wildcard players is they really can be wild in the sense that we just had the competition in Warsaw where we had Vladimir Firouzja winning the tournament last year with this massive score as a wildcard player.
Right.
And this year, of course, we have the wildcard player Hans Niemann, who comes in and wins the tournament, and Michael Kordakovsky saying, well, it's kind of a tradition here in Poland that the wildcard player should win against the tour players. And sort of like, nice tradition we've got going there.
Did Magnus played in Croatia as a wild card.
I think he's also played it as a wild card too.
You know, it's been really fun watching Alireza's progress.
In the Grand Chess Tours?
In the Grand Chess Tour, absolutely. He started as a very young man. He's still young.
I know. He came into St. Louis with big smiles and explaining that it was his dream to be here. Yes, as a young man.
He is. He's still only 22 years old.
Wow.
URS rating 2787. He won the Grand Chess Tour in 2022. And when was the first time he won it? What were the years? That was the first one, and then one again in 2024?
That sounds
I believe so.
Maybe
Right?
23 and 25? No? Oh, no, last year.
Well,
Just
22.
even years, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been very impressive on Grand Chess Tour. And he mentioned it in the interviews that every year he looks forward to this tour and participating in this event.
Yeah, I actually read an article recently about Alireza. He's having a little awkward problems at the moment with the French Federation. And of course, we know France has a marvelous team led by himself along with MVL. But this year he won't be playing for the French team.
I don't think he's ever played.
I think he's actually, he's been a very rare guest in that national team. And that actually is a source of some of the tension.
That's going on there. But I know he gets along very well with Maxime. It's just they're having problems for him on the team.
Maybe he just doesn't like the team events. Not, chess is such an individual sport. Playing for a team is a completely different game.
Experience. I
Yeah,
agree.
Completely different.
Yeah. Actually, Bent Larson was of the opinion, because oftentimes when you're playing for a team, back in our day, the team captains could arrange a result of 4 draws. And he thought, wait a minute, if somebody can do that, then you shouldn't rate the events.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, that's not the case anymore. Captains are not even allowed to talk to the players or anything at all.
Exactly. I think that was an abuse of the system. King e6 by Alireza, very, very good move. I think that this is heading towards a draw.
Even.
I'm going to
Let's
check
go back
it.
to Bogdan's game.
Yes, because that's
We're
where...
at that critical moment after knight g3 where Jorden is probably thinking, okay, what is doing?
Exactly.
How do I finish this? But
Yeah.
apparently he has to make some quiet moves.
Which
even
is
backward moves.
Yeah, and this was the one that I found the most surprising was, okay, bishop d5 I can get behind. I mean, that's a very, very, very tempting and very nice diagonal. And then the one that was surprising to me was after queen h6. And by the way, we're playing bishop to d5 in order to prevent rook d7. The surprising one for me is I think everybody would be reaching for the bishop and playing it back to g7. But the engine is advocating for bringing it back to e7, provoking f6, putting it back on f8 before playing the move rook g6.
Mm-hmm.
So that was actually a little bit of a funny gamesmanship.
It's a strange way to play for a win.
Yes, with the retreating moves.
Yeah, bishop going from f6 to f8, from c4 to d5, or
Exactly.
f7, there's some lines. Yeah,
Exactly.
It's very strange. What
And
would you
yet-
be calculating besides, you said e4, right?
Yeah, no,
what
e4
stands
would
out.
actually stand out for me, but then I do have to face a consequence of rook
d7,
to
yeah.
d7. So I would be finding the move bishop d5, no doubts about that. But here, I think I would be fixated on bishop g7 before maybe coming to the conclusion that, well, yeah, bishop e7 is actually better, but it's counterintuitive to move
Very
the
much
bishop
so,
away
yeah.
from the king.
So practically speaking, how easy is to win this with black?
Move by move, I think you get there. You feel annoyed, you feel cheated by the fact that the game still continues. You're a pawn up, his king is on f2, there's no cover, all of your pieces are active, and somehow there's no mate. And then you get over it, and you start making good moves, and the position kind of wins itself.
You have to
Right,
go through 5
eventually.
stages.
Yeah,
Once
yeah,
you
like-
accept it, then
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
There's going to be a little bit of dabda going on for
Yeah.
sure, but
Yeah. Yeah, we have like a 12-step program for curing time trouble. You know, and the first step is recognizing you have a problem.
Or admitting.
Admitting you have a problem. We'll go from there. Knight g3. And again, I mean, to my way of thinking, I'm very much interested in playing e5, e4, and bringing my bishop to e5 and so forth and so
Oh,
on.
he's played it e4.
He's
allowing
played
rook d7.
e4, and for sure he's looked
it's not bad. It's one of the decent moves.
But is
he
this the
has.
line where black trades queens?
Yeah, rook d7 is the trickiest because bishop h6, queen h6, bishop e5 does appear to be winning quite comfortably for black.
Okay, so
So you have to play rook d7.
I give a hakasito. Where
Yeah, you
does
give
it
a
go?
check from a square, and white goes king g1. Rook d2 exists, but I think eventually you play king g1 anyway.
Okay, so king g1. We end up trading.
You
This is-
trade. You have to play bishop e5. White has bishop d4. Yeah,
Okay, and
so
Peter, if you could
let's maybe switch
Pick it out.
mine for a second. So queen takes h2, king takes h2. If you don't play bishop e5, you probably don't win. So you play bishop e5, bishop d4, and you're lucky you have bishop d5 here. Otherwise, it's just a draw. But after bishop d5, white is not in time to take because there's this pin along the fourth diagonal. In this endgame, you end up winning because you just run with the king towards the e5 square. Knight f1 is not fast enough because king g7. Knight e3 specifically, king f6, and knight d5, you're just one tempo. Well, hang on, I blundered something.
It was a 97.
Yeah, 97, yeah. This actually is winning somehow because the fact that you're cut off along the g file. But as you can see, this is a bit
Wow.
study-like already. This is
This was not.
you are not coasting. You're
No.
calculating all the way through, right? This
Exactly.
is not you're not winning this by hand.
No.
No.
You're winning this by making good moves. But you probably are winning it eventually.
But the fact that Jorden took so long on that decision to play e5, e4, I wouldn't doubt that he's calculated it this fine and deeply.
If you don't play rook d7, you are probably going to lose in a kind of a more simple fashion. Other things, other things are not as great.
But yeah, e4 is such a human
You want to
choice.
Yeah, you
want
want
to
to
keep
make this
going
move.
forward,
Yeah,
yes.
and I mean it's sort of like from White's perspective, White desperately wanted to keep the knight on e4, beautiful blockading, and the moment the knight was forced to retreat back, at last, you know, the dam is released. Let's play d4.
Yeah, it's a move you make instinctively in blitz, and even in classical. You just can't convince yourself to move the bishops back and win that way.
It's very difficult to accept that you will have to play bishop b7 or
Right.
bishop g7. You want it on e5.
Yeah.
And for White, the important line, I guess, is queen h6, or let's maybe bring it back to.
So instead of rook d7, the important.
Yeah, the one you have to calculate is queen h6, bishop b5.
Yes.
Bishop d4, bishop b5, and now after bishop d4, bishop takes d4, rook takes d4. There's now a lot of threats along the dark squares, but queen b2 check is still winning. Rook d2, queen e5, and you stabilize. You take the dark squares under control, and White doesn't really actually get there. Even though this is actually quite scary, because after knight takes e4, there is no mate, but you can take on e4, and you're in time with with bishop g8.
Yeah. Normally, you have the spectacular rook g8 and forcing a perpetual.
Yeah,
not,
but
in this
not
case.
here, not with the queen on e4.
Right.
Controlling all the squares. So, yeah, for Bogdan, it's also not that easy a choice, because rook d7 does allow that. I mean, let's take a look at rook d7 and then back to d2, trying to do this shuffle. I guess the point is we eventually play queen e5. Rook d7 and goes queen b2 back. This is actually tricky.
Okay, so
if we go rook d7, wait for you to give a check from whichever square you like, and then go back to d2. The win is actually kind of tricky. I think maybe it's specifically queen c3. I'm trying to find a move which stops repetitions.
We go back to d7.
Yeah, if we go back to d7, now rook g7 is winning.
Now rook g7 is winning.
Yeah, with the long diagonal under control. I guess the point is we want to have everything under control along the long diagonal. But no, this is not trivial. This is not trivial, and I think this is what he should do. He should just play rook d7, rook d2, and kind of look at his opponent quizzically and ask him to produce something.
And if e4 is hanging. I was about to say, if I munch a pawn and you go back to d7, then I go queen b2. And
Wait, knight d4, you go. This is different, though. You go queen a1.
Knight e4, queen a1, threatening
You go
mate.
back knight g3. Now I have bishop e5.
Then that's what I wanted.
Yeah,
Yes.
but if queen
That's
takes
perfect.
a3, queen takes a3 is good, and
good. I'm
the
happy
best
to
line
hear.
for White is completely unfindable. I think the machine goes knight g3, e2 here.
Knight g3, e2?
Yeah.
What?
And if you take on e2, now rook d7 actually makes a draw.
Oh, come on.
We've successfully interposed something between the
Really?
queen checks and the king.
Wow.
And rook d7 makes a draw.
Wait, h5?
Queen f4. And we've created enough threats, and we have
Wait,
perpetuals.
I can cover on g5?
Queen b8.
That's not fair.
No, none of this is fair, or frankly,
Queen
easily
b8
findable.
and
To be
queen
honest.
h6 ideas.
What?
That's crazy. And our bishop's on e2, so we don't have bishop g8 either. Like, how did that happen? And a draw.
Yeah, he has played rook d7. Very, very nicely done by Bogdan, realizing where the potential problems lie for Jorden.
So hold on. Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my live
Yeah, rook
board.
d7, best move was found.
Yeah, Jorden will give a check, and then there will be a tester for Bogdan, because king g1 doesn't lose immediately, but it does kind of lose.
Right.
And also it makes, I think, Jordan's life a lot more understandable. So I think you should do whatever else you can do, and that is rook d2 and then back to d7.
So check. So we think king g1, queen
That
takes
endgame doesn't
h2
fold.
is such an easy ending for black that Bogdan should, in this case, retreat with his rook. And against queen e5, well, continue as before. Somehow we're not getting the setup we want.
If Jordan converts this will be the only win of the day.
Thus far.
Probably. There are still 2 games running, right? So
But yes.
Yeah, but do you really think someone has a chance?
Well, Prague is
Never too late to blunder, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, we-
Vincent's not completely out of the woods yet. There is that h4, h5 annoyance.
yeah, the rook looks very active on c5, but it's actually doing nothing at all. I would much rather have it on h1, right?
Yes, so that h5 would come with impact.
I don't know. I don't see that possibility that Vincent loses that game.
Yeah.
Well, imagine I play h5 and you forced, for whatever reasons, to play g takes h5.
Sure.
And I take on h7.
And then I lose h5.
Yes, by bishop g6. That's right. So yeah, I'm just saying it's not completely out of.
It's I would assign
Realm
about a
of
10% chance to it, maybe
They're high.
Right.
in that vicinity. Yeah. You get tired, you miss something, maybe you simplify into some kind of a rook ending, like white gives bishop b5 check, and you decide to take for whatever reason, and then.
By the
maybe
way, I'm so glad you brought that up. I mean, even for ourselves, I mean, doing commentary for hours, it's much harder on the players who have been calculating and trying to keep their energy levels at some kind of a peak, and it's very easy in the 5th hour just to go, oops, blunder.
If this is still going when they both have 3 minutes,
You're right, yes.
Yeah.
If there's time
if this is
trouble,
still
it can mess
somehow
up.
still alive, actually alive when they both have 3 minutes,
Yeah.
then things could
Here,
happen.
in the live position, Bogdan hasn't, actually, Jordan hasn't given a check yet.
That's right.
No.
This is our current position.
But he has to, right? If you do rook g7 right now,
Rook g7 in
yeah,
this
why
moment.
can I play rook g7? Because if
It's
you give
legal.
a check, you don't have a check.
Queen h6. This is why we wanted the queen on the long diagonal first.
Okay, then I can go queen b2.
Rook d2.
And
And you got the same
25.
position of full
Yeah.
tempo down, and
Oh.
then white might actually have something. Black is still better, but it's maybe closer to a draw suddenly.
because after rook
Shockingly.
d2,
No, it's still not great. Queen h6, queen b2 check, rook d2, queen e5.
that's what I mean. Aren't,
Yeah,
aren't
it's-
we set up for...
Yeah, you still stabilize. Queen f4.
Queen f4.
Yeah, queen f4, and now maybe specifically bishop d3.
That's a nice one. Maybe it's even nicer than bishop to d5, actually.
Yeah. Bishop d5 is just not on the list. Bishop d3, knight h5. You take on f4 and you go rook g4. And this appears to be winning, but you have to make decisions. It's not, bishop takes, I think, is
Oh, sorry.
more challenging.
Yeah, well, bishop h4 mate is a bit
Yeah.
more challenging.
And here rook g4, I think, is important, maybe. And this doesn't hold. This still wins for black, seemingly.
For black. Whoa,
But some of these moves might be the only things that win.
gotcha. I'm just going to refresh my board as we're coming down to the end, to the wire here on round 3. And looking, yeah.
I want to check back Anish's game,
Anish versus Alireza.
because we know it's a draw, but the setup is interesting. So white has a full extra pawn, healthy extra pawn even.
Right.
And they're just, the pieces are stuck and cannot improve. Is that the case? Can I try knight h6 provoke something.
Yes, for sure. You know, one of the drawbacks I've felt of the Berlin for the longest time is actually the e5 pawn is misplaced on e5.
Yeah.
But white's chances of winning are much greater when the pawn is on e4. So if you gave me this position and said, which opening did it come from? Well, that's an easy guess. I mean, well, of course it's Berlin.
It does have some Berlin-esque outlines.
Features.
Yeah. Knight h6, f5 or f6?
I don't think...
whichever one, yeah, they're both the same, yeah, takes. And this looks like it's an improvement for white because the one on e5 was a bit weak, but we are removing material from the board.
As well, yeah.
Yeah, bishop b7 or bishop d4. It feels like there's just not enough. Black is way too active and
exactly.
There's way too little
yeah, and
left.
again, it's so hard to get this majority, make it useful. Yeah, I feel that this should be closer to a draw than anything.
So no worries here at all for black?
I don't see it as...
I think Vincent has more worries than Alireza does in this game.
Yeah, just
Trying to
because...
compare these two drawing games.
Yeah. Which game is more... See, you have advantages, and then you have great advantages. And most excellent advantages.
I think they're both pretty low, frankly. I don't know which one I would prefer to have.
Chances of winning. I'm going to revisit the Prague versus Vincent game. I'm just looking now, and I realize that actually Vincent does have a threat. He's eyeballing rook f3. So the idea of h5 can be met by rook f3 and more trades. That would be an easier draw than ever.
But looking at their body language, I think Vincent is pretty confident. But Prague still thinks there's a lot he can try.
He's intense.
Yeah. He hasn't given up hope.
No, not at all. Yeah, how do we stop rook f3? What?
Bishop d1, I guess, but
Well,
no,
then
knight
there's
f5
knight
check and
f5
knight d6.
check.
That probably is very comfortable, yeah.
Right? How are we stopping?
Well, bishop d3, but then rook a4 check, and I think he was trying to avoid it. He was trying to keep the king on d4.
Right?
Yeah, and that drops it back to f3, to e3.
And that's a very, I would say, useful achievement for Vincent to have made.
Yeah, indeed.
18 versus 21.
But Vincent played so accurately all the right moves, and especially that d4 where he sacrificed that pawn and found the setup with blockading with the knight. You know, you have to be confident you can hold that, because he didn't have to give up that pawn. He could have defended with the d5 pawn still alive.
Exactly.
And
but while we're going to keep an eye on all this, we're going to take a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
He played G.
And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 3. We do have some results. Let's take a look at the current standings after 2 draws that we had today. 3 games still going on. Here we go. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave made a draw against Javokhir Sindarov. That was a very quick draw. It feels like that happened yesterday.
Really? It was so long ago. Yep.
Then it was an interesting fight between Wesley and Fabiano Caruana, which also ended peacefully. And we're watching the remaining 3 games.
Of the remaining 3 games, it's the game between Bogdan-Daniel and Jorden from Foreest that we're most likely to see a decisive game. And Peter, the last few moves that the players have played, we're still looking for the breakthrough for Jorden.
Yeah, Jorden has given a check from B1 and gone to A1. Sorry, from B2 and gone to A1. Bogdan went back to D7. Second check from B2. And now I guess he will choose a different square because obviously you don't want to be repeating the same moves. But he has some leeway here. He can choose C1, C2 or A1, A2. He's not in immediate threefold territory just yet, but a decision needs to be made at some point.
And is A3 pawn, the A3 peshki, is that munchable?
We had this on air. Queen takes A3 is very playable. He actually has done it, I think. He's taken on A3. The problem with it, such as it is I think a very difficult to find move knight G3 too. But if Bogdan does find it, it actually becomes tricky. Because as we established, I think, live on air, bishop takes E2, rook D7 is just a draw. And the 2 moves which preserve advantage, one is rook G7 with the idea of playing queen B8, bishop G8. Once again, you really don't want to start moving backwards. But this is still much better for black. Or you can play bishop D3 with the intention of meeting queen H6 with queen A1. But this allows shots like rook A2. And you are very much in a territory where one misplay might actually throw away all advantage. But this is all predicated on Bogdan finding knight E2. He is a very good, sharp tactical player, and I think you should sort of be going through the entire list. You should be looking at every single option you have, because it feels like maybe this is your best chance, the best chance you've had in a while. The queen is not attacking anything. We have, for the first time in ages, White has a move to spend on something.
Exactly.
And you should be going through the list of options. And the reason we're choosing E2 over, let's say, E4 or H5 is that by playing knight E2, we are stopping queen A1, F1 ideas. Against any other knight move, let's say if we go knight H5, we immediately lose to queen A1, once again creating the threat of queen F1 mate, and pieces have to start going back, and White is completely lost. But specifically knight E2 consolidates, stops the queen A1, F1 counterplay for black, and creates those ideas of rook D7, queen H6, queen D6, queen B8 check in some positions. And Jordan's task will become actually quite challenging. You can absolutely imagine this becoming a much more unclear game.
And at the same time this is happening, I'm looking at the clocks, and pinch me if I'm not mistaken, Jordy is down to 10 minutes versus
yes.
Daniel has got the
Daniel
time
has only moves, it's easier to play.
Time edge?
But you're right, yes. We watched the entire game back then, being so long the time now. It's
barely made the time control.
We'll see how long it lasts.
Yeah. And 92, it's strange, Peter, the way you make the progression. Because of course you want to play knight takes E4. Of course you want to play knight H5. And as you go down those avenues with rook D7 and you're saying, there's a mate on F1, you go, well, we have knight E2. The line you have to see is the one that's really veiled, very nicely hidden. After knight E2, bishop E2, you play rook D7. You don't recapture
we
the
don't
bishop.
play,
And it's just this one tactical moment that we're threatening either a perpetual on B8 or on H7, this type of thing. And you can't take on E2. And so you've got to find that.
Yeah,
And it's
I
a
think,
hidden. It's a hidden point.
Your second best option in the current position is just to go back to d7, but then black will give a check, drive the rook back to d2, and with an additional extra a pawn, now
in
black
the pocket,
black
yeah.
has a lot more leeway. You can play something like queen b8 maybe, and eventually meet rook d7 with rook g7. 2 pawns up, you're no longer really worried about anything here with black. So this is your one shot, one opportunity,
Right.
So to speak. And I think Bogdan is very capable of finding it. We've seen him find very good resources in both defense and attack over the years in these tournaments.
It's getting tiring for us as well. Knight e2. Tell me why bishop d3
Bishop d3 is good.
Is good.
It is good, yeah. Queen h6, queen a1. As I mentioned, it does allow rook a2. So
Right.
queen h6, not
not d6,
not
but
d6,
h6.
no, queen
Apologies.
h6, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No.
Queen h6, you have to play queen a1 pretty much.
Yeah, we've got to protect the bishop, and
And white has rook a2. But we're still in control after queen e5. Rook a7, and in this position, the best move is bishop g7.
and just kicking the queen, and we're eyeballing the h2 square as well.
Yeah. And now that we've established control on the king side, we're threatening queen b2 back, attacking the knight on e2. But this is not that easy, right, Yasser? This is quite an intricate variation to calculate.
Exactly. Whoa.
This is one of those games where we had recently, it should be completely winning.
Right.
Who am I thinking of? There was a Hans against Alireza. Remember the extra rook?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Yeah.
The extra rook.
And then we
my
had
goodness.
something yesterday.
Well, it was the extra,
piece for
but
Prague.
for Sindarov of Prague.
That was such a strange position.
F4. Let's agree to a draw. What? F4 draw? Are you kidding? Yeah.
But this must be so frustrating for Jorden. He probably thinks he missed the direct win somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't. He's been playing great.
Right.
Just feels like this game should have been over by now.
Yeah, I mean, you could make an argument rook f4 check was clean on move 39, but it felt like it wasn't going to be important at all. It felt like, yeah, okay, this is a computer finesse which increases your advantage by 1 pawn, but like who cares? Why is -3 so much worse than -4? But as we're watching, yeah, there is a difference.
92. I tell you, 92 bishop takes e2, rook d7 is a great find. That is really, really nice. If Bogdan comes up with that, you tip your hat.
Yeah, Deac is now already at -1. If he survives this, I mean, that would be incredible. But Jorden also looking for his first win, and he's been outplaying Bogdan most of the game, and he had a good strategy, put him in time trouble. That's when he started the attack on the king side. Everything worked out perfectly. Then he got the winning position, and now it's tricky.
Right. Yeah. In the Tepe Sigemen tournament that just completed in Malmo, we've spoken about Jorden defeating Magnus. How did he finish in the tournament?
I think he finished on +1.
+1. A very strong field. Very, very strong field. But he had a loss as well, right?
I think so. I think so.
The playoff was between Magnus and Arjun, right?
Yes. And Arjun was cruising before Magnus decided to win his last 3 games on a trot.
Yeah, and for a second there was even a possibility of Magnus winning the event outright because Arjun was completely lost against Andy Woodward in the last round. But then it became a bit study-like, and Andy missed a very beautiful win.
Exactly.
By body language, you would think Bogdan's crying.
No, but that's actually
just how he calculates.
Yes, it's a very common position that he has. He's just looking away from the board because he has this very, very clear picture of the chessboard in his mind. And most chess players don't need sight of the board. I actually liked looking over the board. I didn't like look away from the board.
I like closing my eyes.
You do?
Yeah. I blunder less that way.
Well, I find that my eyes actually just get tired looking at the piece.
That is a point too. There's no question that.
And Peter, any updates in the other two games? that
Well,
we need to check? Well, actually, before we do that, let's go over to Cristian in Bucharest.
Thank you guys. Well, first of all, I want to start with this one. I do feel like this is a crucial moment in two of the three games that are still remaining. One of them, the one that you guys have been, obviously for good reason, analyzing quite a lot, is this one, Deac versus Van Foreest, because 92, it's not an easy move in this position. To my eyes, at least, I was in the playing hall and I was trying to calculate all of these things without the help of an engine. The first thing that jumps into my eyes is to just go forward with a queen to h6 and attack the bishop on f6. Obviously, things become a little bit worse after this one because of queen to a1, and the game of course continues, but it's not going to be that easy for white to create anything. Queen to b2, queen to e5, centralizing the queen, and right now it does seem like black is breaking through. Now, why am I saying knight e2 is not an easy move to make? Because mostly you like that knight on g3, because bishop to h4 doesn't come with tempo, right? Doesn't come with a check. Also, the knight on g3 is attacking that pawn in the center and ready to jump in the center if allowed. So knight to e2, it just feels like a backwards move. I don't know if he's going to play it. I feel the most likely move to be played in this position will be queen to h6, at least to my eyes. Now, another game that I feel is reaching a climax is also this one between Praggnanandhaa and Vincent Keymer. And once again, I was in the playing hall when Vincent played this crucial move h6 after g4. You want to set up your pawns on the dark squares. h6 followed by g5 is not an easy move to make, because obviously you're allowing bishop takes g6, but bishop takes g6, rook to a4, the bishop on c2 no longer covers that square. So right now black is back in business. Not an easy move to make. He made it. It does seem like the pressure is very high in this one. And in fact, Prague, with this very cagey move, bishop to d1, defending the pawn on g4, and also obviously still keeping contact with the square on a4, this would have maintained the pressure for a little while longer. And what Prague should be aiming for is to try to stir the game into, let's say, a few more moves without simplifying the position, so that Vincent, maybe, and Prague as well, will spend some time, will reach those final few moments and final few minutes in the game, and that's when blunders usually happen, because that's when the pressure gets unbearable, especially for the side that's been defending, which is in this case Vincent. So Vincent, obviously what he wants is exchange as many pawns as possible, simplify the position as much as possible before I get to those last few minutes, because that's going to make it easier for me to accurately calculate the right variations. And he did play h5 white, which I don't necessarily like, but it was one of the moves that with the naked eye I could see Prague play it. Take, and this is what we have. Well, right now the pawns on f6 and h6 are out of danger for black. At the same time, if I manage to find a way to target that pawn on h6, this bishop will go to g6 at the right moment, will dominate the knight, and also will defend the pawn on h5. Still some danger in the position for Vincent in this one. 9 minutes for him, 12 minutes for Praggnanandhaa. I'm expecting Prague to slowly but surely increase the pressure going into those final few minutes. Crucial moments in the round right now. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Cristian, for those analysis. Yeah, absolutely crucial last moments here.
And as I was listening to Cristian saying trade the pawns, GH, it occurred to me that, again, I would love to play the move rook f3, and rook f3 only makes sense if the pawn is on g4. So I'm actually thinking, instead of trading the pawns, I would be the contrarian.
Apparently
and
that
maybe
is
g5
a
with
little
the
bit
idea
risky.
of rook f3 to...
Maybe it's rook c6?
Rook c6, okay. And then after I go pawn hunt, oops.
Not that way.
I was going to go pawn hunting with rook f3, yes. How does it go?
King.
King c5.
Yeah, I can go king c5, and on rook c3, king
b6.
King b6, yes.
Yeah, and then I'm messed up
Yes,
Because I don't.
and now I can.
Yeah, your d5.
Unless you
pawn.
have knight c8, knight d6.
Let me see. Okay,
Let's check it out.
let's check it out. So king c5.
Okay,
Right.
bishop d3 first. Bishop d3 is going to be a winning move. And then when you take on f2, then I'm going.
Ah, got it like this. Bishop d3, rook f2,
Now
king
king c5
c5.
to avoid rook c2 altogether.
And you break the blockade by bringing your king to b6, yeah?
This is such a crucial game. These two players came into the today's round as co-leaders.
Jeez, it's still hard though. Oh, bishop f5 check.
Yeah, no, this should be very easy now. Bishop f5, rook f6. Right?
Exactly. Okay.
So we found a way to lose.
Good. Because at first I was thinking that it was an easy draw. No. Vincent still has to remain vigilant.
We have a couple of moves.
Oh, sorry.
And interestingly, Vincent, I think he also is a bit tired of defending passively because after h5, gh takes, Vincent, he could have waited for just rook along the a file if we switch to my board for a sec. There's plentiful waiting moves available for black, like rook a1, rook a2, rook a7, any move. But rook h3 is fine specifically here because after bishop a4 check, king d8, rook c6, which was very, very strong in some previous positions when the pawn was still on g4. Here we have the check from the side. Very importantly, we have rook h4 check here. If the king continues going forward, we have knight b7 check. And if king b6, we will simply take on a4, king takes b7. It's really not a threatening position for this king. And although only two moves make a draw in this position, shockingly. Rook a5 makes a draw, and king d8, d7 makes a draw. Everything else loses. So
loses.
Honestly,
H4,
I don't know. I don't know how comfortable this is. I think this is a much better try. If the king goes back, if you play king d3 here, black has comfortable draws. The simplest, I think, is king e7 and then king f8. And with h5 hanging, the bishop on a4 hanging, we will be completely fine. But you should play king c5 and ask that question. Knight e4 check, king b6 might be losing. I don't know if, yeah, probably is losing, judging by the evaluation. It immediately bottoms out at -3. So you have to play knight b7 check. After king b6, you have to play rook takes a4. And in this position, as I mentioned, there are two draws, king d7, rook f6, rook d4, or the immediate rook a5. But if, let's say, if you play something like rook h4 here,
I was thinking rook f4.
Let's go rook f4. Rook f4, rook d6 check, king e7, king c7.
King
resigns.
e7, king c7 resigns.
Still don't really understand why, but after rook takes f2, we give a check, we give one more check, and
Check
then we
from
start
d7,
pushing.
you mean?
And this turns out
I
to be
see.
fast enough.
Dang. I'm
Honestly,
still not sure I trust myself, but okay.
Yeah, neither. I mean, I'm only quoting what my screen tells me here because
Right.
I would feel if I had this position in a practical game with the white pieces, I would think, okay, I have chances now.
Right.
But there's no way I would be convinced I'm winning.
That it's absolutely
yeah,
winning.
this is very tricky for Prague, but also I think quite tricky for Vincent if Prague goes king c5. Let's see if there is maybe something after rook c6, which is no. Rook h4 check strictly the only move. Everything else loses now. No, this whole thing is just a sequence of only moves now. I think maybe waiting was wiser. I want to say maybe not doing this to yourself
Check.
was a bit simpler. Yeah, he did play check, and now a very important turning point because maybe Prague actually realizes that king c5 is a draw by force, and he goes king d3. But then I think black's task becomes simpler. So I think you have to play king c5. And breaking news in the Bogdan-Daniel game against Jorden, Bogdan thought for quite a while and took on e4, and now he will lose.
He took on e4, knight
Yeah,
takes e4. There was no knight e2.
No.
Yeah, that was a huge ass. Knight e2, bishop e2, rook d7. I mean, snatching a draw from the jaws of defeat.
And now after queen a1 back, the white position starts collapsing. I guess maybe if we discuss this position after queen a1, maybe he thinks king f3 preserves the game going.
Okay.
And it actually loses to only queen f1 check, which is not a shock. Bishop f2.
I mean, I was looking at bishop d5. That looks good.
Bishop d5 somehow zeros.
How?
Let's check. If king f3, bishop d5, we go, not zeros, white is better.
What?
Rook d5, cd5, knight f6, and if you take on f6, you lose to queen f4.
Oh my God, imagine blundering that.
That would be, can you say painful?
Yeah, that is a bit disappointing. Yeah, queen f4, and there's just no defense against bishop d4. You can play queen c3, but you lose even to the queen trade.
Actually,
queen
that's
d4 check, and then the
that's
c-pawn
very,
queens,
very, very, very pretty.
No, that's, wow.
Yeah, so you have to play queen f1 check instead of bishop d4.
I mean, that gives you shivers. That you wake up at
Guys,
night.
this is quite something.
Oh my gosh.
Like queen f1 check,
Yes.
bishop f2.
Tell me why rook e2. Rook
F1 is strong,
f2.
yeah.
I'm looking at bishop.
Bishop e2 probably?
Yeah,
and
I
rook
just.
d4 mate, right?
Yes.
Or queen
as-
d1,
Nice.
yeah, anything.
As a good commentator, we should always show these checkmates.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Bishop f2,
yep.
only one move wins. Everything else, zeros.
Pause. Only one move wins. Everything else zeros. Bishop d5. Rook d5 takes.
I'm afraid to suggest
Queen.
you
yeah. You've been tasered after that one.
Is it bishop b3?
No.
Bishop b3. That would have been crazy.
The
No,
king
'cause
runs.
knight
I think it
f6.
very often just runs forward.
The king can run.
Bishop d4? No, maybe.
No, that's zeros. Rook d4, queen e2, king f4, and it runs forward, and
Somehow there's zeros.
Zeros.
And the move isn't like we're not playing for mate just yet. The move to win is bishop f6, a1, and strictly to a1.
Oh, come on.
Nowhere else. Just
Okay,
a1.
then black simply doesn't win this.
Probably not.
I
no.
am not going to criticize Daniel for playing knight takes e4.
Yeah.
Daniel, how could you overlook bishop a1? It was very easy.
What is this?
What?
Bishop a1, and now that the
Explain
bishop is
yourself.
safe, we will play queen d5 next, bishop d5 next move, and then things will collapse for white. But yeah, I mean, well,
Wow.
yeah,
And so you put your bishop as far away out of danger, so your next move is bishop d5,
no,
and you're protecting
this is
the
remarkable.
diagonal.
Yeah. This is remarkable.
Okay. I
It's one
think
of
I
the most
retired
fascinating
at the,
positions I've seen.
I retired at the same at the right time. You know, if this is the state of modern chess
State of
today.
modern chess, yeah.
Wow, bishop
Okay,
a1.
queen a1 on the board. Now
Yeah, you
we'll
play queen e1.
If he plays
now,
king
if not
f3.
king f3, you resign. So you have to play king f3.
Yeah, knight g3 is just terrible.
Yeah, knight g3 is clear.
Knight g3, bishop b5, you can give up straight away.
Yeah. So it is king f3 that Bogdan
Yeah.
has
There is
been
also queen
calculating.
h3, but queen h3
Queen
loses
H3?
to queen h3 only loses to one thing as well. Oh my!
If you say bishop takes queen on
No,
a1.
bishop d5 wins. Yeah,
Well, that makes sense now. Now you can't get on the diagonal.
because we can't
He
get to
didn't play
f4.
queen h3 instead.
But queen h3.
Now bishop d5 is winning.
Yeah, it is
Yes.
winning. Yeah, but after knight takes f6, you go queen g1 check, king e2, you go rook g2 check, and king d3 you get mated. So yeah, that is findable, I think, probably.
Just a second. Let
But
me
once again, nothing else wins anymore. If you
let
don't
me
play bishop
see.
d5, you're not even better.
So king
Bishop d5 is
d3.
the First move that comes
Queen
to mind.
f1, I think.
Is this the mating? No.
Queen f1, I think, is even stronger to have access to the c4 square.
You have access to the c4
So we're
square.
down a piece and queen h7 is coming. Do we really have a checkmate here?
Yeah, we do.
Queen b4? No, queen b3, I mean.
Or a2.
But g1 is protected, so how are we checkmating?
Let me
Because
see.
there's never any rook g1. After queen b3, you do have rook g1. Bishop is pinned.
Oh, sweet.
Even that's not that easy to see.
Wow.
But wait, no, take and bishop d4. This might not be winning at all.
No, it's queen b3, king c1, queen c3.
Queen c3.
Yeah.
None of this is easy.
King b1, bishop a2 check wins.
Oh, that is
Okay.
gorgeous. It's the same principle of skewering the queen.
Yeah, we need
But
the
you're
king.
taking
rid
the
of the rook.
rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you take
off
on
the
a2, you
board.
get mated.
Oh
Yeah,
my
and-
goodness, that is pretty. Very pretty.
5 minutes for Jorden to find this win.
Very, very, very
Yeah.
pretty indeed. But these variations, and once again, you know, the energy zap that you have after 5 hours. A single misstep by Jorden, and the victory is fleeting. It's
I mean,
lost.
I think if Bogdan played king f3, there's no way black would find bishop a1.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, it's hanging, and you need to move it.
a1?
Well, it's the safest square on the board. It's
King f3, for those of you joining us late, this is a remarkable find.
I think maybe.
I mean, we named 6 different moves, and that wasn't one of them.
Because you were looking for forced mates. I was kind of
Yeah.
tricking you there a little
And
bit.
you helped us by telling it's not a forced mate, just make a normal move. Even then, we didn't see it.
I mean, this is where problemless composers are inspired to find, studies with bishop a1 suddenly, corner squares. None of this happened because we did get a queen h3.
Bishop d5 played.
And Jorden found the right move, but the sequence of queen g1 check, dare I say it, that was not easy.
I think you find it eventually. Like you get to that position with the king on the back rank, and you look through all the checks, and eventually I think you realize which one is the strongest.
Well, this
you have
one,
to, because you don't have a choice.
this one immediately draws your eye to it because you want your opponent desperately to play king c2 so you can bail out and take the queen. And then you get somewhere here in your mind, and you get a little frustrated that your intended move, rook g1, doesn't bring you success.
Well, as much joy as you like. Yeah.
So
Maybe
you
not
say,
winning at
I've
all.
got to gain some time on the clock. You play check. You get to this
And then
position.
you realize, oh,
Yeah, they're progressing very quickly towards all of this, and yeah, let's see.
Has-
Let's see if
he's
Jorden
done
calculated
it.
all of it to the end.
And he's played rook g2. The players
No choice. Yeah, that's the only.
have been
check.
following our analysis. It's still impressive. Now will Jorden find queen f1? Yeah, that's actually maybe the easiest of all of the sequence this far. Although you do pause because for whatever reasons you might be thinking about queen
b1?
to b1 as
course,
well.
yeah.
But no, I mean, it's
Queen
not.
b1 still wins, but yeah, he played queen b1. But now after king d4, the difference is we no longer have rook takes d2, queen takes h3, right?
Right,
And we cannot afford to allow it to run to e5 and d6.
right.
So after
Go.
king d4, the only thing that wins is queen a1 check and back to f1.
Oh,
Oh, no.
oh no. So queen f1 was
Oh no, queen
simply
a3 is also winning. Queen a3 is good enough.
because then rook d2
Then
and
rook d2,
queen,
yeah.
yes. Okay, so what we do have instead of queen f1, we have queen b1, and what Peter has been mentioning is that you do not allow the king to run forward to e5, but you do have queen a1. That pulls the king back in, and then furthermore, after queen a3 check, we actually transpose to the position
Pretty
after
much.
king c2.
Now
queen
you can run towards d4 and a5, but it costs you your entire chess set. Rook d2, queen a1, queen takes f6, all of those with checks. And okay.
You're collecting a box of pieces at the end of the sequence because
So
everything.
black is not that disappointed about it.
Yeah.
King is on d4.
King is on
Only winning
d4.
move is queen a1,
Right.
which is instinctive, right? You don't allow
Yes.
king to go to e5.
Never.
Unless you want to do perpetual, you can go queen b4, king e5, queen b8.
Yeah, but
But then you can't give the check from this diagonal again, so you have to actually take the perpetual.
Right.
Queen, he's about to
yeah,
touch
no,
the
it's going to
queen.
be a1.
It looked like there was a shadow there for a moment because I thought the queen was on a1.
It's
And,
about to be, yes.
and there it is.
Found it.
Jorden has found the winning move. And now to follow it up.
And king was back to d3. Yeah, now it's easier to spot, I think, queen a3.
Exactly. Queen A3, King C2, Queen
But one
B3.
second, how do we win? Queen A3 if I go back to D4?
Rook takes D2.
Oh.
Then it's rook takes D2, and
Yeah, okay.
there's a box full of pieces that are eagerly awaiting. And we do have Queen A3 on the board.
King C2?
Yeah, back to C2, and now you have to find that bishop A2 maneuver. I think it's.
It's the only
I don't
thing
want
that
to. I
wins?
don't want to say it's the only thing that wins, but it might be.
But it's
It's very difficult to judge because there's so many repetitions which don't miss the win that the engine doesn't really say it's the one.
I don't think you fully explained to me that why rook G1 didn't win, and it was bishop takes, queen takes, and we had a move here.
Bishop D4,
Bishop
maybe.
to D4.
Yeah.
So we have
I don't
a
think you
rook
wanna-
and a bishop, but this isn't what you wanted.
No, I don't think you want to mess with this.
And with
Exactly.
the king on H8. No.
And especially with the king on H8. But you do have this fabulous move, bishop A2 check. Absolutely fantastic.
The more I look at this, the more I think it's the only way to win. Eventually, you will have to find Queen C3, and then you have to find Bishop A2.
It's 4 minutes to find it.
Does Bishop B3 check make any sense here?
King runs forward. King D3, and I have to go back.
So Bishop to B... No, he's played Queen B3. I was about to say, Bishop to B3 check, King moves forward. I was going to play Bishop to D1.
King E4.
King E4.
You could be running yourself into
And don't forget...
very much into the ground there.
Yeah, I mean, I could be crying, no question. He did play the correct move, Queen B3 check. There's no choice. And we'll play King C1 right away. He did.
All right.
Queen
I think he
C3.
sees it.
I think Jorden
I think
has
he does.
actually spotted this from a long distance away. Bishop, King B1, Bishop A2. By the way, I mean, seriously, that's world class. That's just fantastic calculation by Jorden. Welcome, welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. I mean, great stuff.
Likely to be enough for a tie for first, judging
Wow.
at the other positions.
Wow, great stuff. Here it comes, King B1 on the board.
And the final move. Are we
The
going to see
moment of
Bishop
truth.
A2? If you want to torture your opponent, you can give another check or
Yeah,
two.
you can repeat, but
No, he sees it for sure. He's just double checking. And he's done it. Bishop A2.
Bravo.
A winning move.
Really just first class. Just and a
Their
handshake.
resignation.
Well done, Jorden. Congratulations. As he makes the decisive blow and avoids what we think might be 5 draws.
Draws, yes. His first win in the event, and with the black pieces, huge result.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Jorden.
And let's see what we are getting in the Vincent game. It did go knight b7
but not King B6.
and not king b6 and not... Why did I convince myself rook d5 was the intention? Pardon me, rook d4 going after the d5 pawn.
No,
It's
Rook
bishop
F4 was
b3.
Rook F4 was the best move because
Yeah.
F6 was hanging.
Exactly. No, I was thinking rook d4, but there is bishop b3. So rook went to f4, attacking, defending the f6 pawn while attacking the f2 pawn.
And we're not even really threatening to take on F2. Our next move, if we have a choice, is King D7. We want to reestablish the blockade on the D6 square,
Makes sense.
first and foremost.
King
and go from
d7
there.
followed by knight d6 check.
Let's say if white goes bishop C2 here,
Okay.
rook takes F2 actually loses. Or at least comes very close to losing it. Because
My knight is...
knight is very poor, yeah. But King D7 holds. King D7 is the only thing that holds, but it does hold.
Right. There was this absolutely shocking game of Alexei Shirov and Garry Kasparov. Gary sacrificed an exchange to put the knight on b7, where it was absolutely in a no man's land, and Shirov, a full exchange up, was helpless with this.
We're practice playing with just
He's playing King
30-second
B6, by the
increment.
way, which is a very good choice. He finally realized this is where his
Kind of
chances lay.
transpose to our first variation.
Yeah, you have to take on a4, and then as we've established, there are two moves to make a draw. Rook d4 and king d7, nothing else works.
King d7 makes sense to me.
Me too.
Yeah.
That,
Let's take a look at the results so far. We had two draws between MVL Javokhir and Wesley and Fabi, and a big win by Jorden van Foreest against Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
he brings himself into a tie for first with MVL.
And let's go listen to his interview. He's with Cristian.
Thanks, guys. Jorden, welcome back to the show. A big victory for you with the black pieces against Bogdan-Daniel Deac, and the strategy felt clear from the beginning. You were trying to get a complex game and try to outplay him in that situation. Did it work, in your estimation?
Well, of course, Bogdan is a super strong player, but he did lose yesterday. I mean, I'm playing with black, so I don't mind the draw, but I also didn't mind the game. The thing is, he makes a lot of good moves, but he's usually a little bit slow. And I thought if I get a game from move one, it's good because usually he will like spend a lot of time, and we can get a big battle where he might be under time pressure, and that's kind of what happened. Of course, I didn't want to play for a win necessarily, but I also didn't mind the game. It just, you know, from a solid foundation, play the game, let's say.
And you did just that, and I think you managed to outplay him in the middle game. Tell me where you felt like finally your effort to get a game and an advantage paid off. At what point in the game?
Yeah, pretty early on. Like, I actually checked this line, but not at all for today, so I was the details were fuzzy in my memory, but even already when he played e4, and I got this like King's Indian, like, okay, of course white is going to be a bit better, like I understand, but he usually doesn't play the fianchetto against King's Indian, and if he has some weird move orders, we got like kind of a fianchetto variation,
and you avoided all the Deac
yeah,
c5.
and to be honest, I felt like I was better already, like, yeah, like around here with my knight getting to it. Like, this is just a dream version for black, and after that, a lot of things happened, of course, but I always felt like I was on the slightly better side, at least, yeah.
And I think towards the end of the first time control, towards the 40th move, you managed to find the breakthrough at this point with knight takes e4, and then rook b7 king. He made that with 5 seconds on the clock, but it's probably from a practical perspective by far the best move.
Yeah, I mean, everything is winning here, but that kind of confused me. So, I mean, this is like the simplest line, but I got a bit like annoyed, like I'm up like 2 bishops and a pawn, but somehow it's not that easy, yeah?
Yes.
Like his rooks, like I was calculating if I just take the pawn, but he comes in maybe with the rook to d7 or maybe d6, I don't know.
You're always a little bit afraid of the mate, yeah?
Of course it's winning, like there's no direct mate, I always have bishop g8, but it's just a little bit annoying to calculate these lines, and I wanted something more clean. And yeah, like you mentioned, rook f4 is probably stronger, but I saw this position and I thought initially, like in the game, that there should be some clear win, and e4 was really bad, like bishop d5 would have kept full control, but somehow I completely blacked out that after e4 he can move the rook or something. I don't know what happened, and it was really frustrating to me.
Well, he does move the rook, but you do take a pawn in the process, right? And did you expect knight takes e4? Or were you worried about other moves here?
I was just calculating, trying, but I didn't see anything clear. I was also looking at queen h6 for him, but anything should be winning then.
Yeah, apparently knight e2 was the best move, but queen h6 by far, at least it looked to mine as the practical move.
I was thinking bishop e5, but somehow knight e2 I didn't see. I was looking at some line like in queen h3, and I couldn't find a mate here. Yeah, so maybe I have to play this. I also saw queen a1 straight away. I was going to choose between which one I was going to make. And of course, like I'm up 2 pawns, but it's still a little bit complicated. Like he has some threats against the king, and I need to be careful. And I hadn't seen this whole line initially, but what happened in the game, but it just feels like, I mean...
You thought something might
yeah,
happen.
but the queen is hanging in so many lines in discoveries, and the king is getting hunted, so at least my intuition was right there.
How are you feeling about the first 3 rounds here in Bucharest? Obviously, you must be happy with this result.
Yeah, I mean, today is really a great game, and really happy also to get a win in this tournament, especially with the black pieces. It's never easy, and first 2 games I felt a bit uncertain about my play, to be honest. Like, I was on the back foot in both games. But today, I think I really played a good game, and yeah, I'm just very happy with today's game. So hopefully I can keep it up.
You called the shots from the beginning in this one. Congratulations on an important victory.
Thank you so much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Cristian.
Cristian.
And congratulations, Jorden.
Absolutely, really, really nice. And I felt his frustration as he was talking about that two bishops against the rook. And why isn't it so easy, Peter?
Yeah, no, he very much echoed what we were describing as his possible feelings about the position. Like, why is this still a game? Why isn't my opponent resigning?
Right.
But he did manage to do quite well from that slightly tricky position. And yeah, well played to him. Clearly came with a plan, and the plan did come to fruition.
Pick up the action between Anish and Alireza.
Absolutely, and I was about to bring this up as this happened live on our screen. We progressed quite far down the road in that game, and in the position after rook e3, Alireza. I thought Alireza is a kind of a player who will just play rook takes h3 here, even though other moves also hold. But why not actually generate some counterplay? And Anish goes, I think he went rook h1.
He did.
I briefly did check rook e3. Rook e3 maybe was slightly more challenging, but Black even has time to play bishop a3, put the bishop on b4 first, and then start pushing the h-pawn.
Sorry to interrupt, Peter, but the other game is ending. We should jump there. Prague
let's take a look at the
Vincent
handshake.
about to shake hands. Vincent defended very well that
He did.
tough endgame down upon.
Absolutely a worthy game of our two tournament leaders coming in, co-leaders, I should say, coming in against one another. Yeah. And this was the
H6 pawn is about
just
to
this was
lost.
curious. It was that king b7, and he did
Rook a5
play,
is a very clear move. I think I personally probably would have played rook h6, king e7 first, to not have my king cut off on the back rank. And now it's important not to play king f8 here, because rook c8 check will come as a bit of an unpleasant surprise.
That would be
if you
hurtful.
begin with rook h2, you're completely fine. Rook h2, h7, king f8.
Yes.
And it looks like you're completely stuck, but so is white.
Right.
Like, there's no way to make progress. When the king appears on f6, you give a check from f1, and you give checks from the bottom, and then go back to h1 when you drive the king further away.
Right. You just wait. And again, what Peter is saying is, by the time white ever gets his king to f6,
checks.
You get checked from behind, rook f1, and when you go to g6, we just keep checking you until you
Non-stop, yeah.
until you allow the rook to go back to h1.
Even then, we don't stop checks.
Yeah, we could actually continue checking forever. Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, just one last accuracy.
Just not king f8.
Just not king f8. Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah.
Or rook f7.
Yeah, I mean, you can start giving checks immediately, frankly. You can start by playing rook b2 check here, driving the king all the way back to b3,
Go to the
and
live
then
position,
going rook
Yasser?
h2.
Yes,
It doesn't really
by all
matter.
means.
Yeah, he gave a check.
He did give a check, by the way.
Yeah, but it's all the same.
Sorry, apologies. I'm just going to go to the live position, and here we have it.
b2 and already starting all the checks.
So the problem from white's point of view, if white walks his way back towards the rook,
He
then
decided to hide the king on c8.
then we can trade rooks and just bring our king to h8.
Now king f8 is safe, because there's no more rook c8 checks.
That's right.
He's going
But
to
yeah,
h2.
but it's
Provoking
safer
h7.
safer to begin with rook h2 just to be
Yeah.
on a very, very safe side. Yeah, h7, king f8, and there's not really very much to try for white. Black knows his moves for the next eternity.
Exactly. And he has played king f8.
The board.
Now that I think about it, king b7, I understand what you mean about rook h1. Rook h6,
Yeah.
kind of
Just
cutting
don't even
out.
let it out.
Yeah, right. I was thinking about
Well,
that
I go
one too.
rook d7 or something, put it in zugzwang.
Yeah, I have to give up the rook. You're right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you still have to let me come out.
You got me.
Do you need rook h1? Just start checks now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard-fought game. Prague really tried everything.
You really did. Threw the kitchen sink at him, as we say.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, in their head-to-head, what was this score? Was one of them was +1?
It was 3-3, three wins, 3 draws, and 4 wins.
Yes, but who had the
I think
+1?
Prague had the
I think
4
Prague is
wins.
4-3 up, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
think
Well,
so.
why I remembered that is because Peter said 70%. I mean, these guys do not like drawing with one another.
Yeah, a rare result between them today, frankly. Yeah.
Exactly, 3 draws.
Statistical anomaly.
Right.
A draw between two 27-50 players. A
Unheard of.
statistical anomaly. Yeah. I think Prague goes H8 check here, frankly.
Yes.
I think he goes
We
H8
do have
check.
rook H1, by the
rook
way, on
H1,
the
yeah.
board. Yeah.
Allowing H8 and rook C.
I think there's really no point in running all over the board with the king, because you're not going to.
There we go. He's
Yeah.
done it.
Yeah, there we go.
About to have
We
king
know our
versus king.
players.
Today, it's actually kind of common to play to naked kings, as we used to call it. But in my day,
Officially a draw.
it was a rare thing.
Well, now it's
we would
because they
just
can't offer
draw,
draws, yeah.
yeah.
We're probably going to discuss it for a while. Should we switch to the only game left?
Yeah, we should.
Absolutely. And, whoa.
Ooh, Anish.
Whoa. This was a
Who's
surprise.
playing for a win here?
What's going on?
You know what? It's kind of weird, because H3 is the only thing that makes a clean draw. But against H3, White actually has to play kind of, well, I mean, it's not difficult, but if you pass here for a bit too long, you might lose.
As white.
Yeah.
Now
if you allow
that's
H4,
that's
if
a
you allow
surprise.
H2 and G3, it probably costs you a rook eventually, and A5 is the correct pawn. So you're supposed to play rook D1, H2, rook D4 check, and then back to D1,
Wow.
and then back to F4, and then back to D4, and then back to D1.
So essentially, if I blunder, and I, oops, sorry, not that bad a blunder, but if I go, okay,
Doesn't let you.
doesn't let me. But
What do you want to play?
maybe
rook
on
By the
your-
way,
on-
something I completely misunderstand. Let me try if maybe Yasser can explain this to me.
Rook B1, H2, rook D1, G3.
Yeah, this one you lost, yeah, I think.
This is the one we've lost.
This is you. This, yeah, but what I want you to explain to me, Yasser,
Yes,
is
sir.
let's put the or maybe my board. I think it's simpler on my
15
board.
seconds for Alireza, by the way.
Yeah. So let's say, I mean, you can't not play H3.
He's played
Let's say we go rook F1 here. Black goes H2.
Okay.
Now the only thing that doesn't lose is the move B3, B4. Why is that? Oh my God!
Stalemate.
Do you know where? Find me the stalemate, please. After rook F1, H2, before bishop takes before.
Show us. Let's put it on. I think it's on your board.
Yeah, it's my
No,
board. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So
have to
Is
show
it
us.
rook
I want
H1?
our viewers to think here for a bit, because it's stunning.
Okay.
Rook H1,
Yeah.
G3,
Yeah.
King F1,
Yeah.
King F3, Rook takes H2,
Rook takes H2. So
G
hold
takes
on.
H2, shake hands.
That's so nice.
This is stunning.
But
G3 here.
If you do it with the bishop on A3, I will take A takes before.
yeah, no longer telling.
You're not getting the same position,
Oh my, wow.
which is why you probably shouldn't do it. You probably should avoid
You're
having
not
to
going to play
find this.
B4. I mean,
No, but
he
this
only
is
has 2 minutes to find
this is unbelievable.
He has to find the move B3, B4 to
No, but he
save-
hasn't played rook F1
He's
yet.
going
Oh,
King
sorry.
F1, which also seems to be holding.
Yeah.
King F1.
Yeah.
H2. What? Wait. What?
Bishop C5 is completely fine here. H2 is completely fine. I mean,
Wait.
King F1 is a good choice. Yeah.
Wait a
Bishop
minute.
C5. You don't have rook H1 anymore, do you?
Do I have rook,
Rook
G3?
G3. Then I can take on F2 and play
Yeah,
H2.
yeah.
But you have rook G4, King G2.
I mean,
Correct.
actually, it is White who is making a draw there,
Yes.
but they do, yeah.
So Bishop C5 played by Alireza,
Already played.
Only
rook G3.
move.
Rook G3 only move.
Only move.
which Anish is going to play.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
reaching
play?
for his rook.
Yeah,
Because
bishop
rook
ta-
H1, King F3
Yes.
is curtains.
He's done it.
Yeah, bishop f2, king f2 only move, h2, rook to h2, rook to h4 only move. And you're going to lose everything on the queen side, but you will be in time to get to c1 and b1.
h2.
So nice. And if you start with h2 instead of bishop f2?
Then white doesn't take on, yeah, king g2,
You just
bishop
move
to
the
rook
rook?
d3 holds, yeah.
And just blockade.
Yeah.
h2,
20
King.
seconds.
king g2, bishop takes f2.
Yeah, and then
Rook
just
d3, you don't do that because it's really not a winning attempt. And in fact, white probably has time to play like before a b a5, and
Right down to 10
you
seconds.
maybe have to worry a little bit.
Just to make a decision. He's pushed h2.
I played h2, okay.
Of course, only
Okay.
move is king g2. You have to take on f2.
Yeah, I wonder what he disliked about bishop takes f2. Does he think he has winning chances here?
Is he risking anything?
Alireza,
Lose
you mean?
a5 pawn?
Yeah, exactly. Can he?
Probably not, right? Well,
Rook c3,
maybe.
g3.
Rook d3, rook, and
I'm thinking of it in h1 check and a king f3 in some line.
oh. Yes, yes.
Don't
I think
I
that's his
do it
ideas,
that way?
But how? If you commit to...
So the rook comes
I
across to
see.
c3.
The rook has to stay.
Yeah, that was
the
a bit
right
of a
squares.
strange decision by Alireza because he still has a draw,
Of course
but he
he
is
does.
very much the one making it now.
Yeah.
He has to be careful.
So he plays the move g3, I assume.
Yeah.
And then you play rook c4 check.
Although bishop e1 apparently is also a draw here, shockingly. Bishop e1 and instead of g3, but nobody does that.
But rook c4 check.
Yeah, we go
King
king
e3.
Even king e5 is a draw.
And against b4?
King e3 before you have to play h1. King takes h1.
Yes.
King f3. Rook c3, bishop e3, and this is a draw.
Wow.
But you might have to find it. It's not very difficult, but you might have to find it.
And because we're threatening g2
Yeah, you have to go rook c3, you have to take the bishop,
and because
and
we're
you have to go king g2.
Because we're threatening king f2. Oops, sorry, that was supposed to be a capture.
Anish is taking a think here. He has 2.5 minutes, but
Yeah, and
now he
then
looks confident.
both queens appear at the same time, and black cannot protect the g3 pawn, so it's a pretty comfortable draw in the queen ending.
More twist than an Agatha Christie novel, you know, like what the heck?
What about before a4, rook b3 in the current position? If you play bishop c5, maybe you lost.
Hold on, sorry. The
Here,
current
maybe show us
position?
on your board. Because
Yeah, so
I'm
in the current
struggling.
position after
Logging.
g3, white can play, I'll wait until we
B4?
switch. I'll wait until we switch to mine and show you what I was. Yeah, so if you play b4 here,
Yep.
a takes b4, rook b3. If you go bishop c5, you're probably already too late. The draw is king e4, a5, king g5, rook takes b4, king c6, and after a6, it's important. Like if you allow rook b7 here without doing anything, you've lost. But if you go king c7, king c8, to be able to meet rook h7 with king b8,
You're in time to
you
get
hold.
to the
Yeah,
corner.
if you get cut, like as an illustration, if you go like, I don't know, bishop e1, rook b7, bishop f2, now after rook h7, you can't protect a6,
Eight.
a7. But you have king c7, or alternatively, you can go bishop b6. Just don't allow rook b7.
Gotcha.
And that holds. But yeah, I'm still a bit mystified by Alireza's decision not to take on f2. I'm sure he realized it's a draw, but what he's doing here is also a draw, but the one only
Yeah,
he can
he's
lose.
the one who's
Yeah,
being
like-
tested, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It still holds. Like he hasn't thrown anything away, so objectively, zeros here, zeros there. But yeah, I wouldn't be doing this to myself on 50
Yeah.
seconds.
He likes the. It's thrilling for him.
Yeah. It's strange. Back
Yeah,
in the day
and,
when we competed against computers, sometimes the computers made decisions that they would hold positions that they knew were fortresses or whatever. And we thought, well, that was kind of strange. Why is it giving me chances? That it knew.
Yeah, you just knew, yeah.
Its table bases.
And yeah, if Anish goes before here, it's a one-tempo thing. As I mentioned, if you play A before rook b3, bishop c5, you're actually not in time to stop rook b7.
Before on the board.
Before, as you prescribed.
Yeah.
So there is no really bad moves here. You can take on before or play h1.
Or play h1?
Yep.
Wow.
King h1, bishop
huge mistake.
e1.
Alireza just blundered. Bishop e1, apparently losing now.
Yeah, this is what I meant. Like you just, like why have we done this to ourselves?
What? Crazy.
Rook c4 check and then before b5 and we win.
Oh, sorry. He played b. No, hold on. We have b4, right?
Yeah, before he went bishop b1 straight away, and now.
Just a second. I have to refresh my board.
It's not working. I think we should stick with Peter's board maybe.
Yeah. So yeah, rook c4 check, king anywhere, and before b5, and white is just. Yeah,
Wow.
if the king goes to e5, b takes a5
Yeah,
is
this
even
is
winning.
just over now. Completely.
Yeah, but like.
What?
What a gift.
What a. Oh my gosh.
I mean, this is.
Might sound like I'm partisan here, but it's not that I'm rooting for Alireza. It's just as somebody who has done things like this to myself, I feel for him, and it's just so completely unnecessary.
Truly.
Yeah, you like.
I mean, as chess players, we know how this feels.
Yeah.
We've been there. We've done
There's
this.
just absolutely no reason to lose this game.
To throw away.
Yeah. King e3 and ba5 also winning. ba5, bishop a5, rook c5. We're just now.
That's the more
easily faster. No, b5 is also very, very comfortable. b5, b6, b7. It gets to b7 in 3 moves, and then you do whatever you please.
Yeah,
Yep. This is very
I
simple.
mean, maybe Alireza thought h1, king f2 does something, but it really doesn't. We always have checks.
On f4.
So yeah, b5, h1, for instance, king takes h1, king f2, we go rook c2. I mean, rook f4 also exists. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this
And
was
if king f3, we go rook c2. Sorry, not rook c1. Even rook c1, but rook c2.
really shake up our tournament leaderboard. As suddenly
yes, and
we
will
would
be
have.
joining the 3 leaders.
And Alireza is just like, he's almost beside himself.
Devastating for Alireza, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
And he's done such a titanic effort of defending a very poor position.
For
Somewhat
so long.
self-inflicted, but regardless, like he got a bad position, he dragged it from the precipice and was comfortably drawing it. And
right.
To do this to himself is just so completely unnecessary.
Actually, I'm just looking at after king d3, b6.
That is
king takes c4,
also pretty
b7.
good,
And boy,
Try that, but yeah.
You don't even need that, frankly.
king f3 only, king f2 allowed rook f4 check. So at least this one, he's got the threat
Yeah, rook
of
c2,
g2.
rook c2, or actually even rook c1, shockingly. Yeah. Rook c1, g2, king h2 is fine. Yeah.
Rook c1 is such a computer
Yeah,
move.
but you play rook c2.
Yeah.
You play rook c2, bishop f2, rook c3, check, and black resigns, right?
Yeah.
And he's done it, crucially stopping the move g2. And now when we want to play the move g2.
Alireza just resigned.
Yeah.
Congrats to Anish, a very important win.
Wow. And Anish knows that was a gift.
Yes.
That was a gift.
Well,
I mean,
he was better most of the game,
True.
but Alireza was defending so well for so long, and it just at the very end.
yeah.
One
and-
blunder, and that's it.
Well, again, that decision not to play bishop takes f2
This is the one
will
that I keep coming
mystify
back to.
us for a long, long time.
This one I don't
He
know how
probably
to
thought there
explain.
was absolutely zero risk, and that's why.
Well, if so, he definitely underestimated the power
Yeah.
of the move b4. Yeah.
And even here, he's still fine, but at this point, maybe he already thought he messed up.
Yeah. But this is the mess up.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're
And
discussing it
with
now.
that victory, we're very, very shocked to tell you all that we have 2 winners today.
We do, and there's a 5-way tie?
Yeah, there's a 5-way tie.
for Anish, 2 Dutch players, Anish, Giri, Jorden van Foreest, and 3 leaders from yesterday, MVL, Prague, and Vincent, Keymer. So half of the field is leading.
Exactly. Fabi and Wesley at 50% asking themselves, why are 5 players ahead of us after 3 rounds of play? 5 players ahead of us? What's going on?
Hey, we were expecting 5 draws, and instead we got 2 decisive games.
Yeah, remarkable. Wow. Again,
Unexpected,
I was talking about getting tired. And the fact is that Alireza played really, really great through 5.5 hours or how long ever it's been. And then that last
This one is
moment,
going to hurt a great deal. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
Just got tired.
Yeah.
Maybe relaxed too early. Thought
Maybe
it was a
he
draw.
thought there's no difference, and
Yeah.
whatever he does is now a completely clear draw. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very painful defeat for Alireza, and just a kind of a disastrous start to the tournament,
And
starting
that's
with -2.
2 in a row?
Yeah, yeah. He and Bogdan are now on half a point out of 3. Both of them struggling so far.
Alireza very dissatisfied with his performance in
First
Warsaw.
game.
And he's coming.
But let's go over to Cristian with Anish Giri.
Anish, I was just getting ready to call it a night and, do the final thoughts after another drop, but you turned the tables in the final moment in time trouble situation. What's your feeling right now? How are you? How are you feeling?
No, I'm very, very lucky, of course. I mean, what they say about the draws, escaping the jaws or whatever, yeah? Some jaw escaped today,
Something
for sure.
like that.
Yeah. Some jaw went wrong today. No, I was pressing, to be fair, before, but I completely lost control. I was not sure. So maybe I'm losing it. Like already, I completely lost control. I blundered a bunch. Okay, like here, I should just, I was trying to play for a win. It's very hard. I mean, I should keep the king on e4. Then I went for this. Completely stupid. At least, okay, I can make a draw anyhow I want, probably. But I can make a draw, of course, anyhow I want. But I blundered something. I blundered everything here. I mean, he already is better here. I just forgot bishop comes here and. Okay, now...
Maybe better from a practical...
Yeah, no, right, I mean,
side,
black doesn't risk. And here, okay, I was just thinking, okay, I shouldn't be losing yet. But, okay, I have a draw, which is nice, but shouldn't be winning this position. I think he just has bishop f2. Just pawn and game. It's coming by force, so I don't know. He just missed it, he said. I thought he was maybe playing for a win or something, I don't know, because... and here, I think I have chances here, practically speaking, but I realize it's probably draw, because bishop e1 is probably draw, and before, he has
Did you see the h1?
Yeah, I mean, I saw options like that. I mean,
Or bishop e1, I think, just...
Sorry, bishop. Yeah, the reverse, what he did in the game, but better order,
Because you have king f3.
Sure. Yeah, the same as in the game, yes, exactly. But what about here? Here and back, I thought this, here and back, here and here. Isn't this just a draw?
This should probably be a draw as well.
Complete, no?
Right? Just for king c7?
Yeah,
just stay like this, right?
Corner. I mean, even, yes.
But he's never getting a7.
No, but I'm not, nor am I doing anything, yeah? I mean, I can't, I need to release my king. So it's just, I don't know why he didn't do this. I mean, this to me, like, this is such a easy way to hold it, no? Your PC is running out of battery. We have to finish this up.
I see this.
I mean,
Probably
me and you, we're all running out of battery, and PC is the...
I think we just
AI.
solved that.
Yeah.
You went to a bunch of restaurants this trip. Are you going to go to a French restaurant tonight to celebrate the victory?
Well, I mean, the tweet's been going very well. I would like to apologize first of all to all my fans and the sponsors and everybody involved for the draw I made in better position. I feel very bad about it. So I was called out tonight, and justly so. So I'd like to apologize for that. But okay, today I was lucky.
Did you play chess with the Indian restaurant
No,
owner?
Actually, there is a detail to the story that I have left out. I'll tell it to you privately. It's actually hilarious. But I didn't.
It's not for the show.
Not for the show. But there's one more thing to the story, and it's so good. Like but I can't say it. I mean, I just can't say it. Like, I'll tell you right after this.
You will tell me.
It's really good. Like, the story is actually much more hilarious than the one that went viral. It's just insanely funny. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't write the full story.
There you have it, guys. Up for speculation, but we do have a bunch of leaders going into round 4. You're tied with 4 other players. Congratulations on this victory, Anish. Guys, back to you.
Our congratulations as well as Anish. And through the magic of television, we can relive that moment where the game was
the final moment where
irrevocably lost by Alireza. Had he captured the pawn, as Anish was just describing, Anish said, well, this is a simple draw. You bring your king all the way back to the b8 square, and I can't do anything But it was this move, bishop e1, that lost the game.
Yeah, and Anish realized it right away.
Oh yes, it seemed like he was very conversant. He was very knowledgeable about the ending because he spotted right away that whole idea of king c7, which is what you were showing us, Peter.
Yeah, I think he was pretty. I mean, he did say he lost control at some point, but he was still objective. I think objective enough to realize he lost control, that he now needs to look for a clean draw, and he did find a clean draw.
Exactly. Peeking ahead, tell us what the pairings are for tomorrow.
Very interested. Let's see. Tomorrow,
I'm going to say
so many leaders.
a lot of
them are playing each other.
Exactly.
Jorden Foreest against Praggnanandhaa, Vincent Keymer against MVL, Sindarov against Anish Giri, and we have two Americans, Wesley against Bogdan and Fabi against Alireza.
I'm detecting a pattern that our tournament leaders are all playing against Sindarov. Sindarov just played against MVL, and now he'll have the white pieces against Anish.
Let's go back to Romania to hear final thoughts from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Well, thanks, guys. It does seem like there's a bunch of players that want to win the event and want to win it by scoring a lot of points. Also, perhaps because of that change in the contract, which gives them more money if they win with more victories. So that could be an incentive as well. Anyway, we have a lot of decisive results, games, and very exciting games, I have to say, Anastasiya.
Yes, actually today, I don't know how to call it. Was it Dutch invasion? Was it Dutch championship? Two Dutch guys managed to win. And I think Anish was just playing his game. And when he saw that Jorden managed to win, he was like, okay, no, I cannot make it. I should do something about this situation. And he also won against Alireza. It seemed like drawish ending at the end, but he turned things his way. And now I think we have 5 people, leading in this tournament, half of the tournament, and Fabiano is not one of them, by the way, which is kind of strange. We used to have him as the leader usually in all events, but not this time, not yet. Looking forward to see what will happen. The intrigue is full ahead.
It's building up, I have to say. The intrigue is definitely building up, and the gods definitely favored Anish in this one. Just an incredible final result, and I'm sure we're going to have way more in the upcoming days. Guys, for the moment, back to you in St. Louis. Good night from Bucharest.
Thank you so much. I liked what Anastasiya said, Dutch invasion.
Yeah, the Dutch are coming, obviously.
Well, it was a great day. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let's check, before we finish the show, commentators' picks.
Well, I've got a piece of the action.
Yeah, it had
I'm biding
not much
my
has
time
changed.
there. I feel quietly confident about my pick.
Biding your time. There we go. But as you were saying, we were coming to a close on the show.
Yes, we are. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And join us again tomorrow for round 4. Good night from St. Louis.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.